Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 161. Sanjaya said, beholding Somadatta shaking his large bow, Satyaki, addressing his driver, said, "Bear me towards Somadatta. I tell thee truly, O Sutta, that I shall not return from battle today without having slain that foe, viz., that worst of the Kurus, the son of Valhika." Thus addressed, the charioteer then urged to battle those fleet steeds of the Sindhu breed, white as conch and capable of bearing every weapon. Those steeds endued with the speed of the wind or the mind bore Yuyudhana to battle like the steeds of Indra, O king, bearing the latter in days of yore when he proceeded to quell the Dandavas. Beholding the Satwata hero thus advancing quickly in battle, Somadatta, O king, fearlessly turned towards him. Scattering showers of shafts like the clouds pouring torrents of rain, he covered the grandson of Sini like the clouds covering the sun. Satyaki also, O bull of Bharata's race, in that encounter fearlessly covered that bull amongst the Kurus with showers of shafts. Then Somadatta pierced the hero of Madhu's race with 60 shafts in the chest. Satyaki, in turn, O king, pierced Somadatta with many whetted arrows. Mangled by each other with each other's shafts, those two warriors looked resplendent like a couple of flowering kinsukas in the season of spring. Dyed all over with blood, those illustrious warriors of the Kuru and the Vrishni races looked at each other with their glances. Riding on their cars that coursed in circles, those grinders of foes, of terrible countenances, resembled two clouds pouring torrents of rain. Their bodies mangled and pierced all over with arrows, they looked, O king, like two porcupines. Pierced with countless shafts, equipped with wings of gold, the two warriors looked resplendent, O monarch, like a couple of tall trees covered with fireflies. Their bodies looking bright with the blazing arrows sticking to them, those two mighty car warriors looked in that battle like two angry elephants decked with burning torches. Then, O monarch, the mighty car warrior, Somadatta, in that battle, cut off with a crescent-shaped arrow the large bow of Madhava. With great speed also, at a time when speed was of the utmost consequence, the Kuru hero then pierced Satyaki with 25 shafts, and once again with 10. Then Satyaki, taking up a tougher bow, quickly pierced Somadatta with 5 shafts. With another broad-headed arrow, Satyaki also, O king, smiling the while, cut off the golden standard of Valhika's son. Somadatta, however, beholding his standard cut down, fearlessly pierced the grandson of Sini with 25 arrows. Satwata also, excited with rage, cut off with a razor-faced arrow the bow of Somadatta in that encounter. And he also pierced Somadatta, who then resembled a snake without fangs, with 100 straight arrows, equipped with wings of gold. The mighty car warrior Somadatta, then, who was endued with great strength, taking up another bow, began to cover Satyaki with showers of shafts. Satyaki too, inflamed with rage, pierced Somadatta with many shafts. Somadatta, in return, afflicted Satyaki with his arrowy showers. Then Bhima, coming to the encounter, and fighting on behalf of Satyaki, struck Valhika's son with 10 shafts. Somadatta, however, fearlessly struck Bhimasena with many whetted arrows. Then Satyaki, inflamed with rage, aiming at Somadatta's chest, shot a new and terrible pariga equipped with a golden staff and hard as the thunder. The Kuru warrior, however, smiling the while, cut off that terrible pariga advancing with speed against him in 2 parts. That formidable pariga of iron, then, thus cut off into 2 fragments, fell down like so many crests of a mountain riven by thunder. Then Satyaki, O king, with a broad-headed arrow, cut off in that encounter Somadatta's bow, and then with 5 arrows, the leathern fence that cased his fingers. Then, O Bharata, with 4 other shafts he speedily dispatched the 4 excellent steeds of the Kuru warrior to Yama's presence. And then that tiger among car warriors with another straight shaft, smiling the while, cut off from his trunk the head of Somadatta's driver. Then he sought at Somadatta himself a terrible shaft of fiery effulgence, whetted on stone, steeped in oil, and equipped with wings of gold. That excellent and fierce shaft, shot by the mighty grandson of Seni, quickly fell like a hawk, O Lord, upon the chest of Somadatta. Deeply pierced by the mighty Satwata, the great car warrior Somadatta, O monarch, fell down from his car and expired. Beholding the great car warrior Somadatta slain there, thy warriors with a large throng of cars rushed against Duryodhana. Meanwhile, the Pandava also, O king, with all the Prapadrakas and accompanied by a large force, rushed against Drona's army. Then Yudhishthira, excited with wrath, began, with his shafts, to strike and rout the troops of Bharadvaja's son at the very sight of the latter. Beholding Yudhishthira thus agitating his troops, Drona, with eyes red in wrath, furiously rushed against him. The preceptor then pierced the son of Pritha with 7 keen arrows. Yudhishthira, in return, excited with wrath, pierced the preceptor with 5 arrows. Deeply pierced by the son of Pandu, the mighty bowman, Drona, licking the corners of his mouth for a moment, cut off both the standard and the bow of Yudhishthira. With great speed, at a time when speed was of the utmost consequence, that best of kings, whose bow had been cut off, took up another bow that was sufficiently tough and hard. The son of Pandu then pierced Drona with his steeds, driver, standard, and car, with 1,000 arrows. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. Afflicted with the strokes of those arrows and feeling great pain, Drona, that bull among Brahmanas, sat down for a while on the terrace of his car. Recovering his senses, sighing like a snake, and filled with great rage, the preceptor invoked into existence the Vayavya weapon. The valiant son of Pritha, bow in hand, fearlessly baffled that weapon with a similar weapon of his in that encounter. And the son of Pandu also cut in 2 fragments the large bow of the Brahmana. Then Drona, that grinder of Kshatriyas, took up another bow. That bull of Kuru's race, Yudhishthira, cut off that bow also, with many keen shafts. Then Vasudeva, addressing Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, said, Listen, O mighty armed Yudhishthira, to what I say. Cease, O best of the Bharatas, to fight with Drona. Drona always striveth to seize thee in battle. I do not think it fit that thou shouldst fight with him. He who hath been created for Drona's destruction will, without doubt, slay him. Leaving the preceptor, go where King Suddhodana is. Kings should fight with kings, they should not desire to fight with such as are not kings. Surrounded, therefore, by elephants and steeds and cars, repair thou thither, O son of Kunti, where the Nanjaya with myself, aided by a small force, and Bhima also, that tiger among men, are fighting with the Kurus. Hearing these words of Vasudeva, King Yudhishthira the Just, reflecting for a moment, proceeded to that part of the field where that slayer of foes, viz. Bhima, engaged in fierce battle, was slaughtering thy troops like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth. Making the earth resound with the loud rattle of his car, which resembled the roar of the clouds at the end of summer, King Yudhishthira the Just, the eldest son of Pandu, took up the flank of Bhima, engaged in the slaughter of the foe. Drona also on that night began to consume his foes, the Panchalas. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 162. Sanjaya said, during the progress of that fierce and terrible battle, when the world was enveloped with darkness and dust, O king, the combatants, as they stood on the field, could not see one another. Those foremost of Kshatriyas fought with each other, guided by conjectures and the personal and other names they uttered. And during the progress, O Lord, of that terrible carnage of car warriors and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, those heroes, viz., Drona and Karna and Kripa, and Bhima and Prashada's son and Satwata, afflicted one another and the troops of either party, O bull of Bharata's race. The combatants of both armies, oppressed all around by those foremost of car warriors, during the hour of darkness, fled away on all sides. Indeed, the warriors broke and fled away in all directions with hearts perfectly cheerless. And as they fled away in all directions, they underwent a great carnage. Thousands of foremost car warriors also, O king, slaughtered one another in that battle. Unable to see anything in the dark, the combatants became deprived of their senses. All this was the result of the evil counsels of thy son. Indeed, at that hour when the world was enveloped in darkness, all creatures, O Bharata, including even the foremost of warriors, overcome with panic, were deprived of their senses in that battle. Dhritarashtra said, "What became the state of your mind then when, afflicted by that darkness, ye all were deprived of your energy and furiously agitated by the Pandavas? How also, O Sanjaya, when everything was enveloped in darkness, did the Pandava troops as also mine once more became visible?" Sanjaya continued, "Then the remnant of the army, of the Kaurava, under the orders of their leaders, were once more disposed in compact array. Drona placed himself at the van, and Salya at the rear. And Drona's son and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, placed themselves on the right and the left flanks. And King Duryodhana himself, O monarch, on that night, busied himself in protecting all the troops. Cheering all the foot soldiers, O king, Duryodhana said unto them, laying aside your great weapons, take ye all blazing lamps in your hands. Thus commanded by that best of kings, the foot soldiers joyfully took up burning lamps. The gods and rishis, Gandharvas and celestial rishis, and the diverse tribes of Vidyadharas and Apsaras, and Nagas and Yakshas and Uragas and Kinnaras, stationed on the welkin also joyfully took up blazing lamps. Many lamps, filled with sweet-scented oil, were seen to fall from the regions of the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass. For Duryodhana's sake, many such were seen to come from Narada and Pravata in especial, lighting up that darkness. The Kaurava army then, disposed in compact array, looked resplendent, on that night with the light of those lamps, the costly ornaments, on the persons of combatants, and the blazing celestial weapons as those were shot or hurled by it. On each car were placed 5 lamps, and on each infuriated elephant 3, and upon each horse was placed a large lamp. Thus was that host lighted up by the Kuru warriors. Set in their places within a short time, those lamps speedily lighted up thy army. Indeed, all the troops, thus made radiant by the foot soldiers with well-fed lamps in their hands, looked beautiful like clouds in the nocturnal sky illumined by flashes of lightning. When the Kuru host had thus been illuminated, Drona, endued with the effulgence of fire, scorching everything around, looked radiant, O king, in his golden armor, like the midday sun of blazing ray. The light of those lamps began to be reflected from the golden ornaments, the bright cuirasses and bows, and the well-tempered weapons of the combatants. And maces twined with strings, and bright parigas, and cars and shafts and darts, as they coursed along, repeatedly created, O Ajamata, by their reflection myriads of lamps. And umbrellas and yak-tails and scimitars and blazing brands, O king, and necklaces of gold, as these were whirled or moved, reflecting that light, looked exceedingly beautiful. Illuminated by the light of those lamps and irradiated by the reflection from weapons and ornaments, that host, O king, blazed up with splendor. Well-tempered and beautiful weapons, red with blood, and whirled by heroes, created a blazing effulgence there, like flashes of lightning in the sky at the end of summer. The faces of warriors, impetuously pursuing foes for striking them down and themselves trembling in the ardor of the rush, looked beautiful like masses of clouds urged on by the wind. As the splendor of the sun becomes fierce on the occasion of the conflagration of a forest full of trees, even so on that terrible night became the splendor of that fierce and illuminated host. Beholding that host of ours illumined, the Parthas also, with great speed, stirring up the foot soldiers throughout their army, acted like ourselves. On each elephant they placed 7 lamps, on each car 10, and on the back of each steed they placed 2 lamps, and on the flanks and rear of their cars, and on their standard also, they placed many lamps. And on the flanks of their host, and on the rear in the van, and all around and within, many other lamps were lighted. The Kurus having done the same, both the armies were thus lighted. Throughout the host, the foot soldiers became mingled with elephants and cars and cavalry. And the army of Pandu's son was also illuminated by others than foot soldiers, standing with blazing torches in their hands. With those lamps that host became fiercely effulgent, like a blazing fire made doubly resplendent by the dazzling rays of the Maker of Day. The splendor of both the armies, overspreading the earth, the welkin, and all the points of the compass, seemed to increase. With that light, thy army is also theirs became distinctly visible. Awakened by that light which reached the skies, the gods, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Rishis, and other crowned with ascetic success, and the Apsaras, all came there. Crowded then with gods and Gandharvas, and Yakshas, and Rishis crowned with ascetic success, and Apsaras, and the spirits of slain warriors about to enter the celestial regions, the field of battle looked like a second heaven. Teeming with cars and steeds and elephants, brilliantly illumined with lamps, with angry combatants and horses slain or wandering wildly, that vast force of arrayed warriors and steeds and elephants looked like the arrays of the celestials and the Asuras in days of old. The rush of darts formed the fierce winds, great cars, the cloud, the neigh and grunt of steeds and elephants, the roars, shafts, the showers, and the blood of warriors and animals, the flood of that tempest-like nocturnal encounter between those godlike men. In the midst of that battle, that foremost of Brahmanas, viz., the high-souled Aswathaman, scorching the Pandavas, O ruler of men, resembled the midday sun at the end of the season of rains, scorching everything with his fierce ray. Footnotes 373:1 The Bombay edition reads the first line of 3 differently. The Bengal reading is also defective. The correct reading seems to be Rathanaga instead of Naranaga. 374:1 This is a triplet. 374:2 instead of Matagage, the Bombay edition reads Tatragage. 374:3 There seems to be a mistake in this sloka in its reference to the Pandavas. The reading, however, that occurs in all the printed edition is the same. In one manuscript I find Kamravyodhavargais, which I adopt for Pandava Kauravas. 375:1 The second line of 30, as it occurs in the Bengal texts, is adopted by me. A slight difference of reading occurs between the Bengal and the Bombay editions. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 163. Sanjaya said, when the field of battle which had before been enveloped in darkness and dust had thus become illuminated, heroic warriors encountered one another, desirous of taking one another's life. Encountering one another in battle, O king, those combatants, armed with lances and swords and other weapons, gazed at one another under the influence of rage. With thousands of lamps blazing all around, and with the more blazing lamps of the gods and the Gandharvas, set upon golden stands decked with jewels, and fed with fragrant oil, the field of battle, O Bharata, looked resplendent like the firmament bespangled with stars. With hundreds upon hundreds of blazing brands, the earth looked exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, the earth seemed to be in a conflagration, like what happens at the universal destruction. All the points of the compass blazed up with those lamps all around and looked like trees covered by fireflies at an evening in the season of rains. Heroic combatants, then, O king, engaged in battle with heroic rivals. Elephants engaged with elephants, and horsemen with horsemen, and car warriors with car warriors, filled with joy, on that fierce night at the command of thy son. The clash of the two armies, both consisting of 4 kinds of forces, became terrible. Then Arjuna, O monarch, began, with great speed, to destroy the Kaurava ranks, weakening all the kings. Dhritarashtra said, when the invincible Arjuna, excited with wrath and unable to brook the feats of the Kurus, penetrated into the army of my son, what became the state of your minds? Indeed, when that scorcher of foes entered into their midst, what did the soldiers think? What steps also did Duryodhana think fit to be adopted then? Who were those chastisers of foes that proceeded in that battle against that hero? Indeed, when Arjuna, of white steeds, entered our army, who were they that protected Drona? Who guarded the right wheel and who the left wheel of Drona's car? Who were those heroes that protected the rear of that battling hero? Indeed, when Bharadvaja's son proceeded, slaying the foe, along his route, who were they that proceeded in his van? That mighty and invincible bowman who penetrated into the midst of the Panchalas, that tiger among men endued with great valor, who proceeded, as if dancing, along the track of his car, and consumed large throngs of Panchala cars by means of his shafts like a raging conflagration. Alas, how did that Drona meet with his death? Thou always speakest of my foes as cool and unvanquished and cheerful and swelling with might in battle. Thou dost not, however, speak of mine in such words. On the other hand, thou describest them to be slain, pale, and routed, and thou speakest of my car warriors as always deprived of their cars in all the battles they fight. Sanjaya continued, understanding the wishes of Drona, who was bent on battle, Duryodhana, on that night, O king, addressing his obedient brothers, viz., Vikarna and Chitrasena and Suparsva and Dirdharsha and Dirgavahu, and all those that followed them, said those words, Ye heroes of great valor, struggling with resolution, all of you protect Drona from the rear. The son of Hritika will protect his right and Sala his left. Saying this, thy son then urged forward, placing them at the van, the remnant of the brave and mighty Trigartakar warriors, saying, The preceptor is merciful. The Pandavas are fighting with great resolution. While engaged in slaughtering the foe in battle, protect him well, uniting together. Drona is mighty in battle, is endued with great lightness of hand and great valor. He can vanquish the very gods in battle. What need then be said of the Pandavas and the Samakas? All of you, however, united together and struggling with great resolution in this terrible battle, protect the invincible Drona from that mighty car warrior, viz., Drishtadyumna. Except Drishtadyumna, I do not see the man amongst all the warriors of the Pandavas that can vanquish Drona in battle. I, therefore, think that we should, with our whole soul, protect the son of Bharadvaja. Protected by us, he is sure to slay the Samakas and the Srinjayas, one after another. Upon the slaughter of all the Srinjayas at the head of the Pandava army, Drona's son, without doubt, will slay Drishtadyumna in battle. Similarly, the mighty car warrior Karna will vanquish Arjuna in battle. As regards Bhimasena and others clad in mail, I will subjugate them all and fight. The rest of the Pandavas deprived of energy will be easily defeated by the warriors. It is evident, my success then will last forever. For these reasons, protect the mighty car warrior Drona in battle. Having said these words, O chief of the Bharatas, thy son Duryodhana urged his troops on that night of terrible darkness. Then commenced a battle, O chief of the Bharatas, between the two hosts. O monarch, both actuated by the desire of victory. Arjuna began to afflict the Kauravas, and the Kauravas began to afflict Arjuna, with diverse kinds of weapons. Drona's son covered the ruler of the Panchalas, and Drona himself covered the Srinjaya, with showers of straight shafts in that battle. And as the Pandava and the Panchala troops, on the one side, and the Kaurava troops, on the other, O Bharata, were engaged in slaughtering each other, there arose a furious uproar on the field. The battle that took place on that night was so terrible and fierce that its like had never been previously witnessed by ourselves or those gone before us. Footnotes 376:1 As regards almost every one of these slokas, differences of reading are observable between the Bengal texts and the Bombay edition. The readings of the Bombay edition are almost uniformly better. Then, again, many of those verses are disfigured with syntactical pleonasms and other grave errors, abounding with tiresome repetitions that scarcely attract notice amid the variety of synonyms with which the language of the original abounds, and amid also the melodious flow of the rhythm, the defects become glaring in translation. At the latter, however, of faithfulness, I have been obliged to sacrifice elegance, and rendering this section. 376:2 The Bengal reading Tathaloka is incorrect. The Bombay text correctly reads Tataloka. Then also, instead of the Bengal reading Rajasaka Samavrit, which is faulty, the true reading is Raja Tamasavrit. 376:3 Lokanamabhave is explained by Nilkantha as Pralaya Kale. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 164. Sanjaya said, during the progress of that terrible nocturnal engagement, O king, which was fraught with an indiscriminate carnage, Dharma's son Yudhishthira addressed the Pandavas, the Panchalas, and the Samakas. Indeed, O king, for the destruction of men, cars, and elephants, King Yudhishthira commanded his own troops, saying, Proceed ye against Drona only, for slaying him. At the command of the king, O monarch, the Panchalas and the Samakas rushed against Drona alone, uttering terrible shouts. Ourselves, excited with rage, and loudly roaring in return, rushed against them, to the best of our prowess, courage, and might, in battle. Kritavarman, the son of Hridika, rushed against Yudhishthira, as the latter was advancing against Drona, like an infuriated elephant against an infuriated compeer. Against Seni's grandson, who advanced scattering arrowy showers all around, rushed, O king, the Kuru warrior Buri, that grinder of foes, in battle. Karna, the son of Vikartana, O king, resisted that mighty Kar warrior, viz., Pandu's son, Sadeva, as the latter advanced for getting at Drona. King Duryodhana, in that battle, himself rushed against that foremost of Kar warriors, viz., Bhimasena, advancing on his car like the destroyer. Sakuni, the son of Suvala, O king, proceeding quickly, resisted that foremost of warriors, viz., Nakula, who was conversant with every kind of battle. Kripa, the son of Saradwat, O king, resisted Sikandin in that battle, that foremost of Kar warrior, as the latter advanced on his car. Dusasana, O king, contending vigorously, resisted Pratavindya as the latter advanced with resolution, on his car, drawn by steeds looking like peacocks. Aswathaman, O monarch, resisted Bhimasena's son, viz., Rakshasa, Gatotkacha, acquainted with 100 kinds of illusion, as the latter advanced. Vrishasena, in that battle resisted the mighty Drupada with his troops and followers, as the latter advanced for getting at Drona. The ruler of the Madras, O king, excited with wrath resisted Virata, O Bharata, as the latter quickly advanced for the slaughter of Drona, Chitrasena, in that battle, resisted, with great force and shooting many shafts, Nakula's son, Satanika, as the latter advanced for slaying Drona. The prince of the Rakshasas, viz., Alambusha, O king, resisted Arjuna, that foremost of car warriors, as the latter advanced. Drishtadyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, cheerfully resisted the great bowman Drona as the latter was engaged in slaughtering the foe. As regards the mighty car warriors of the Pandavas that advanced against Drona, other car warriors of thy army, O king, resisted them with great force. Elephant riders, speedily encountering elephant riders in that dreadful battle, began to fight with each other and grind each other by thousands. At dead of night, O monarch, as the steeds rushed against each other with impetuosity, they looked like winged hills. Horsemen, O monarch, encountered horsemen, armed with lances and darts and swords, and uttering loud shouts. Large numbers of men slaughtered one another in heaps, with maces and short clubs and diverse other weapons. Kritavarman, the son of Hritika, excited with wrath, resisted Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, like continents resisting the swelling sea. Yudhishthira, however, piercing Hritika's son with 5 arrows, once more pierced him with 20, and addressing him, said, "Wait, wait." Then Kritavarman, O sire, excited with wrath, cut off with a broad-headed shaft the bow of King Yudhishthira the just and pierced the latter with 7 arrows. Taking up another bow, that mighty car warrior, viz., Dharma's son, pierced the son of Hritika in the arms and chest with 10 arrows. Then that warrior of Madhu's race, thus pierced, O sire, by Dharma's son in that battle, trembled with rage and afflicted Yudhishthira with 7 shafts. Then Pritha's son, cutting off his enemy's bow, as also the leathern fence that cased his hands, sped at him 5 keen shafts whetted on stone. Those fierce shafts, piercing through the latter's costly armor, decked with gold, entered the earth like snakes into an anthill. With the twinkling of an eye, Kritavarman, taking up another bow, pierced the son of Pandu with 60 arrows and once more with 10. Of immeasurable soul, the son of Pandu, then placing his large bow on his car, sped at Kritavarman a dart resembling a snake. That dart decked with gold, shot by the son of Pandu, piercing through Kritavarman's right arm, entered the earth. Meanwhile, Pritha's son, taking up his formidable bow, shrouded the son of Hritika with showers of straight shafts. Then brave Kritavarman, that great car warrior among the Vrishnis, within less than the twinkling of an eye, made Yudhishthira steedless and driverless and carless. Thereupon, the eldest son of Pandu took up a sword and a shield. Then he, of Madhu's race, cut off both those weapons in that battle. Yudhishthira then, taking up a fierce lance, equipped with a gold-decked staff, quickly sped it, in that battle, at the illustrious son of Hritika. Hritika's son, however, smiling the while, and displaying great lightness of hand, cut off into 2 fragments that lance hurled from the arms of Yudhishthira, as it coursed impetuously towards him. He then covered the son of Dharma with 100 arrows in that encounter. Excited with wrath, he then cut off the latter's coat of mail with showers of shafts. Yudhishthira's armor, decked with gold, cut off by Hritika's son with his shafts, dropped down from his body, O king, like a cluster of stars dropping down from the firmament. His armor cut off, himself deprived of car and afflicted with the shafts of Kritavarman, Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, quickly retreated from battle. The mighty car warrior Kritavarman, then, having vanquished Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, once more began to protect the wheel of Drona's car. Footnotes 378:1 A different reading occurs in the Bombay edition. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 165. Sanjaya said, Buri, O king, in that battle, resisted that foremost of car warriors, viz., the grandson of Seni, who advanced like an elephant towards a lake full of water. The Satyaki, excited with wrath, pierced his foe in chest with 5 keen shafts. At this, the latter's blood began to flow. The Kuru warrior in that encounter similarly pierced with great speed the grandson of Seni, that hero difficult of defeat in battle, with 10 shafts in the chest. Those warriors, drawing their bows to their fullest stretch, and with eyes red in wrath, began, O king, to mangle each other in that combat. The arrowy downpours of those 2 warriors, both excited with rage and resembling death himself or the sun scattering his rays, were exceedingly terrible. Shrouding each other with shafts, each stayed before the other in that battle. For a short while that battle proceeded equally. Then, O king, the grandson of Seni, excited with rage and smiling the while, cut off the bow of the illustrious Kuru warrior in that battle. Having cut off his bow, Satyaki quickly pierced him in the chest with 9 keen arrows and, addressing him, said, Wait! Wait! That scorcher of foes deeply pierced his mighty foe, quickly took up another bow and pierced the Satwata warrior in return. Having pierced the Satwata hero with 3 shafts, O monarch, Buri, then, smiling the while, cut off his foe's bow with a sharp and broad-headed shaft. His bow being cut off, Satyaki, O king, maddened with rage, hurled an impetuous dart at the broad chest of Buri. Pierced with that dart, Buri fell down from his excellent car, covered with blood, like the sun dropping down from the firmament. Beholding him thus slain, the mighty car warrior Swathaman, O Bharata, rushed impetuously against grandson of Seni. Having addressed Satyaki, O king, saying, Wait, wait, he shrouded him with showers of shafts, like the clouds pouring torrents of rain on the crest of Merit. Beholding him rushing towards the car of Seni's grandson, the mighty car warrior Gatotkacha, O king, uttering a loud roar, addressed saying, Wait, wait, O son of Drona. Thou shalt not escape from me with life. I will presently slay thee like the 6-faced, Kartikeya, slaying the Asura, Mahisha. I shall today, on the field, purge thy heart of all desire of battle. Having said these words, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the Rakshasa, Gatotkacha, with eyes red like copper in wrath, rushed furiously against the son of Drona, like a lion rushing against a prince of elephants. And Gatotkacha sped at his foe shafts of the measure of the Uksha of a car, and covered that bull among car warriors therewith, like clouds pouring torrents of rain. With his own shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison, Drona's son, however, in that battle, quickly dispelled that arrowy shower before it could reach him. He then pierced that chastiser of foes, viz., Gatotkacha, that prince of the Rakshasas, with hundreds of keen and swift coursing arrows, all capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Thus pierced with those shafts by a Swathaman, that Rakshasas, on the field of battle, looked beautiful, O monarch, like a porcupine with quills erect on its body. Then the valiant son of Bhimasena, filled with rage, mingled the son of Drona with many fierce arrows, whizzing through the air with the roar of thunder. And he rained on a Swathaman a perfect shower of arrows of diverse kinds, some equipped with heads like razors, some shaped as the crescent, some only pointed, some frog-faced, some with heads resembling the boar's ear, some barbed, and some of other species. Like the wind dispersing mighty masses of clouds, Drona's son, O king, without his senses being agitated, destroyed with his own terrible arrows, inspired by mantras with the force of celestial weapons, that fierce, unbearable, and unrivaled shower of weapons, whose sound resembled the roar of thunder, and which fell incessantly upon him. It seemed then that another encounter was taking place in the welkin between weapons, as the combatants, which was terrible, and which, O king, filled the warriors with awe. With the sparks all around, generated by the clash of the weapons, shot by those two warriors, the welkin looked beautiful as illumined by myriads of fireflies in the evening. Drona's son then, filling all the points of the compass with his shafts, shrouded the Rakshasa himself, for doing what was agreeable to thy sons. Then commenced a battle once more between Drona's son and the Rakshasa on that night of thick darkness, which resembled the encounter between Sakra and Prahlada. Then Gatotkacha, filled with rage, struck Drona's son, in that battle, on the chest with 10 shafts, each resembling the Yuga fire, deeply pierced the Rakshasa. The mighty son of Drona began to tremble in that battle like a tall tree shaken by the wind. Supporting himself by holding the flagstaff, he swooned away. Then all thy troops, O king, uttered cries of "Oh" and "Alas!" Indeed, O monarch, all thy warriors then regarded Drona's son as slain. Beholding Aswathaman in that plight, the Panchalas and the Srinjayas in that battle uttered leonine roars. Then that crusher of foes, viz., the mighty Kar warrior Aswathaman, recovering his senses, forcibly drawing the bow with his left hand, stretching the bowstring to his ear, quickly shot a terrible shaft resembling the rod of Yama himself, aiming at Gatotkacha. That excellent shafts, fierce and equipped with golden wings, piercing through the chest of the Rakshasa, entered the earth, O king. Deeply pierced, O monarch, by Drona's son, who was proud of his prowess in battle, that prince of Rakshasas, endued with great strength, sat down on the terrace of his car. Beholding Yadimva's son deprived of his senses, his charioteer, inspired with fear, speedily removed him from the field, bearing him away from the presence of Drona's son. Having pierced that prince of Rakshasas, viz., Gatotkacha, in that encounter thus, Drona's son, that mighty Kar warrior, uttered a loud roar. Worshipped by thy sons, as also by all thy warriors, O Bharata, Aswathaman's body blazed up like the midday sun. As regards Bhimasena, who was battling in front of Drona's Kal, King Duryodhana himself pierced him with many whetted shafts. Bhimasena, however, O Bharata, pierced him in return with 9 arrows. Duryodhana, then, pierced Bhimasena with 20 arrows. Covered with each other's arrows on the field of battle, those two warriors looked like the sun and the moon covered with clouds in the firmament. Then King Duryodhana, O chief of Bharatas, pierced Bhima with 5 winged arrows and said, "Wait! Wait!" Bhima then, cutting off his bow as also his standard with keen shafts, pierced the Kuru king himself with 90 straight arrows. Then, Duryodhana, filled with rage, taking up a more formidable bow, O chief of the Bharatas, afflicted Bhimasena, at the van of battle, with many whetted shafts, in the very sight of all the bowmen. Baffling those shafts shot from Duryodhana's bow, Bhima pierced the Kuru king with 25 short arrows. Duryodhana then, O sire, excited with wrath, cut off Bhimasena's bow with a razor-faced arrow and pierced Bhima himself with 10 shafts in return. Then the mighty Bhimasena, taking up another bow, quickly pierced the king with 7 keen shafts. Displaying great lightness of hand, Duryodhana cut off even that bow of Bhima. The second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth bow that Bhima took up were similarly cut off. Indeed, O king, thy son, proud of his prowess and desirous of victory, cut off Bhima's bow as soon as the latter took up one. Seeing his bows repeatedly cut off, Bhima then hurled, in that battle, a dart made wholly of iron and hard as the thunder. That dart, blazing as a flame of fire, resembled the sister of death. The Kuru king, however, in the very sight of all the warriors and before the eyes of Bhima himself, cut in 3 fragments that dart, which coursed towards him through the welkin with the splendor of fire, and dividing it, as it were by a straight line such as is visible on the head of a woman parting her tresses. Then Bhima, O king, whirling his heavy and blazing mace, hurled it with great force at the car of Duryodhana. That heavy mace speedily crushed the steeds, the driver, and the car also, of thy son in that encounter. Thy son, then, O monarch, afraid of Bhima and shrinking within the narrowest compass, ascended another car, viz., that of the illustrious Nandaka. Then Bhima, regarding Suryodhana to have been slain amid the darkness of that night, uttered a loud leonine roar challenging the Kauravas. Thy warriors regarded the king to be slain. All of them uttered loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas," hearing the wails of the affrighted warriors and the roars of the high-souled Bhima. O king, King Yudhishthira also regarded Suryodhana to have been slain. And the eldest son of Pandu, thereupon, rushed quickly to the spot where Vrkodara, the son of Pritha, was. And the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, the Matsyas, the Kaikyas, and the Chedis speedily advanced, with all their might against Drona from desire of slaying him. There also occurred a dreadful battle between Drona and the enemy. And the combatants of both sides were enveloped in thick gloom and struck and slew one another. Footnotes 381:1 Nalikas, as used here, appear to have been some species of shafts. In an earlier note, relying on other authorities, I took it to mean some kind of air gun. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 166. Sanjaya said, Karna, the son of Vikartana, O king, resisted the mighty car warrior Sadeva in that battle, who advanced from desire of getting at Drona. Piercing the son of Ratha with 9 shafts, Sadeva once more pierced that warrior with 9 straight arrows. Karna then pierced Sadeva in return with 100 straight shafts, and displaying great lightness in hand, cut off the latter's stringed bow. Then the valiant son of Madri, taking up another bow, pierced Karna with 20 arrows. This feat of his seemed exceedingly wonderful. Then Karna, slaying Sadeva's steeds with many straight shafts, speedily dispatched the latter's driver with a broad-headed shaft to Yama's abode. This Karla Sadeva then took up a sword and a shield. Even those weapons were cut off by Karna smiling the while. Then the mighty Sadeva, in that encounter, sped towards the car of Vikartana's son, a heavy and terrible mace decked with gold. Karna, then with his shafts, quickly cut off that mace which, hurled by Sadeva, coursed towards him impetuously, and caused it to fall down on the earth. Beholding his mace cut off, Sadeva quickly hurled a dart at Karna. That dart also was cut off by Karna. The son of Madri, then, quickly jumping down from his excellent car, and blazing with wrath upon beholding Karna stationed before him, took up a car wheel and hurled it at the son of Adhiratha. The Suta's son, however, with many thousands of arrows, cut off that wheel coursing towards him like the uplifted wheel of death. When that wheel had been cut off, Sadeva, O sire, aiming at Karna, hurled at him the shafts of his car, the traces of his steeds, the yokes of his cars, the limbs of elephants and steeds and dead human bodies. Karna cut off all these with his shafts. Seeing himself deprived of all weapons, Madri's son, Sadeva, struck by Karna with many shafts, left the battle. Pursuing him for a while, the son of Ratha, O bull of Bharata's race, smilingly addressed Sadeva and said these cruel words, Do not, O hero, fight in battle with those that are superior to thee. Fight with thy equals, O son of Madri. Do not mistrust my words. Then touching him with the horn of his bow, he once more said, Yonder, Arjuna is fighting resolutely with the Kurus in battle. Go there, O son of Madri, or return home if thou likest. Having said those words, Karna, that foremost of car warriors, smilingly proceeded on his car against the troops of the king of the Panchalas. The slayer of foes, that mighty car warrior, devoted to truth, slew not the son of Madri, although he had got the opportunity, recollecting the words of Kunti. Sadeva, then, heartless and afflicted with arrows, and pierced with the wordy darts of Karna, no longer cherished any love for life. That mighty car warrior then quickly ascended the car of Janamejaya, the illustrious prince of the Panchalas. Footnotes 383:1 Vikartana may also mean one who has peeled off his skin of natural armor. To preserve dramatic propriety, the Hindu commentators explain it in this sense when it occurs in any such passage, for the real origin of Karna, viz., his procreation by the deity of the sun, became known after his death. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 167. Sanjaya said, the ruler of the Madras shrouded on all sides, with clouds of shafts, Virata with his troops, who was proceeding quickly for getting at Drona. The battle that took place between those two great bowmen resembled, O king, that between Vala and Vasva in days of yore. The ruler of the Madras, O monarch, with great activity, struck Virata, that commander of a large division, with 100 straight shafts. King Virata, in return, pierced the ruler of the Madras with 9 keen arrows, and once more with 370, and once again with 100. The ruler of the Madras, then, slaying the 4 steeds yoked unto Virata's car, cut down with a couple of shafts the latter's umbrella and standard. Quickly jumping down from that steedless car, the king stood, drawing his bow and shooting keen shafts. Beholding his brother deprived of his steeds, Satanika quickly approached him on his car in the very sight of all the troops. The ruler of the Madras, however, piercing the advancing Satanika with many shafts, dispatched him to the abode of Yama. Upon the fall of the heroic Satanika, Virata, that commander of a large division, ascended the fallen hero's car, decked with standard and garlands. Opening his eyes wide, and with prowess doubled by wrath, Virata quickly covered the car of the ruler of the Madras with winged arrows. The ruler of the Madras then, excited with rage, deeply pierced Virata, that commander of a large division, in the chest, with 100 straight shafts. Deeply pierced by the mighty ruler of the Madras, that great car warrior, viz., Virata, sat down on the terrace of his car and swooned away. His driver, then, beholding him mangled with shafts in that encounter, bore him away. Then that vast force, O Bharata, fled away on that night, oppressed by hundreds of arrows of Salya, that ornament of battle. Beholding the troops flying away, Vasudeva and Dhananjaya quickly advanced to that spot, O monarch, where Salya was stationed. Then that prince of the Rakshasas, viz. Alamvasha, O king, riding upon a foremost car, harnessed with 8 steeds, having terrible-looking pisachas of equine faces yoked unto it, furnished with blood-red banners, decked with floral garlands made of black iron, covered with bearskins, and possessing a tall standard over which perched a terrible, fierce-looking, and incessantly shrieking vulture, of spotted wings and wide-open eyes, proceeded against those advancing heroes. That Rakshasa, O king, looked beautiful like a loose heap of antimony, and he withstood the advancing Arjuna, like Meru withstanding a tempest, scattering showers of arrows, O monarch, upon Arjuna's head. The battle then that commenced between the Rakshasa and that human warrior was exceedingly fierce. And it filled all the spectators there, O Bharata, with wonder. And it conduced to the joy also of vultures and crows, of ravens and owls and kanakas and jackals. Arjuna struck Alamvasha with 6 shafts and then cut off his standard with 10 sharp arrows. With a few other arrows, he cut off his driver, and with some others his trivanu, and with 1 more, his bow, and with 4 others his 4 steeds. Alamvasha strung another bow, but that also Arjuna cut off in 2 fragments. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, Partha pierced that prince of the Rakshasas with 4 keen arrows. Thus pierced, the Rakshasas fled away in fear. Having vanquished him, Arjuna quickly proceeded towards the spot where Drona was, shooting as he went, many shafts, O king, at men, elephants, and steeds. Slaughtered, O monarch, by the illustrious son of Pandu, the combatants fell down on the ground, like trees laid low by a tempest. Thus treated by the illustrious son of Pandu, all of them fled like a frightened herd of deer. Footnotes 384:1. The second line of 9 is read differently in the Calcutta edition. I adopt the Bombay reading. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 168. Sanjaya said, Thy son, Chitrasena, O Bharata, resisted Nakula's son, Satanika, who was engaged in scorching thy host with his keen shafts. Nakula's son pierced Chitrasena with 5 arrows. The latter then pierced the former in return with 10 whetted shafts. And once more Chitrasena, O monarch, in that battle, pierced Satanika in the chest with 9 keen shafts. Then the son of Nakula with many straight shafts cut Chitrasena's armor from off his body. This feat of his seemed exceedingly wonderful. Divested of his armor, thy son, O king, looked exceedingly beautiful, like a snake, O monarch, having cast off his slough at the proper season. Then Nakula's son, with many keen shafts, cut off the struggling Chitrasena's standard, and then his bow, O monarch, in that encounter. His bow cut off in that combat, and deprived also of his armor, that mighty car warrior, then, O king, took up another bow capable of piercing every foe. Then Chitrasena, that mighty car warrior amongst the Bharatas, quickly pierced the son of Nakula with many straight arrows. Then mighty Satanika, excited with rage, O Bharata, slew the 4 steeds of Chitrasena and then his driver. The illustrious Chitrasena, endued with great strength, jumping down from that car, afflicted the son of Nakula with 25 arrows. Then Nakula's son, with a crescent-shaped arrow, cut off in that combat the gold-decked bow of Chitrasena while the latter was engaged in thus striking him. Bowless and carless and steedless and driverless, Chitrasena then quickly ascended the car of the illustrious son Hridika. Vrishasena, O king, rushed with great speed, scattering shafts in hundreds, against the mighty car warrior Drupada, advancing at the head of his troops against Drona. Yajnasena, in that encounter pierced that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Karna, in the arms and the chest, O Lord, with 60 arrows. Vrishasena, then, excited with rage, quickly pierced Yajnasena, standing on his car, with many shafts in the center of the chest. Those 2 warriors, mangled by arrows, and with shafts sticking to their bodies, looked beautiful like a couple of porcupines with their quills erect. Bathed in blood in consequence of the wounds caused by those straight arrows of keen points and golden wings, they looked exceedingly beautiful in that dreadful encounter. Indeed, the spectacle they presented was that of a couple of beautiful and radiant kulpa trees, or of a couple of kansukas rich with their flowery burthens. Then Vrishasena, O king, having pierced Drupada with 9 arrows, once more pierced him with 70, and then again with 3 other arrows. Then shooting thousands of arrows, Karna's son, O monarch, looked beautiful in that battle, like a cloud pouring torrents of rain. Then Drupada, inflamed with wrath, cut off Vrishasena's bow into 2 fragments, with a broad-headed arrow, sharp and well-tempered. Taking, then, another gold-decked bow that was new and strong, and drawing out of his quiver a strong, whetted, well-tempered, sharp and broad-headed arrow, and fixing it on his string, and carefully aiming it at Drupada, he let it off with great force, inspiring all the Samakas with fear. That arrow, piercing through the breast of Drupada, fell on the surface of the earth. The king of the Panchalas, then, thus pierced through with Vrishasena's arrow, swooned away. His driver, then, recollecting his own duty, bore him away from the field. After the retreat, O monarch, of that mighty car warrior of the Panchalas, the Kaurava army, on that terrible night, rushed furiously against Drupada's troops whose coats of mail had been cut off by means of the arrows of the foe. In consequence of the blazing lamps dropped by the combatants all around, the earth, O king, looked beautiful like the cloudless firmament bespangled with planets and stars. With the fallen Angathas of the combatants, the earth looked resplendent, O king, like a mass of clouds in the rainy season with flashes of lightning. Afflicted with the fear of Karna's son, the Panchalas fled away on all sides, like the Danavas from fear of Indra in the great battle of Yur between the gods and the Asuras. Thus afflicted in battle by Vrishasena, the Panchalas and the Samakas, O monarch, illumined by lamps, looked exceedingly beautiful. Having vanquished them in battle, Karna's son looked beautiful like the sun, O Bharata, when he reaches the meridian. Amongst all those thousands of kings of thy side, and there the valiant Vrishasena then seemed to be the only resplendent luminary. Having defeated in battle many heroes and all the mighty car warriors among the Samakas, he quickly proceeded, O king, to the spot where King Yudhishthira was stationed. Thy son Dusasana proceeded against that mighty car warrior, viz., Pratavindya, who was advancing against Drona, scorching his foes in battle. The encounter that took place between them, O king, looked beautiful, like that of Mercury and Venus in the cloudless firmament. Dusasana pierced Pratavindya, who was accomplishing fierce feats in battle, with 3 arrows on the forehead. Deeply pierced by that mighty bowman, thy son, Pratavindya, O monarch, looked beautiful like a crested hill. The mighty car warrior Pratavindya, then, piercing Dusasana with 3 arrows, once more pierced him with 7, thy son, then, O Bharata, achieved there an exceedingly difficult feat, for he felled Pratavindya's steeds with many arrows. With another broad-headed arrow he also felled the latter's driver, and then his standard. And then he cut off, O king, into 1,000 fragments the car of Pratavindya, armed with the bow. Excited with rage, O Lord, thy son also cut off, with his straight shafts, into numberless fragments the banner, the quivers, the strings, and the traces of his antagonist's car. Deprived of his car, the virtuous Pratavindya stood, bow in hand, and contended with thy son scattering numberless arrows. Then Dusasana, displaying great lightness of hand, cut off Pratavindya's bow. And then he afflicted his bowless antagonist with 10 shafts. Beholding their brother, Pratavindya, in that plight, his brothers, all mighty car warriors, rushed impetuously to that spot with a large force. He then ascended the resplendent of Sudasoma. Taking up another bow, he continued, O king, to pierce thy son. Then many warriors on thy side, accompanied by a large force, rushed impetuously and surrounded thy son, for rescuing him. Then commenced a fierce battle between thy troops and theirs, O Bharata, at that dreadful hour of midnight, increasing the population of Yama's kingdom. Footnotes 386:1 in the second line of 13, Avia Eternum instead of Maharaja is the correct reading. 387:1 This sloka seems to be a vicious one. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 169. Sanjaya said, against Nakula, who was engaged in smiting thy host, Suvala's son, Sakuni, in wrath, rushed with great impetuosity and addressing him, said, Wait! Wait! Each enraged with the other and each desirous of slaying the other, those 2 heroes struck each other with shafts sped from their bows drawn to their fullest stretch. Suvala's son in that encounter displayed the same measure of skill that Nakula displayed, O king, in shooting showers of arrows. Both pierced with arrows, O king, in that battle, they looked beautiful like a couple of porcupines with quills erect on their bodies. The armor of each cut off by means of shafts with straight points and golden wings, and each bathed in blood, those two warriors looked resplendent in that dreadful battle like two beautiful and brilliant kulpa trees, or like two flowering kinsukas on the field of battle. Indeed, O king, those two heroes in that encounter, both pierced with arrows, looked beautiful like a couple of salmali trees with prickly thorns on them. Casting oblique glances at each other, with eyes expanded in rage, whose corners had become red, they seemed to scorch each other by those glances. Then thy brother-in-law, excited with wrath, and smiling the while, pierced Madri's son in the chest with a barbed arrow of keen point. Deeply pierced by that great bowman, viz., thy brother-in-law, Nakula sat down on the terrace of his car and swooned away. Beholding his proud foe, that mortal enemy of his in that plight, Sakuni uttered a roar loud as that of the clouds at the end of summer. Recovering consciousness, Nakula, the son of Pandu, once more rushed against Suvala's son, like the destroyer himself of wide-open mouth. Inflamed with rage, O bull of Bharata's race, he pierced Sakuni with 60 arrows, and more with 100 long shafts at the center of his chest. He then cut off Sakuni's bow with arrow fixed thereon, into 2 fragments at the handle. And then cutting off an atrice Sakuni's standard, he caused it to fall down on the earth. Piercing next Sakuni's thigh with keen, sharp, and well-tempered shafts, Nakula, the son of Pandu, caused him to fall down on the terrace of his car, clasping his flagstaff, like an amorous man clasping his mistress. Beholding that brother-in-law of thine laid low and deprived of consciousness, O sinless one, his driver quickly bore him away from the van of battle. The Parthas, then, and all their followers, uttered a loud roar. Having vanquished his foes, Nakula, that scorcher of foes, addressing his driver, said, "Beat me to the host commanded by Drona." Hearing these words of Madri's son, his driver proceeded to the spot, O king, where Drona was stationed. Against mighty Sikandin proceeding towards Drona, Kripa resolutely advanced with great impetuosity. That chastiser of foes, viz., Sikandin, then, smiling the while, pierced with 9 arrows the son of Gautama, thus advancing against him towards the vicinity of Drona. Then the preceptor, Kripa, that benefactor of thy sons, piercing Sikandin first with 5 arrows, once more pierced him with 20. The combat that took place, O monarch, between them was exceedingly dreadful, like that between Samvara and the chief of the Celestials in the battle between the gods and the Asuras. Those heroic and mighty car warriors, both invincible in battle, covered the welkin with their arrows, like clouds covering the welkin on the expiry or summer. Terrible of itself, that night, O chief of the Bharatas, became more terrible still to the heroic combatants engaged in battle. Indeed, of terrible aspects and inspiring all sorts of fear, that night became, as it were, death night of all creatures. Then Sikandin, O king, cut off, with a crescent-shaped arrow, the large bow of Gautama's son and shot at the latter many whetted shafts. Inflamed with wrath, O monarch, Kripa then sped at his antagonist a fierce dart, equipped with a golden shaft and keen point, and polished by the hands of the smith. Sikandin, however, cut it off with 10 shafts as it coursed towards him. That dart, then, decked with gold, thus cut off, fell down on the earth. Then Gautama, foremost of men, taking up another bow, O king, covered Sikandin with a large number of whetted shafts. Thus covered in that battle by the illustrious son of Gautama, Sikandin, that foremost of car warriors sank on the terrace of his car. Beholding him thus weakened, Kripa in that encounter struck him with many arrows, from desire of slaying him, O Bharata. Sikandin then was borne away by his driver. Beholding that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Yajnasena retreating from battle, the Panchalas and the Samakas surrounded him on all sides, for rescuing him. Similarly, thy sons also surrounded that foremost of Brahmins, Kripa, with a large force. Then commenced a battle once more, between car warriors, O king, that struck one another. The uproar that rose became loud as the roaring of clouds, O Bharata, caused by rushing horsemen and elephants, O monarch, smiting one another down. Then, O king, the field of battle looked exceedingly fierce. With the tread of rushing infantry the earth began to tremble, O monarch, like a lady shaken with fear. Car warriors, mounting on their cars, rushed impetuously, attacking compeers by their thousands, O king, like crows seizing winged insects, in the air. Similarly, mighty elephants with whiny exudation down their bodies, pursuing similar elephants, encountered them, O Bharata, furiously. So also, horsemen, coming upon horsemen, and foot soldiers angrily encountered one another in that battle. At dead of night, the sound of retreating and the rushing of troops and of those coming again to the encounter became deafening. The blazing lamps also, placed on cars and elephants and steeds, seemed, O king, large meteors falling from the firmament. That night, O chief of the Bharatas, lightened up by those lamps looked like day, O king, on the field of battle. As the sun, encountering the thick gloom, destroys it completely, even so the thick gloom of the battle was destroyed by those blazing lamps. Indeed, the Vulcan, the earth, the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass, enveloped by dust and darkness, became once more illuminated by that light. The splendor of weapons and coats of mail, and of the jewels of illustrious heroes, became overshadowed by the light of those blazing lamps. During the progress of that fierce battle at night, none of the combatants, O Bharata, could know the warriors of his own side. Sire, O chief of the Bharatas, slew son, and son, from ignorance, slew sire, and friend slew friend. And relatives slew relatives, and maternal uncles slew sisters' sons, and warriors slew warriors of their own side, and foes slew their own men, in that battle, O Bharata. In that dreadful nocturnal encounter, O king, all fought furiously, ceasing to have any regard for one another. Footnotes 389:1 Yena and Tena here are equal to Yatra and Tatra. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 170. Sanjaya said, in that fierce and terrible battle, Drishtadyumna, O king, proceeded against Drona. Holding his formidable bow and repeatedly stretching his bowstring, the Panchala prince rushed towards Drona's car decked with gold. And as Drishtadyumna proceeded for accomplishing the destruction of Drona, the Panchalas and the Pandavas, O king, surrounded him. Beholding Drona, that foremost of preceptors, thus assailed, thy son, resolutely contending in battle, protected Drona on all sides. Then those two oceans of troops encountered each other on that night, looked like two terrible oceans lashed into fury by tempest, with all living creatures within them exceedingly agitated. Then the prince of the Panchalas, O king, quickly pierced Drona in the chest with 5 arrows and uttered a leonine roar. Drona, however, O Bharata, piercing his foe in return with 25 arrows in that battle, cut off, with another broad-headed arrow, his bright bow. Forcibly pierced by Drona, O bull of Bharata's race, Drishtadyumna, quickly casting aside his bow, bit his nether lip in rage. Indeed, O monarch, the valiant Drishtadyumna, excited with wrath, took up another formidable bow for accomplishing the destruction of Drona. That slayer of hostile heroes, that warrior endued with great beauty, stretching that formidable bow to his ear, shot a terrible shaft capable of taking Drona's life. That shaft, thus sped by the mighty prince in that fierce and dreadful battle, illumined the whole army like the risen sun. Beholding that terrible shaft, the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Danavas said these words, O king, viz., prosperity to Drona. Karna, however, O king, displaying great lightness of hand, cut off into dozen fragments that shaft as it coursed towards the preceptor's car. Thus cut off into many fragments, O king, that shaft of Drishtadyumna, O sire, quickly fell down on the earth like a snake without poison. Having cut off with his own straight shafts those of Drishtadyumna in that battle, Karna then pierced Drishtadyumna himself with many sharp arrows. And Drona's son pierced him with 5, and Drona himself with 5, and Salya pierced him with 9, and Dusasana with 3. And Duryodhana pierced him with 20 arrows, and Sakuni with 5. Indeed, all those mighty Kar warriors quickly pierced the prince of the Panchalas. Thus was he pierced by these 7 heroes in that battle, exerting themselves for the rescue of Drona. The prince of the Panchalas, however, pierced every one of these heroes with 3 arrows. Indeed, O king, Drishtadyumna, in that dreadful battle, quickly pierced Drona himself, and Karna, and Drona's son, and thy son. Thus pierced by that bowman, those warriors, fighting together, pierced Drishtadyumna again in that encounter, uttering loud roars the while. Then Drumasena, excited with wrath, O king, pierced the Panchala prince with a winged arrow, and once again quickly with 3 other arrows. And addressing the prince, he said, "Wait! Wait!" Drishtadyumna then pierced Drumasena in return with 3 straight arrows in the encounter, which were equipped with wings of gold, steeped in oil, and capable of taking the life of him at whom they are sped. With another broad-headed shaft, the prince of the Panchalas then, in that battle, cut off from Drumasena's trunk the latter's head decked with bright earrings of gold. That head, with the lower lip bit, in rage, fell on the ground like a ripe palmyra fruit separated from the stalk by the action of a strong wind. Once again, piercing all those warriors with keen shafts, that hero, with some broad-headed shafts, cut off the bow of Radha's son, that warrior conversant with all modes of warfare. Karna could not brook that cutting off of his bow, like a fierce lion incapable of brooking the cutting off of his tail. Taking up another bow, Karna, with eyes red in rage, and breathing hard, covered mighty Drishtadyumna with clouds of arrows. Beholding Karna excited with rage, those heroes, viz. those 6 bulls among Kar warriors, quickly encompassed the prince of the Panchalas from desire of slaying him. Seeing the latter in front of those 6 foremost warriors of thy side, all thy troops, O Lord, regarded him to be already within the jaws of the destroyer. Meanwhile, Satyaki, of the Dasara race, scattering his shafts as he proceeded, reached the spot where the valiant Drishtadyumna was battling. Beholding that invincible warrior of the Satwata race advancing, Radha's son pierced him in that battle with 10 arrows. Satyaki, then, O king, pierced Karna with 10 shafts in the very sight of all those heroes, and addressing him, said, "Do not fly away, but stay before me." The encounter then, that took place between mighty Satyaki and the industrious Karna, resembled, O king, that between Vali and Vasva in the days of yore. That bull among Kshatriyas, viz., Satyaki, terrifying all the Kshatriyas with the rattle of his car, pierced the lotus-eyed Karna in return, with many arrows. Making the earth tremble with the twang of his bow, the mighty son of the Sutta, O monarch, contended with Satyaki. Indeed, Karna pierced the grandson of Seni in return with hundreds of long, and barbed, and pointed, and tall-toothed, and razor-headed arrows and diverse other shafts. Similarly, that foremost one of Vrishni's race, Yuyudana, in that battle, shrouded Karna with his arrows. For a time that battle proceeded equally. Then thy son, O monarch, placing Karna at their head, all pierced Satyaki from every side with keen arrows. Resisting with his own weapons those of them all and of Karna also, O Lord, Satyaki quickly pierced Vrishasena in the center of the chest. Pierced with that arrow, the valiant Vrishasena, of great splendor, quickly fell down on his car, casting aside his bow. Then Karna, believing that mighty car warrior, viz., Vrishasena, slain, became scorched with grief on account of the death of his son and began to afflict Satyaki with great force. Thus afflicted by Karna, the mighty car warrior Yuyudana, with great speed, repeatedly pierced Karna with many shafts. Once more piercing Karna with 10 arrows, and Vrishasena with 5, the Satwata hero cut off the leathern fences and the bows of both sire and son. Then those two warriors, stringing 2 other bows, capable of inspiring enemies with terror, began to pierce Yuyudana from every side with keen shafts. During the progress of that fierce conflict that was so destructive of heroes, the loud twang of Gandiva, O king, was heard over every other sound. Hearing then the rattle of Arjuna's car, as also that twang of Gandiva, the Suta's son, O king, said these words unto Duryodhana, slaughtering our entire army and the foremost of heroic warriors and many mighty bowmen among the Kauravas, Arjuna is loudly twanging his bow. The rattle also of his car is heard, resembling the roar of the thunder. It's evident, the son of Pandu is achieving feats worthy of his own self. This son of Pritha, O monarch, will grind our large host. Many of our troops are already breaking. No one stays in battle. Indeed, our army is being dispersed like a risen mass of clouds dispersed by the wind. Encountering Arjuna, our host breaks like a boat on the ocean. The loud wails, O king, of the foremost of warriors, O monarch, flying away from the field, or falling down in consequence of the arrows sped from Gandiva, are being heard. Hear, O tiger among car warriors, the sound of drums and cymbals near Arjuna's car at dead of night, resembling the deep roll of thunder in the welkin. Hear also the loud wails of afflicted combatants, and the tremendous leonine shouts, and diverse other noises in the vicinity of Arjuna's car. Here, however, this Satyaki, this foremost one of the Satwata race, stayeth amid us. If this object of our aim can be struck down, we can then vanquish all our foes. Similarly, the son of the Panchala king is engaged with Drona. He is encompassed on all sides by many heroic and foremost of car warriors. If we can slay Satyaki and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, without doubt, O king, victory will be ours. Surrounding these two heroes, these two mighty car warriors, as we did the son of Subhadra, we will strive, O king, to slay them, viz., this son of Vrishni's race and this son of Prashada. Savyasakan, O Bharata, is before us, coming towards this division of Drona, knowing that Satyaki is engaged here with many chief among the Kurus. Let a large number of our foremost of car warriors proceed thither, so that Partha may not be able to come to the rescue of Satyaki, now encompassed by many. Let these great heroes speedily shoot clouds of shafts with great force, so that Satyaki of Madhu's race may be speedily dispatched to Yama's abode. Ascertaining this to be the opinion of Karna, thy son, addressing Suvala's son in the battle, like the illustrious Indra addressing Vishnu, said these words, surrounded by 10,000 unretreating elephants and 10,000 cars also, proceed against the Nanjaya. Dusasana and Dervishaha and Suvahu and Dushpradharshana, these will follow thee, surrounded by a large number of foot soldiers. O uncle, slay those great bowmen, viz., the two Krishnas, and Yudhishthira, and Nakula, and Sadeva, and Bhima, the son of Pandu. My hope of victory resteth on thee, like that of the gods on their chief Indra. O uncle, slay the son of Kunti, like Kartikeya, slaying the Asuras. Thus addressed and urged by thy son, Sakuni, clad in mail, proceeded against the Parthas, accompanied by a large force as also by thy sons, in order to consume the sons of Pandu. Then commenced a great battle between the warriors of thy army and the foe. When Suvala's son, O king, thus, proceeded against the Pandavas. The Suta's son, accompanied by a large force, quickly advanced against Satyaki, shooting many hundreds of shafts. Indeed, thy warriors, combining together, encompassed Satyaki. Then Bharadvaja's son, proceeding against the car of Drishtadyumna, fought a wonderful and fierce battle at dead of night, O bull of Bharata's race, with the brave Drishtadyumna and the Panchalas. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 171. Sanjaya said, Then all those kings of thy army, incapable of being easily defeated in battle, angrily proceeded against Yuyudhana's car, unable to brook his feats. Mounting on their well-equipped cars, O king, that were decked with gold and jewels, and accompanied also by cavalry and elephants, they encompassed the Satwata hero. Hemming him on all sides, those mighty car warriors, challenging that hero, uttered loud leonine roars. Those great heroes, desirous of slaying him of Madhu's race, poured their keen arrows on Satyaki of invincible prowess. Beholding them thus advancing with speed towards him, that slayer of hostile hosts, viz., the mighty armed grandson of Seni, took up and shot many shafts. The heroic and great bowman Satyaki, invincible in battle, cut off many heads with his fierce and straight arrows. And he of Madhu's race also cut off the trunks of many elephants, the necks of many steeds, and arms decked with ingadhas of many warriors, by means of razor-faced arrows. With the fallen yak-tails and white umbrellas, O Bharata, the field of battle became almost full, and resembled the firmament, O Lord, with stars. The wails of the host thus slaughtered in battle, O Bharata, by Yuyudhana, became as loud as those of shrieking ghosts in hell. With that loud uproar the earth became filled, and the night became fiercer and more terrible. Beholding his host, afflicted with Yuyudhana's arrows breaking, and hearing that tremendous uproar at dead of night making the hair stand on end, thy son, that mighty car warrior, addressing his driver, repeatedly said, Urge the steeds to that spot whence this uproar cometh. Then King Duryodhana, that firm bowman, above all modes of warfare, rushed against Yuyudhana. Madhava pierced Duryodhana with a dozen blood-drinking shafts, sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. Thus afflicted with arrows by Yuyudhana first, Duryodhana, excited with rage, pierced the grandson of Seni in return with 10 arrows. Meanwhile, the battle that raged between the Panchalas and all thy troops presented an exceedingly wonderful sight. Then the grandson of Seni, excited with rage in that battle, pierced thy son, that mighty car warrior, with 80 shafts, in the chest. He then, with other shafts, dispatched Duryodhana's steeds to Yama's abode. And that slayer of foes then quickly felled his antagonist's driver from the car. Thy son, O monarch, staying on that steedless car, shot many keen arrows towards Satyaki's car. The grandson of Seni, however, displaying great lightness of hand, O king, cut off those 50 shafts sped in that battle by thy son. Then Madhava, with the broad-headed shafts suddenly cut off in that encounter the formidable bow of thy son and the handle, deprived of both his car and bow, that puissant ruler of men then mounted quickly upon the bright car of Kritavarman. Upon Duryodhana's retreat, the grandson of Seni, O monarch, afflicted and routed thy army at dead of night. Sakuni, meanwhile, O king, encompassing Arjuna on all sides with many thousands of cars and several thousands of elephants and many thousands of steeds, began to fight desperately. Many of them hurled towards Arjuna celestial weapons of great power. Indeed, those Kshatriyas fought with Arjuna, incurring the certitude of death. Arjuna, however, excited with rage, checked those thousands of cars and elephants and steeds, and ultimately caused those foes to turn back. Then Suvala's son, with eyes red as copper with rage, deeply pierced Arjuna, that slayer of foes, with 20 shafts. and once more shooting 100 shafts, he checked the progress of Partha's great car. Then Arjuna, O Bharata, pierced Sakuni with 20 arrows in that battle. And he pierced each of the great bowmen with 3 arrows. Checking all of them with his arrows, O king, Dhananjaya slew those warriors of thy army with excellent shafts, endued with the force of thunder. Strewn with lopped-off arrows, O monarch, and dead bodies by thousands, the earth looked as if covered with flowers. Indeed, strewn with the heads of Kshatriyas, heads that were decked with diadems and handsome noses and beautiful earrings, and, nether, lips bit in rage and wide-open eyes, heads that were graced with collars and crowned also with gems, and which, while life was in them, spoke sweet words. The earth looked resplendent as if strewn with hillocks overspread with champaka flowers. Having achieved that fierce feat, and pierced Sakuni once more, struck Uluka with an arrow in that battle. Piercing Uluka thus in the sight of his sire, viz., Suvala's son, Arjuna uttered a loud roar, filling the earth therewith. Then the son of Indra cut off Sakuni's bow. And then he dispatched his 4 steeds to Yama's abode. Then Suvala's son, O bull of Bharata's race, jumping down from his car, quickly ascended the car of Uluka. Then those 2 mighty car warriors, viz., sire and son, both riding on the same car, showered their arrows on Partha like 2 risen clouds pouring torrents of rain on a mountain. The son of Pandu then piercing both those warriors with keen shafts, afflicted and caused thy troops to fly away in hundreds and thousands. Like a mighty mass of clouds dispersed on all sides by the wind, that army of thine, O monarch, was dispersed on all sides. Indeed, that host, O chief of the Bharatas, thus slaughtered on the night, fled away in all directions, afflicted with fear and in the very sight of their leaders. Many abandoning the animals they rode, other urging their animals to their greatest speed, turned back from the battle, inspired with fear, during that fierce hour of darkness. Having vanquished thy warriors thus, O bull of Bharata's race, Vasudeva and Dhananjaya cheerfully blew their conchs. Drishtadyumna, O monarch, piercing Drona with 3 arrows, quickly cut off the latter's bowstring with a sharp arrow. Throwing down that bow on the earth, heroic Drona, that grinder of Kshatriyas, took up another that was exceedingly tough and strong. Piercing Drishtadyumna then with 5 arrows, Drona pierced his driver also, O bull of Bharata's race, with 5 arrows. Checking Drona with his arrows, the mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna began to destroy the Kaurava host, like Maghavat destroying the Asura army. During the slaughter of thy son's army, O sire, a terrible river, having blood for its current, began to flow. And it ran between the 2 hosts, bearing away men and steeds and elephants along its current. And it resembled, O king, the Vedarani that flows, O lord, towards the domains of Yama. Agitating and routing thy army, the valiant Drishtadyumna, endued with great energy, blazed forth like Sakra in the midst of the celestials. Then Drishtadyumna and Sikandin blew their large conchs, as also the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, and Vrkodara, the son of Pandu. Thus those fierce warriors vanquished thousands of kings, on thy side that were endued with great energy, at the sight of thy son and of Karna and the heroic Drona and Drona's son, O monarch. Footnotes 394:1 in the first line of 30 Vaganines and not Vanaganan is the true reading. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 172. Sanjaya said, beholding his own army routed while being slaughtered by those illustrious heroes, thy son, well acquainted with words, O monarch, quickly repairing unto Karna and Drona, that foremost of all victors in battle, wrathfully said these words, this battle has been set on foot by you 2 in rage, having seen the ruler of the Sindhus slain by Savyasakan. You are beholding with indifference the slaughter of my army by the forces of the Pandavas, although you too are fully competent to vanquish those forces. If you too now abandon me, you should have, in the beginning, told me of it. We too shall vanquish the sons of Pandu in battle. Even these were the words, ye givers of honors, that ye then said unto me. Hearing these words of yours, I sanctioned these proceedings. I would never have provoked these hostilities with the parthas, hostilities that are so destructive of heroic combatants, if ye had told me otherwise. If I do not deserve to be abandoned by you too, ye bulls among men, then fight according to the true measure of your prowess, ye heroes endued with great prowess. Thus pierced by the goad of speech of thy son, those two heroes once more engaged in battle, like two snakes vexed with sticks. Then those two foremost of car warriors, those two bowmen above all bowmen in the world, rushed with speed against the parthas headed by the grandson of Seni and by others. Similarly, the parthas uniting together, and accompanied by all their troops, advanced against those two heroes, who were roaring repeatedly. Then the great bowman, Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, excited with rage, quickly pierced Satyaki, that bull amongst the Senis, with 10 arrows. And Karna pierced him with 10 arrows, and thy son with 7, and Vrishasena pierced him with 10, and Suvala's son with 7. In that impervious wall of Kauravas around the grandson of Seni, these also stationed themselves, encompassing him. Beholding Drona slaughtering the Pandava army in that battle, the Samakas quickly pierced him from every side with showers of arrows. Then Drona began to take the lives of Kshatriyas, O monarch, like the sun destroying darkness around him by his rays. We then heard, O monarch, a loud uproar amongst the Panchalas, who called upon one another, while they were being slaughtered by Drona. Some abandoning sons, some sires, some brothers, some uncles, some their sisters' sons, some their relatives and kinsmen, fled away with speed, for saving their own lives. Some, again, deprived of their senses, ran against Drona himself. Indeed, many were the combatants of the Pandava army that were then dispatched to the other world. Thus afflicted by that illustrious hero, the Pandava host, that night, O king, fled away, throwing down their blazing torches all around, and the very sight of Bhimasena and Arjuna and Krishna and the twins and Yudhishthira and Prashada's son. The world being enveloped in darkness, nothing could be seen. In consequence of the light that was amongst the Kaurava troops, the flight of the foe could be ascertained. Those mighty car warriors, viz., Drona and Karna, O king, pursued the flying host, scattering numerous shafts. Seeing the Panchalas slaughtered and routed, Janardana, becoming cheerless, said these words unto Phalguna, Drishtadyumna, and Satyaki, accompanied by the Panchalas, had proceeded against those great bowmen, viz., Drona and Karna, shooting many shafts. This large host of ours hath been broken and routed by them with showers of arrows. Though their flight is sought to be checked, they are still incapable of being rallied, O son of Kunti, beholding the host fly away. Through fear, ye Pandava warriors, cast away your fears. Accompanied by all the forces and arraying then, in good order, both of us, with uplifted weapons, are even now proceeding against Drona and the Suta's son for withstanding them. Then Janardana, beholding Vrikotara advancing, once more addressed Arjuna, the son of Pandu, as if for gladdening him, in these words, Yonder Bhima, who taketh delight in battle, surrounded by the Samakas and the Pandavas, is coming against those mighty car warriors, viz., Drona and Karna. Supported by him, as also by the many mighty car warriors among the Pandavas, fight now, O son of Pandu, for assuring all your troops. Then those two tigers among men, viz., the son of Pandu and he of Madhu's race, approaching Drona and Karna, took up their station at the head of battle. Sanjaya continued, then that vast force of Yudhishthira once more returned to battle, proceeding to the place where Drona and Karna were grinding their foes in battle. At dead of night, a fierce encounter took place, resembling that of two oceans swelling at moonrise. Then the warriors of thy army, throwing away from their hands the blazing lamps held by them, fought with the Pandavas fearlessly and madly. On that terrible night, when the world was enveloped with gloom and dust, the combatants fought with one another, guided only by the names they uttered. The names uttered by the kings contending in battle were heard, O monarch, there, like what happens, O king, at a swayamvara or self-choice. Suddenly, a silence overspread the field of battle, and lasted for a moment. Then, again, a loud uproar was heard made by the angry combatants, victors and vanquished. Thither where blazing lamps were seen, O bull of Kuru's race, thither rushed those heroes like insects, towards a blazing fire. And as the Pandavas, O king, and the Kauravas contended with each other in battle, the darkness of night thickened around them. Footnotes 397:1 The second line of 30 is read differently in the Calcutta edition. In consequence also of some differences between two printed editions, 30 of the Calcutta text is 32 of the Bombay text. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 173. Sanjaya said, then Karna, that slayer of hostile heroes, beholding Prashada's son in battle, struck him on the chest with 10 shafts capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Drishtadyumna quickly pierced Karna in return in that great battle with 5 shafts, and addressing him, said, Wait! Wait! Shrouding each other in that dreadful combat with showers of arrows, O king, they once more pierced each other with keen shafts, sped from bows drawn to their fullest stretch. Then Karna, in that battle, dispatched to Yama's abode the driver and the 4 steeds, or Drishtadyumna, that foremost warrior among the Panchalas. He then cut off his enemy's foremost bow with keen arrows, and felled, with a broad-headed shaft, the latter's driver from his niche in the car. Then the valiant Drishtadyumna, deprived of car, steeds, and driver, quickly jumped down from his car and took up a mace. Though struck all the while with straight shafts by Karna, the Panchala prince, approaching Karna, slew the 4 steeds of the latter. Turning back with great speed, that slayer of hosts, viz., the son of Prashada, quickly ascended the car of the Nanjaya. Mounting upon that car, the mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna desired to proceed towards Karna. Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, however, bade him desist. Then Karna, endued with great energy, mingling his leonine shouts with it, twanged his bow loudly and blew his conch with great force. Beholding Prashada's son vanquished in battle, those mighty car warriors, viz., the Panchalas and the Samakas, excited with rage, and taking up all kinds of weapons, proceeded, making death itself their goal, towards Karna, from desire of slaughtering him. Meanwhile, Karna's driver had yoked other steeds unto his master's car, that were white as conchs, endued with great speed, of the Sindhu breed, and well broken. Then Karna of sure aim, contending with vigor, afflicted those mighty car warriors among the Panchalas with his shafts like a cloud pouring torrents of rain upon a mountain. The Panchala host, thus afflicted by Karna, fled away in fear, like a doe frightened by a lion. Horsemen were seen falling from their horses, and elephant riders from their elephants, O monarch, and car warriors from cars, all around. In that dreadful battle, Karna cut off with razor-faced arrows the arms of flying combatants and heads decked with car rings. And he cut off, O king, the thighs of others that were on elephants or on the back of steeds, or on the earth, O sire. Many mighty car warriors, as they fled away, felt not their loss of limbs or the injury in their animals in that battle. Slaughtered by terrible shafts, The Panchalas and the Srinjayas took the motion of even a straw for Karna, so great was their fright. Deprived of their senses, the warriors took their flying friends for Karna and fled away from these in fear. Karna pursued the broken and retreating host, O Bharata, shooting his shafts on all sides. Indeed, in that battle, the retreating warriors, deprived of their senses, were slaughtered with mighty weapons by that illustrious hero, Karna. Others, only lifted by Drona, fled away on all sides. Then King Yudhishthira, beholding his army flying away, and regarding retreat to be advisable, addressed Fulguna and said, Behold that mighty bowman, Karna stationed there like Rudra himself armed with his bow. Behold him scorching everything around like the blazing sun himself, at this fierce hour, this dead of night. These wails are being incessantly heard, O Partha, of thy helpless friends who are uttering them, mangled by the shafts of Karna. The manner in which Karna is aiming and letting off his shafts is such that no interval can be noticed between the two acts. He will, O Partha, annihilate all our friends. Do that now, Dhananjaya, about the slaughter of Karna, which, according to thy judgment, should next be done, and the time for which may have come. Thus addressed, by Yudhishthira, Partha said unto Krishna, The royal son of Dharma is frightened today by the prowess of Karna. When Karna's division is thus acting towards us repeatedly, do thou speedily adopt that course which should now be adopted. Our army is flying away, O slayer of Madhu, our troops, broken and mangled with Drona's shafts and frightened by Karna, are unable to make a stand. I see Karna careering fearlessly. Our foremost of Kar warriors are flying away. Karna is scattering his keen shafts. I cannot, like a snake incapable of putting up with the tread of a human being upon its body, bear to see him thus careering at the head of battle, before my eyes, O tiger of Vrishni's race. Proceed, therefore, to that spot where the mighty Kar warrior Karna is. I will either kill him, O slayer of Madhu, or let him slay me. Vasudeva said, I behold Karna, O son of Kunti, that tiger among men, that warrior of superhuman prowess, careering in battle like the chief of the celestials himself. O Dhananjaya, there is none else capable of advancing against him in battle, save thee, O tiger among men, and the Rakshasa Gatotkacha. I do not, however, O sinless one, regard the time to have come, O mighty armed one, for thee to encounter the Suta's son in battle. The blazing dart, resembling a mighty meteor, given him by Vasva, is still with him, O thou of mighty arms, kept for thee with care, by the Suta's son. He keepeth that dart by him, and hath now assumed a terrible form. As regards Gatotkacha, he is always devoted to you and desirous of your good. Let the mighty Gatotkacha proceed against the son of Radha. Endued with the prowess of a celestial, he has been begotten by the mighty Bhima. With him are celestial weapons, as also those used by Rakshasa. The latter soon came before him, clad in mail, and armed, O king, with sword, arrow, and bow. Saluting Krishna and also Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, he proudly said, Here I am, command me. Then he of Dasara's race addressed Hidimva's son, that Rakshasa of blazing mouth and fiery eyes and body of the hue of clouds, and said these words, Listen, O Gatotkacha, attend to what I say. The time has come for the display of thy prowess, and not of anybody else. Be thou the raft in this battle to the sinking Pandavas. Thou hast diverse weapons, and many kinds of Rakshasa illusion. Behold, O son of Hidimva, the army of the Pandavas is being beaten by Karna on the field of battle, like a herd of kine by the herdsman. Yonder, the mighty bowman Karna, endued with great intelligence and steady prowess, is scorching the foremost of Kshatriyas among the divisions of the Pandava host. Afflicted by his fiery arrows, the Pandava warriors are incapable of standing in front of that firm bowman who is shooting showers of mighty shafts. Afflicted at dead of night by the Suta's son with his arrowy showers, the Panchalas are flying away like a herd of deer afflicted by a loin. Except thee, O thou of terrible prowess, there is none else that can withstand the Suta's son who is thus engaged in battle. Aided by thy energy and might, do thou, O mighty armed one, accomplish that which is worthy of thy own self, of thy maternal race, and of thy sires. It is even for this, O son of Hidimva, that men desire children, viz., for being rescued from difficulties. Do thou now rescue thy kinsmen? O Gatakacha, sires desire sons for achieving their own objects. Children, those sources of good, are expected to rescue their sires both here and hereafter. Illustrious thou art, and thy might in battle is terrible and unrivaled, while contending in battle, there is none equal to thee. O scorcher of foes, be thou the means by which the Pandavas who are routed by Karna with his shafts this night, and who are now sinking in the Dhritarashtra ocean, may safely reach the shore. At night, Rakshasas, again, become endued with unlimited prowess, great might, and great courage. They become, at such an hour, warriors of great valor and incapable of defeat. Slay Karna in battle, at this dead of night, aided by thy illusions. The Parthas, with Drishtadyumna, will dispose of Drona. Sanjaya continued, hearing those words of Kesva, Vibhatsu also, O Kauravya, said these words unto that chastiser of foes, viz., the Rakshasa Gatakacha, O Gatakacha, thyself, the long-armed Satyaki, and Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, these three, in my judgment, are the foremost ones among all our warriors. Go and encounter Karna in single combat this night. The mighty Kar warrior Satyaki will protect thy rear. Assisted by Satwata hero, slay brave Karna in battle, as Indra in days of old had slain, the Asura, Tarka, aided by the celestial generalissimo, Skanda. Gatakacha said, I am match for Karna, as also for Drona, O Bharata, or for any illustrious Kshatriya accomplished in weapons. This night I shall fight such a battle with the Suta's son as will form the subject of talk as long as the world lasts. Tonight I will spare neither the brave nor the timid nor those that will, with joined hands, pray for quarter. Following the Rakshasa usage, I shall slay all. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Hidimva, rushed against Karna in that dreadful fight, frightening thy troops. The Suta's son, that tiger among men, smilingly received that angry warrior of blazing mouth and blazing locks. The battle then that took place between Karna and that Rakshasa, both roaring against each other, O tiger among kings, resembled that between Indra and Prahlada in days of yore. Footnotes 399:1 in the Bengal texts. This is a triplet. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 174. Sanjaya said, beholding the mighty armed Gatakacha, O king, proceeding towards the car of Suta's son, Karna for slaughtering him in battle, thy son Duryodhana addressing Dusasana, said these words, the Rakshasa, seeing the prowess of Karna in battle, is speedily advancing against him. Resist that mighty Kar warrior. Surrounded by a mighty force, proceed to that spot where the mighty Karna, the son of Vikartana, is contending with the Rakshasa in battle. O giver of honors, surrounded by troops and exerting thyself vigorously, protect Karna in battle. Let not the terrible Rakshasa slay Karna in consequence of our carelessness. Meanwhile, O king, Jatasura's mighty son, that foremost of smiters, approaching Duryodhana, said unto him, O Duryodhana, commanded by thee, I desire to slay, with their followers, thy foes of celebrity, viz., the Pandavas, those warriors incapable of being easily defeated in battle. My father was mighty Jatasura, that foremost of Rakshasa. Formerly, having performed some Rakshasa slaying incantations, the despicable sons of Pritha slew him. I desire to worship my dead sire by offering him the blood of his foes, and their flesh, O monarch. It behoveth thee to grant me permission. The king, thus addressed, became exceedingly delighted and said unto him repeatedly, aided by Drona and Karna and others, I am quite competent to vanquish my foes. Commanded, however, by me, O Rakshasa, go thou to battle and slay Gatotkacha in the fight, that Rakshasa of fierce deeds, born of man, ever devoted to the welfare of the Pandavas, and always slaying our elephants and steeds and car warriors in battle, himself all the while staying in the welkin. O, dispatch him to Yama's abode. Saying, so be it, and summoning Gatotkacha to the fight, Jatasura's son shrouded the son of Bhimasena with diverse kinds of weapons. The son of Hidimva, however, alone and unsupported began to grind Alamvasha and Karna and the vast Kuru host, like the tempest crushing a mass of clouds. Seeing then the power of Gatotkacha's illusion, the Rakshasa Alamvasha covered Gatotkacha with showers of diverse kinds of arrows. Having pierced Bhimasena's son with many shafts, Alamvasha, without losing any time, began to afflict the Pandava host with his arrows. Thus afflicted by him, O Bharata, the Pandava troops, at dead of night, broke and fled away like clouds dispersed by a tempest. Similarly, thy host also, mingled with the shafts of Gatotkacha, fled away at dead of night, O king, in thousands, throwing down their torches. Alamvasha then, excited with great wrath, struck Bhimasena's son in that dreadful battle with many shafts, like a driver striking an elephant. Then Gatotkacha cut off into minute fragments the car, the driver, and all the weapons of his foe, and laughed frightfully. Then, like the clouds pouring torrents of rain on the mountains of Meru, Gatotkacha poured showers of arrows on Karna, Alamvasha, and all the Kurus. Afflicted by the Rakshasa, the Kuru host became exceedingly agitated. The four kinds of forces, of which thy army consisted, began to press and crush one another. Then Jatasura's son, carless and driverless, wrathfully struck Gatotkacha, in that battle, with his fists. Thus struck, Gatotkacha trembled like a mountain with its trees and creepers and grass at the time of an earthquake. Then Bhimasena's son, mad with rage, raising his own foe-slaying arm that resembled a spiked mace, dealt a severe blow on Jatasura's son. Crushing him then in rage, Hidimva's son quickly threw him down, and seizing him with his two arms he began to press him with great force upon the earth. Then Jatasura's son, freeing himself from Gatotkacha, rose up and assailed Gatotkacha with great impetuosity. Alamvasha also, dragging and throwing down the Rakshasa Gatotkacha, in that battle, began to crush him in rage on the surface of the earth. The battle then that took place between those two roaring and gigantic warriors, viz., Gatotkacha and Alamvasha, became exceedingly fierce and made the hair stand on end. Endeavoring to prevail over each other by means of their powers of illusion, those two proud warriors, endued with great energy, fought with each other like Indra and Virakana's son. Becoming fire and ocean, and, once more, Garuda and Takshaka, and once again, a cloud and a tempest, and then thunder and a large mountain, and once again, an elephant, and then Rahu and the sun, they thus displayed 100 different kinds of illusion, solicitous of destroying each other. Indeed, Alamvasha and Gatotkacha fought most wonderfully, striking each other with spiked clubs and maces and lances and mallets and axes and short clubs and mountain cliffs. Riding on horseback or on elephants, on foot or on car, those foremost of Rakshasas, both endued with large powers of illusion, fought with each other in battle. Then Gatotkacha, O king, desiring to slay Alamvasha, roared aloft in rage and then alighted with great quickness like a hawk. Seizing then that gigantic prince of Rakshasas, viz., Alamvasha, who thus struggled with him, he pressed him down on the earth, like Vishnu slaying the Asura, Maya in battle. Taking a scimitar of wonderful appearance, Gatotkacha, of immeasurable prowess, then cut off from his trunk, O king, his fierce and mighty foe's terrible head that was still uttering awful roars. Seizing that blood-dyed head by the hair, Gatotkacha quickly proceeded towards Duryodhana's car. Approaching, the Kuru king, the mighty armed Rakshasa, smiling the while, threw upon Duryodhana's car that head with frightful face and hair. Uttering then a fierce roar, deep as that of the clouds in the season of rains, he addressed Duryodhana, O king, and said, "This thy ally is now slain, he, that is, whose prowess thou hadst beheld. Thou shalt see the slaughter of Karna again, and then thy own. One that is observant of these three, viz., morality, profit, and pleasure, should never see with empty hands a king, a brahmana, or a woman. Live cheerfully till that time when I slay Karna." Having said these words, he then, O king, proceeded towards Karna, shooting hundreds of keen arrows upon the head of Karna. The battle then that took place between that human warrior and that Rakshasa was fierce and terrible, O king, and exceedingly wonderful. Footnotes. For 03:1 it is for this that I see thee with this head as a tribute. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 175. Dhritarashtra said, "How, indeed, did that battle take place when at dead of night Vikartana's son, Karna, and the Rakshasa Gatotkacha encountered each other? What aspect did that fierce Rakshasa then present? What kind of car did he ride, and what was the nature of his steeds and what of his weapons? What was the size of his steeds, of the standard of his car, and of his bow? What was the kind of armor he wore, and what headgear had he on? Asked by me, describe all this, for thou art skilled in narration, O Sanjaya." Sanjaya said, "Of blood-red eyes, Gatotkacha was of gigantic form. His face was of the hue of copper. His belly was low and sunken. The bristles on his body all pointed upwards. His head was green. His ears were like arrows. His cheekbones were high. His mouth was large, extending from ear to ear. His teeth were keen, and 4 of these were high and pointed. His tongue and lips were very long and of a coppery hue. His brows were long extending. His nose was thick. His body was blue, and neck red. Tall as a hill, he was terrible to behold. Of gigantic frame, gigantic arms, and gigantic head, he was endued with great might. Ugly and of hard limbs, the hair on his head was tied upwards in a frightful shape. His hips were large and his navel was deep. Of gigantic frame, the circumference of his body, however, was not great. The ornaments on his arms were proportionate. Possessed of great powers of illusion, he was decked also in ingathas. He wore a cuirass on his breast like a circle of fire on the breast of a mountain. On his head was a bright and beautiful diadem made of gold, with every part proportionate and beautiful, and looking like an arch. His earrings were bright as the morning sun, and his garlands were made of gold and exceedingly bright. He had on his body a gigantic armor of brass of great effulgence. His car was decked with 100 tinkling bells, and on his standard waved numerous blood-red banners. Of prodigious proportions, and of the measure of an elwa, that car was covered with bearskins. Equipped with all kinds of mighty weapons, it possessed a tall standard and was adorned with garlands, having 8 wheels, and its clatter resembled the roar of the clouds. His steeds were like infuriated elephants, and possessed of red eyes, of terrible aspect. They were variegated in hue, and endued with great speed and might. Above all fatigue, and adorned with long manes and neighing repeatedly, they bore that hero to battle. A Rakshasa of terrible eyes, fiery mouth, and blazing earrings acted as his driver, holding the reins, bright as the rays of the sun, of his steeds in battle. With that driver he came to battle like Surya with his driver Aruna. Looking like a high mountain encircled with a mighty cloud, a very tall standard that touched the heavens was set up on his car. A carnivorous and awful vulture of blood-red body perched on it. He came, forcibly drawing his bow whose twang resembled the thunder of Indra, and whose string was very hard, and which measured 12 cubits in length and 1 cubit in breadth. Filling all the points of the compass with shafts of the measure of the aksha of a car, the Rakshasa rushed against Karna on that night that was so destructive of heroes. Staying proudly on his car, as he stretched his bow, the twang that was heard resembled that sound of the roaring thunder. Frightened by him, O Bharata, all thy troops trembled like the surging waves of the ocean. Beholding that frightful Rakshasa of horrible eyes advancing against him, Radha's son, as if smiling, withstood him speedily. And Karna proceeded against the smiling Rakshasa, smiting him in return from a near point, like an elephant against an elephant or the leader of a bovine herd against the leader of another herd. The collision that took place between them, i.e., Karna and the Rakshasa, O king, became terrible and resembled that between Indra and Samvara. Each taking a formidable bow of loud twang, struck and covered the other with powerful shafts. With straight shafts sped from bows drawn to their fullest stretch, they mangled each other, piercing their coats of mail made of brass. With darts of the measure of akshas, and shafts also they continued to mangle each other, like a couple of tigers or of mighty elephants with their teeth or tusks. Piercing each other's body, aiming shafts at each other, scorching each other with clouds of arrows, they became incapable of being gazed at. With limbs pierced and mangled with shafts, and bathed in streams of blood, they looked like 2 hills of chalk with rivulets running down their breasts. Those 2 mighty car warriors, both struggling vigorously, both with limbs pierced with keen-pointed shafts, and each mangling the other, failed, however, to make each other tremble for a long time. That nocturnal combat between Karna and the Rakshasas, in which both seemed to sport, making life itself the stake, continued equally. Aiming keen shafts and shooting them to the utmost measure of his might, the twang of Ghatotkacha's bow inspired both friends and foes with fear. At that time, O king, Karna could not prevail over Ghatotkacha. Seeing this, that foremost of all persons acquainted with weapons, invoked into existence celestial weapons. Beholding a celestial weapon aimed at him by Karna, Ghatotkacha, that foremost of Rakshasas invoked into existence his Rakshasa illusion. He was seen surrounded by a large force of terrible-looking Rakshasas, armed with lances, large rocks and hills and clubs. Beholding Ghatotkacha advancing with a mighty weapon uplifted in his hands, like unto the destroyer himself of all creatures, armed with his fierce and fatal club, all the kings there were struck with fear. Terrified at the leonine roars uttered by Ghatotkacha, the elephants passed urine, all the combatants trembled with fear. Then there fell on all sides a thick rain of rocks and stones poured incessantly by the Rakshasas, who had, in consequence of midnight, became inspired with greater strength. Iron wheels and busundis, and darts, and lances and spears and satagnis and axes also began to fall incessantly. Beholding that fierce and terrible battle, all the kings, as also thy sons and the combatants, fled away in fear. Only one amongst them, viz., Karna, proud of the power of his weapons, and feeling a noble pride, trembled not. Indeed, with his shafts he destroyed that illusion invoked into existence by Ghatotkacha. Beholding his illusion dispelled, Gatotkacha, filled with rage, began to shoot deadly shafts from desire of slaying the Suta's son. Those shafts, bathed in blood, piercing through Karna's body in that dreadful battle, entered the earth like angry snakes. Then the valiant son of the Suta, filled with rage and possessed of great lightness of hands, prevailing over Gatotkacha, pierced the latter with 10 shafts. Then Gatotkacha, thus pierced by the Suta's son in his vital parts and feeling great pain, took up a celestial will having 1,000 radii. The edge of that will was sharp as a razor. Possessed of the splendor of the morning sun, and decked with jewels and gems, Bhimasena's son hurled that will at the son of Adhiratha, desirous of making an end of the latter. That wheel, however, of great power and hurled also with great might, was cut off into pieces by Karna with his shafts, and fell down, baffled of its object, like the hopes and purposes of an unfortunate man. Filled with rage upon beholding his will baffled, Gatotkacha covered Karna with showers of shafts, like Rahu covering the sun. The Suta's son, however, endued with the prowess of Rudra or of Indra's younger brother or of Indra, fearlessly shrouded Gatotkacha's car in a moment with winged arrows. Then Gatotkacha, whirling a gold-decked mace, hurled it at Karna. Karna, however, with his shafts, cutting it off, caused it to fall down. Then soaring into the sky and roaring deep like a mass of clouds, the gigantic Rakshasa poured from the welkin a perfect shower of trees. Then Karna pierced with his shafts Bhima's son in the sky, that Rakshasa acquainted with illusions, like the sun piercing with his rays a mass of clouds. Slaying then all the steeds of Gatotkacha, and cutting also his car into 100 pieces, Karna began to pour upon him his arrows like a cloud pouring torrents of rain. On Gatotkacha's body there was not even 2 fingers' breadth of space that was not pierced with Karna's shafts. Soon the Rakshasa seemed to be like a porcupine with quills erect on his body. So completely was he shrouded with shafts that we could not in that battle any longer see either the steeds or the car or the standard of Gatotkacha or Gatotkacha himself. Destroying then by his own weapon, the celestial weapon of Karna, Gatotkacha, endued with the power of illusion, began to fight with the Suta's son, aided by his powers of illusion. Indeed, he began to fight with Karna, aided by his illusion and displaying the greatest activity. Showers of shafts fell from an invisible source from the welkin. Then Bhimasena's son, endued with great prowess of illusion, O foremost of the Kurus, assumed a fierce form, aided by those powers, began to stupefy the Kauravas, O Bharata. The valiant Rakshasa, assuming many fierce and grim heads, began to devour the celestial weapons of the Suta's son. Soon again, the gigantic Rakshasa, with 100 wounds on his body, seemed to lie cheerlessly, as if dead, on the field. The Kaurava bulls then, regarding Gatotkacha's deed, uttered loud shouts of joy. Soon, however, he was seen on all sides, careering in new forms. Once more, he was seen to assume a prodigious form, with 100 heads and 100 stomachs, and looking like the Menaka mountain. Once again, becoming small about the measure of the thumb, he moved about transversely or soared aloft like the swelling surges of the sea. Tearing through the earth and rising on the surface, he dived again into the waters. Once seen here, he was next seen at a different place. Descending then from the welkin, he was seen standing, clad in mail, on a car decked with gold, having wandered through earth and sky and all the points of the compass, aided by his powers of illusion. Approaching then the vicinity of Karna's car, Gatotkacha, with his ear-rings waving, fearlessly addressed the Suta's son, O monarch, and said, "Wait a little, O Suta's son. Whither shalt thou go with life, avoiding me? I shall today, on the field of battle, quell thy desire of fight." Having said those words, that Rakshasas, of cruel prowess and eyes red like copper in wrath, soared aloft into the sky and laughed aloud. Like a lion smiting a prince of elephants, he began to strike Karna, pouring upon him a shower of shafts, each of the measure the aksha of a car. Indeed, he poured that arrowy shower upon Karna, that bull among car warriors, like a cloud pouring torrents of rain on a mountain. Karna destroyed that shower of arrows from a distance. Beholding his illusion destroyed by Karna, O bull of Bharata's race, Gatotkacha once more created an illusion and made himself invisible. He became a high mountain with many summits and abounding with tall trees. And from that mountain incessantly issued streams of lances and spears and swords and clubs. Seeing that mountain, which resembled a mighty mass of antimony, with its streams of fierce weapons, on the welkin, Karna was not at all agitated. Smiling the while, Karna invoked into existence a celestial weapon. Cut off with that weapon, that huge mountain was destroyed. Then he fierce Gatotkacha, becoming a blue cloud with a rainbow, in the welkin, began to pour upon the Suta's son a shower of stones. Vikartana's son, Karna, who was called also Vrisha, that foremost of all persons acquainted with weapons, aiming a Vayavya weapon, destroyed that dark cloud. Then covering all the points of the compass with innumerable shafts, he destroyed a weapon that had been aimed at him by Gatotkacha. The mighty son of Bhimasena, then laughing loudly in that battle, once more invoked into existence an all-powerful illusion against the mighty car warrior Karna. Once more beholding that foremost of warriors, viz., Gatotkacha, fearlessly approaching him, surrounded by a large number of Rakshasas that resembled lions and tigers and infuriated elephants in prowess, some riding on elephants, some on cars, and some on horseback, all armed with diverse weapons and clad in diverse kinds of mail and diverse kinds of ornaments. In fact, beholding Gatotkacha surrounded by those fierce Rakshasas like Vasva by the Maruts, the mighty bowman Karna began to battle with him fiercely. Then Gatotkacha, piercing Karna with 5 shafts, uttered a terrible roar frightening all the kings. Once more shooting an Angelica weapon, Gatotkacha quickly cut off the bow of Karna's hand along with the arrowy shower the latter had shot. Karna then taking out another bow that was strong and capable of bearing a great strain, and that was as large as Indra's bow, drew it with great force. Then Karna shot some foe-slaying shafts of golden wings at those sky-ranging Rakshasas. Afflicted with those shafts, the large foes of broad-chested Rakshasas looked agitated like a herd of wild elephants afflicted by a lion. Destroying with his shafts those Rakshasas along with their steeds and diverse elephants, the puissant Karna looked like the divine Agni consuming all creatures at the time of the universal dissolution. Having destroyed that Rakshasa host, the Suta's son looked resplendent like the god Mahesvara in heaven after having consumed the triple city of the Asuras. Among those thousands of kings on the Pandava side, O sire, there was not a single one, O monarch, that could even look at Karna then, save the mighty Gatotkacha, that prince of Rakshasas, who was endued with terrible energy and strength, and who, inflamed with rage, then looked like Yama himself. From his eyes, as he was excited with wrath, flames of fire seemed to emit, like blazing drops of oil from a couple of burning brands. Striking his palm against palm and biting his nether lip, the Rakshasa was once more seen on a car that had been created by his illusion, and unto which were yoked a number of asses, looking like elephants and having the faces of Pisachas. Excited with wrath, he addressed his driver, saying, "Bear me towards the Suta's son." Then that foremost of car warriors proceeded on that terrible-looking car of his, for once more fighting a single combat with the Suta's son, O king. The Rakshasa, excited with rage, hurled at the Suta's son an asani of Rudra's workmanship, terrible and furnished with 8 wheels. Karna, placing his bow on his car, jumped down on the earth and seizing that Asani hurled it back at Gatotkacha. The latter, however, had quickly descended from his car before the weapon could reach it. The Asani, meanwhile, of great effulgence, having reduced the Raksha's car to ashes, with its steeds, driver, and standard, piercing through the earth, disappeared within its bowels, at which the gods were filled with wonder. Then all creatures applauded Karna, who, having jumped down from his car, had seized that Asani. Having achieved that feat, Karna once more ascended his car. The Suta's sword, that scorcher of foes, then began to shoot his shafts. Indeed, O giver of honors, there is none else amongst all living creatures who can accomplish what Karna accomplished in that frightful battle. Struck by Karna with shafts like a mountain with torrents of rain, Gatotkacha once more disappeared from the field of battle like the melting forms of vapor in the sky. Contending in this way, the gigantic Rakshasa, that slayer of foes, destroyed the celestial weapons of Karna by means of his activity as also his power of illusion. Seeing his weapons destroyed by the Rakshasa, aided by his powers of illusion, Karna, without being inspired with fear, continued to fight with the cannibal. Then, O monarch, the mighty son of Bhimasena, excited with wrath, divided his own self into many parts, frightening all the mighty car warriors of the Kuru army. Then there came on the field of battle lions, and tigers, and hyenas, and snakes with fiery tongues, and birds with iron beaks. As regards Gatotkacha himself, struck with the keen arrows that were sped from Karna's bow, that huge Rakshasa, looking like Himavat, the prince of mountains, disappeared then and there. Then many Rakshasas and Pisachas and Yadadanas, and large numbers of wolves and leopards, of frightful faces, rushed towards Karna for devouring him. These approached the Suta's son, uttering fierce howls for frightening him. Karna pierced every one of those monsters with many swift-winged and terrible shafts that drank their blood. At last, using a celestial weapon, he destroyed that illusion of the Rakshasa. He then, with some straight and fierce shafts, struck the steeds of Gatotkacha. These, with broken and maimed limbs, and their backs cut by those shafts, fell down on the earth, in the very sight of Gatotkacha. The son of Hidimva, seeing his illusion dispelled, once more made himself invisible, saying unto Karna, the son of Vikartana, I will presently compass thy destruction. Footnotes 404:1 An arani is a cubit measuring from the elbow to the end of the little figure. 405:1 Both reading, viz., asactum and asactum are correct. The former means engaged the latter, to the measure of his might. 405:2 The second line of 85 is differently in the Bombay edition. 405:3 Rakshasas at certain hours were believed to be inspired with greater strength. 406:1 Menaka, the son of Himavat, has 100 heads. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 176. Sanjaya said, during the progress of that battle between Karna and the Rakshasa, the valiant Alayuddha, that prince of Rakshasa, appeared on the field. Accompanied by a large force, he approached Duryodhana. Indeed, surrounded by many thousands of frightful Rakshasas of diverse forms, and endued with great heroism, he appeared on the field, recollecting his old quarrel with the Pandavas. His kinsman, that valiant Vaka, who ate Brahmanas, as also Kurmara of great energy, and his friend Hidimva, had been slain by Bhima. He had waited for a long time, brooding over his old quarrel. Learning now that a nocturnal battle was raging, he came, impelled by the desire of slaying Bhima in fight, like an infuriated elephant or an angry snake. Desirous of battle, he addressed Duryodhana and said, It is known to thee how my kinsmen, the Rakshasa Vaka and Kurmara and Hidimva, have been slain by Bhima. What shall I say more, the virgin Hidimva was formerly deflowered by him, disregarding us and the other Rakshasas. I am here, O king, to slay that Bhima with all his followers, steeds, cars, and elephants, as also that son of Hidimva with friends. Slaying today all the sons of Kunti, Vasudeva, and others that walk before them, I will devour them with all their followers. Command all thy troops to desist from battle. We will fight with the Pandavas. Hearing these words of his, Duryodhana became very glad. Surrounded by his brothers, the king, accepting the words of the Rakshasa, said, "Placing thee with thine in the van, we will fight the foe. My troops will not stand as indifferent spectators, since their enmity has not cooled." That bull amongst Rakshasa, saying, "Let it be so," unto the king, speedily proceeded against Bhima, accompanied by his cannibal force. Endued with a blazing form, Alayudha rode a car bright like the sun. Indeed, O monarch, that car of his was similar to Gatotkacha's car. The rattle also of Alayuda's car was as deep as that of Gatotkacha's, and it was decked with many arches. That large car was covered with bearskins, and its measure was an alwa. His steeds, like those of Gatotkacha, were endued with great speed, resembled elephants in shape, and had the voice of asses. Subsisting on flesh and blood and gigantic in size, 100 of them were yoked unto his vehicle. Indeed, the rattle of his car, like that of his rival, was loud and strong, and its string was as hard. His shafts also, winged with gold and whetted on stone, were as large as Gatotkacha's, being of the measure of Uksha's. The heroic Alayudha was as mighty armed as Gatotkacha, and the standard of his car, endued with the splendor of the sun or fire, was, like Gatotkacha's, pierced upon by vultures and ravens. In form, he was more handsome than Gatotkacha, and his face, agitated with wrath, looked blazing. With blazing ingathas and blazing diadem and garlands, decked with floral wreaths and headgear and sword, armed with mace and bushundis and short clubs and plows and bows and arrows, and with skin black and hard as that of the elephant, riding on that car possessed of the splendor of fire, he looked, while employed in afflicting and routing the Pandava host, like a roving cloud in the welkin, decked with flashes of lighting. As Alayudha came to battle, the principal kings of the Pandava army, endued with great might, and armed with sword and shield, and clad in mail, engaged in fight, O king, with joyous hearts. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 177. Sanjaya said, beholding Alayudha of terrible deeds come to battle, all the Kauravas became filled with delight. Similarly, thy sons, having Duryodhana for their head, were filled with delight, like raftless men desirous of crossing the ocean when they meet with a raft. Indeed, the Isings in the Kuru army then regarded themselves as persons reborn after death. They all offered a respectful welcome to Alayudha during the progress of that terrible and superhuman battle between Karna and the Rakshasa at night, a battle which, though fierce, was yet delightful to behold. The Panchalas, with all the other Kshatriyas, smilingly looked on as spectators. Meanwhile, thy soldiers, O king, though protected by their leaders, all over the field, and Drona and Drona's son and Kripa and others, uttered loud wails, saying, all is lost. Indeed, beholding those feats of Hidimva's son on the field of battle, all thy warriors were agitated with fear, and uttering cries of woe became almost deprived of their senses. Thy troops, O king, became hopeless of Karna's life. Then Duryodhana, beholding Karna fallen into great distress, summoned Alayudha and said unto him, yonder Vikartana's son, Karna, is engaged with the son of Hidimva, and is accomplishing such feats in battle as are worthy of his might and prowess. Behold those brave kings slain by the son of Bhimasena, struck with diverse kinds of weapons, and lying on the field, like trees broken by an elephant. Amongst all my royal warriors, let this be thy share in battle, allotted by me. With thy permission, O hero, displaying thy prowess, slay thou this Rakshasa. O crusher of foes, see that this wretch viz. Gatotkacha may not, relying on his powers of illusion, slay Karna, the son of Vikarana, before thou finishest him. Thus addressed by the king, that Rakshasa of fierce prowess and mighty arms, saying, So be it, rushed against Gatotkacha. Then Bhimasena's son, O Lord, abandoning Karna, began to grind his advancing foe with arrows. The battle that took place then between those angry Rakshasa princes resembled that between two infuriated elephants in the forest, fighting for the sake of the same she-elephant in her season. Freed then from the Rakshasa, Karna, that foremost of car warriors, rushed against Bhimasena, riding on his car of solar effulgence. Beholding Gatotkacha engaged with Alayuda in battle and afflicted like the leader of a bovine herd when engaged with a lion, Bhima, that foremost of smiters, disregarding the advancing Karna, rushed towards Alayuda, riding on his car of solar effulgence and scattering clouds of shafts. Seeing Bhima advance, Alayuda, O Lord, abandoning Gatotkacha, proceeded against Bhima himself. Then Bhima, that exterminator of Rakshasas, impetuously rushed towards him, O Lord, and covered that prince of the Rakshasas with shafts. Similarly, Alayuda, that chastiser of foes, repeatedly covered the son of Kunti with straight shafts whetted on stone. All the other Rakshasas also, of terrible forms and armed with diverse weapons solicitous for the victory of thy sons, rushed against Bhimasena. The mighty Bhimasena, thus assailed by them, pierced each of them with 5 whetted shafts. Then those Rakshasas of wicked understanding, thus received by Bhimasena, uttered loud wails and fled away on all sides. The mighty Rakshasa, beholding his followers frightened by Bhima, rushed impetuously against Bhima and covered him with shafts. Then Bhimasena, in that battle, weakened his foe by means of many keen-pointed arrows. Amongst those arrows sped at him by Bhima, Alayuda speedily cut off some and seized others in that battle. Then Bhima of terrible prowess, looking steadily at that prince of the Rakshasas, hurled at him with great force a mace endued with the impetuosity of thunder. That mace coursed towards him like a flame of fire, and the cannibal struck it with a mace of his own, whereupon the latter, baffling the former, proceeded towards Bhima. Then the son of Kunti covered that prince of Rakshasas with showers of shafts. The Rakshasa, with his own keen shafts, baffled all those shafts of Bhima. Then all those Rakshasa warriors, of terrible forms, rallying and returning to battle, at the command of their leader, began to slay the elephants of Bhima's force. The Panchalas and the Srinjayas, the steeds and huge elephants of Bhima's army, exceedingly afflicted by the Rakshasas, became much agitated. Beholding that terrible battle, fought between Bhima and the Rakshasa, Vasudeva, that foremost of men addressing the Nanjaya, said these words, Behold, the mighty armed Bhima is succumbing to that prince of Rakshasas. Quickly proceed in Bhima's wake, without thinking of anything else, O son of Pandu. Meanwhile, let Drishtadyumna and Sikandin, and Udamanyu and Uttamajas, these mighty car warriors, uniting with the son of Draupadi, proceed against Karna. Let Nakula and Sadeva and the valiant Yuyudana, O son of Pandu, at thy command, slay the other Rakshasas. As regards thyself, O mighty armed one, do thou resist this division having Drona at its head. O thou of mighty arms, great is the danger that threatens us now. After Krishna had said so, those foremost of car warriors, as commanded, proceeded against Karna, the son of Vikartana, and against the other Rakshasas, fighting for the Kurus. Then with some shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison and sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, the valiant prince of the Rakshasas cut off Bhima's bow. The mighty cannibal next, in the very sight of Bhima, O Bharata, slew the latter's steeds and driver with some whetted shafts. Steedless and driverless, Bhima, descending from the terrace of his car, uttered a loud roar and hurled a heavy mace at his foe. That heavy mace, as it coursed impetuously towards him with a terrible sound, the mighty cannibal baffled with a mace of his own. The latter then uttered a loud roar. Beholding that mighty and terrible feat of that prince of Rakshasas, Bhimasena, filled with joy, seized another fierce mace. The battle then that took place between that human warrior and that Rakshasa became dreadful. With the clash of their descending maces, the earth trembled violently. Casting aside their maces, they once more encountered each other. They struck each other with their clenched fists, failing with the sound of thunder. Excited with rage, they encountered each other with car wheels, and yokes, and akshas and adhishtanas, and upaskaras, in fact, with anything that came in their way. Encountering each other thus, and both covered with blood, they looked like a couple of infuriated elephants of gigantic size. Then Hrishikesa, ever devoted to the good of the Pandavas, beholding that combat, dispatched Hidimva's son for protecting Bhimasena. Footnotes. For 10:1 IE, they thought they obtained a new lease of life. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 178. Sanjaya said, seeing Bhima in that battle assailed by the cannibal, Vasudeva, approaching Gatotkacha, said unto him these words, Behold, O mighty armed one, Bhima is violently assailed by the Rakshasa in battle, in the very sight of all the troops and of thyself, O thou of great splendor. Abandoning Karna for the present, quickly slay Alayuddha, O mighty armed one. Thou can afterwards slay Karna. Hearing these words of him of Vrishni's race, the valiant Gatotkacha, abandoning Karna, encountered Alayuddha, that prince of cannibals and brother of Vaka. The battle then that took place at night between those two cannibals, viz., Alayuddha and the son of Hidimva, became fierce and dreadful, O Bharata. Meanwhile, the mighty car warrior Yuyudhana, and Nakula, and Sadeva, pierced with keen shafts the warriors of Alayuddha, those terrible-looking and heroic Rakshasas, armed with bows. The diadem-decked Vibhatsu, O king, in that battle, shooting his arrows on all sides, began to overthrow many foremost of Kshatriyas. Meanwhile, Karna, O king, in that battle agitated many kings and many mighty car warriors amongst the Panchalas headed by Drishtadyumna and Sikandin and others. Beholding them slaughtered by Karna, Bhima, of terrible prowess, rushed speedily towards Karna, shooting his shafts in that battle. Then those warriors also, viz. Nakula and Sadeva and the mighty car warrior, Satyaki, having slain the Rakshasas, proceeded to that place where the Suta's son was. All of them, then, began to fight with Karna, while the Panchalas encountered Drona. Then Alayuddha, excited with rage, struck Gatotkacha, that chastiser of foes, on the head, with a gigantic pariga. With the stroke of that pariga, the mighty son of Bhimasena, endued with great prowess, seemed to be in a state of partial swoon and sat down motionless. Recovering consciousness, the latter, then, in that encounter, hurled at his foe a gold-decked mace adorned with 100 bells and looking like a blazing fire. Hurled forcibly by that achiever of fierce feats, that mace crushed into pieces the steeds, the driver, and the loud rattling car of Alayuddha. Having recourse to illusion, the latter, then, jumped down from that car of his, whose steeds and wheels and akshas and standard and kuvara had all been crushed into pieces. Relying on his illusion, he poured a copious shower of blood. The sky then seemed to be overspread with a mass of black clouds adorned with flashes of lightning. A thunderstorm was then heard, accompanied with loud reports and loud roars of clouds. Loud sounds also of chat, were heard in that dreadful battle. Beholding that illusion created by the Rakshasa Alayuda, the Rakshasa Gatotkacha, soaring aloft, destroyed it by means of his own illusion. Alayuda, beholding his own illusion destroyed by that of his foe, began to pour a heavy shower of stones on Gatotkacha. That terrible shower of stones, the valiant Gatotkacha dispelled by means of a shower of arrows. They then rained on each other diverse weapons, such as iron parigas and spears and maces and short clubs and mallets, and panakas and swords and lances and long spears and campanas, and keen shafts, both long and broad-headed, and arrows and discs and battle-axes, and ayagudas and short arrows, and weapons with heads like those of kine and ulukulas. And they struck each other, tearing up many kinds of large-branched trees such as Sami and Pilu and Karira and Champaka, O Bharata, and Ingwidi and Vidari and flowering Kovadara and Aramita and Plaksha and Banyan and People, and also with diverse mountain summits and diverse kinds of metals. The clash of those trees and mountain summits became very loud like the roar of driving thunder. Indeed, the battle that took place between Bhima's son and Alayuda was, O king, dreadful in the extreme, like that in days of old, O monarch, between Vali and Sugriva, those two princes among the monkeys. They struck each other with shafts and diverse other kinds of fierce weapons, as also with sharp scimitars. Then the mighty Rakshasas, rushing against each other, seized each other by the hair. And, O king, those two gigantic warriors, with many wounds on their bodies and blood and sweat trickling down, looked like two mighty masses of clouds pouring rain. Then rushing with speed and whirling the Rakshasas on high and dashing him down, Hidimva's son cut off his large head. Then taking that head decked with a pair of earrings, the mighty Gatotkacha uttered a loud roar. Beholding the gigantic brother of Vaka, that chastiser of foes, thus slain, the Panchalas and the Pandavas began to utter leonine shouts. Then, upon the fall of the Rakshasa, the Pandavas beat and blew thousands of drums and 10,000s of conchs. That night then clearly indicated the victory of the Pandavas. Illumined with torches all around, and resounding with the noise of musical instruments, the night looked exceedingly resplendent. Then the mighty son of Bhimasena threw down the head of the slain Alayuda before Duryodhana. Duryodhana, beholding the heroic Alayuda slain, became, O Bharata, filled with anxiety for all his troops. Alayuda, having come to Duryodhana of his own accord, remembering his former quarrel, had said unto him that he would slay Bhima in battle. The Kuru king had regarded Bhima's slaughter to be certain, and had believed that his brothers would all be long-lived. Beholding that Alayuda slain by Bhimasena's son, the king regarded Bhima's vow about the slaughter of himself and his brothers already fulfilled. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 179. Sanjaya said, having slain Alayuda, the Rakshasa Gatotkacha became filled with delight. Standing at the head of the army, he began to utter diverse kinds of shouts. Hearing those loud roars of his that made elephants tremble, a great fear, O monarch, entered into the hearts of thy warriors. Beholding the mighty son of Bhimasena engaged with Alayuda, the mighty armed Karna rushed against the Panchalas. He pierced Drishtadyumna and Sikandin, each with 10 strong and straight shafts sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. With a number of other powerful shafts, the Suta's son then caused Udamenu and Uttamajas and the great Kar warrior Satyaki to tremble. The bows of those warriors also, O king, while they were engaged in striking Karna from all sides, were seen to be drawn into circles. On that night, the twang of their bowstrings and the rattle of their car wheels, mingling together, became loud and deep as the roar of the clouds at the close of summer. The nocturnal battle, O monarch, resembled a gathering mass of clouds. The twang of bowstring and the rattle of car wheels constituted its roar. The bows of warriors constituted its lightning flashes, and showers of shafts formed its downpour of rain. Standing immovable like a hill and possessed of the strength of a prince of mountains, that grinder of foes, viz., Vikartana's son, Karna, O king, destroyed that wonderful shower of arrows shot at him. Devoted to the good of thy sons, the high-souled Vikartana, in the battle, began to strike his foes with lances endued with the force of thunder, and with whetted shafts, equipped with beautiful wings of gold. Soon the standard of some were broken and cut down by Karna, and the bodies of others pierced and mangled by him with keen arrows, and soon some were deprived of drivers, and some of their steeds. Exceedingly afflicted by the Suta's son in that battle, many of them entered the force of Yudhishthira. Beholding them broken and compelled to retreat, Gatotkacha became mad with rage. Mounted on that excellent car of his that was decked with gold and jewels, he uttered a leonine roar, and approaching Vikartana's son, Karna, pierced him with shafts endued with the force of thunder. Both of them began to cover the welkin with barbed arrows, and cloth-yard shafts, and frog-faced arrows, and nalikas and dandas and asanis, and arrows bearing heads like the calf's tooth or the boar's ear, and broad-headed shafts, and shafts pointed like horns, and others bearing heads like razors. The welkin, covered with that arrowy shower, looked, in consequence of those gold-winged shafts of blazing splendor coursing horizontally through it, as if hung with garland of beautiful flowers. Each endued with prowess equal to that of the other, they struck each other equally with powerful weapons. None could, in that battle, find any mark of superiority in either of those excellent heroes. Indeed, that battle between the son of Surya and Bhima's son, characterized by a thick and heavy shower of weapons, looked exceedingly beautiful and presented almost an unrivaled sight like the fierce encounter between Rahu and Surya in the welkin. Sanjaya continued, when Gatotkacha, O king, that foremost of all persons conversant with weapons, found that he could not prevail over Karna, he invoked into existence a fierce and mighty weapon. With that weapon, the Rakshasa first slew the steeds of Karna and then the latter's driver. Having achieved that feat, Hidimva's son quickly made himself invisible. Dhritarashtra said, when the Rakshasa fighting by deceitful means thus disappeared, tell me, O Sanjaya, what the warriors of my army thought. Sanjaya said, seeing the Rakshasa disappear, all the Kauravas loudly said, appearing next, the Rakshasa, fighting deceitfully, will certainly slay Karna. Then Karna, endued with wonderful lightness in the use of weapons, covered all sides with showers of shafts. The welkin being covered with the darkness caused by that thick arrowy shower, all creatures became invincible. So great was the lightness of hand displayed by the Suta's son, that none could mark when he touched his quivers with his fingers, when he fixed his arrows on the bowstring, and when he aimed and sped them off. The entire welkin seemed to be shrouded with his arrows. Then a fierce and terrible illusion was invoked into existence by the Rakshas in the welkin. We beheld in the sky what appeared to us to be a mass of red clouds resembling the fierce flame of a blazing fire. From that cloud issued flashes of lightning and many blazing brands, O Kuru king. And tremendous roars also issued therefrom, like the noise of thousands of drums beat at once. And from it fell many shafts winged with gold, and darts, lances, and heavy clubs, and other similar weapons, and battle-axes, and scimitars washed with oil, and axes of blazing edges, and spears, and spiked maces emitting shining rays, and beautiful maces of iron, and long darts of keen points, and heavy maces decked with gold and twined round with strings, and satagnis, all around. And large rocks fell from it, and thousands of thunderbolts with loud report, and many hundreds of wheels and razors of the splendor of fire. Karna, shooting showers of shafts, failed to destroy that thick and blazing downpour of darts and lances and clubs. Loud became the uproar then of falling steeds slain by those shafts, and mighty elephants struck with thunder, and great car warriors deprived of life by other weapons. Afflicted by Gatotkacha with that terrible shower of arrows all around, that host of Duryodhana was seen to wander in great pain over the field. With cries of "Oh" and "Alas," and exceedingly cheerless, that wandering host seemed on the point of being annihilated. The leaders, however, in consequence of the nobility of their hearts, fled not away with faces turned from the field. Beholding that exceedingly frightful and awful shower of mighty weapons, caused by the Rakshas's illusion, failing upon the field, and seeing their vast army incessantly slaughtered, the sons became inspired with great fear. Hundreds of jackals with tongues blazing like fire and terrible yells began to cry. And, O king, the Kaurava warriors, beholding the yelling Rakshasas, became exceedingly distressed. Those terrible Rakshasas with fiery tongues and blazing mouths and sharp teeth, and with forms huge as hills, stationed in the welkin, with darts in grasp, looked like clouds pouring torrents of rain. Struck and crushed with those fierce shafts and darts and lances and maces and spiked clubs of blazing splendor, and thunderbolts and panakas and asanis and discus and satagnis, the Kaurava troops began to fall down. The Rakshasas began to pour upon the warriors of thy son long darts, and trickled and satagnis, and stunas made of black iron and twined with strings of jute. Then all the combatants became stunned. Brave warriors, with weapons broken or loosened from their grasp, or deprived of heads, or with fractured limbs, began to fall down on the field. And in consequence of the failing rocks, steeds and elephants and cars began to be crushed. Those Yadadanas of terrible forms created by Gatotkacha with the aid of his powers of illusion, pouring that thick shower of mighty weapons, spared neither those that were terrified nor those that begged for quarter. During that cruel carnage of Kuru heroes, brought on by death himself, during that extermination of Kshatriyas, the Kaurava warriors suddenly broke and fled with speed, crying aloud, "Fly, ye Kauravas! All is lost! The gods Indra at their head are slaying us for the sake of the Pandavas." At that time there was none that could rescue the sinking Bharata troops. During that fierce uproar and rout and extermination of the Kauravas, the camps losing their distinctive features, the parties could not be distinguished from each other. Indeed, during that terrible rout in which the soldiers showed no regard for one another, every side of the field, when looked at, seemed to be empty. Only Karna, O king, could be seen there, drowned in that shower of weapons. Then Karna covered the welkin with his shafts, contending with that celestial illusion of the Rakshasa. The Suta's son, endued with modesty and achieving the most difficult and noble feats, did not lose his senses in that battle. Then, O king, all the Sainthavas and Valhikas affrightedly looked at Karna, who kept his senses in that fight. And they all worshipped him, while they looked at the triumph of the Rakshasa. Then a Satagni equipped with wheels, hurled by Gatotkacha, slew the 4 steeds of Karna simultaneously. These dropped down on the ground, on their knees, deprived of life, teeth, eyes, and tongues. Then jumping down from his steedless car, and seeing the Kauravas flying away, and beholding his own celestial weapon baffled by the Rakshasa illusion, Karna, without losing his senses, turned his mind inwards and began to reflect on what he should next do. At that time all the Kauravas, beholding Karna and that terrible illusion of the Rakshasa, cried out, saying, "O Karna, slay the Rakshasa soon with thy dart. These Kauravas and the Dhritarashtra's are on the point of being annihilated. What will Bhima and Arjuna do to us? Slay this wretched Rakshasa at dead of night, who is consuming us all. They that will escape from this dreadful encounter today will fight with the Parthas in battle. Therefore, slay this terrible Rakshas now with that dart given thee by Vasva." O Karna, let not these great warriors, the Kauravas, these princes that resemble Indra himself, be all destroyed in this nocturnal battle. Then Karna, seeing the Rakshasa alive at dead of night, and the Kuru army struck with fear, and hearing also the loud wails of the latter, set his heart upon hurling his dart. Inflamed with rage like a wrathful lion, and unable to brook the assaults of the Rakshasa, Karna took up that foremost of victory-giving and invincible darts, desirous of compassing the destruction of Gatotkacha. Indeed, that dart, O king, which he had kept and adored for years for, achieving the slaughter of Pandu's son in battle, that foremost of darts which Sakra himself had given to the Suta's son in exchange for the latter's earrings, that blazing and terrible missile twined with strings, and which seemed to thirst for blood, that fierce weapon which looked like the very tongue of the destroyer or the sister of death himself, that terrible and effulgent dart, Nikartana, was now hurled at the Rakshasa. Beholding that excellent and blazing weapon capable of piercing the body of every foe, in the hands of the Suta's son, the Rakshasa began to fly away in fear, assuming a body gigantic as the foot of the Vindhya mountains. Indeed, seeing that dart in Karna's hand, all creatures in the sky, O king, uttered loud cries. Fierce winds began to blow, and thunders with loud report began to fall on the earth, destroying that blazing illusion of Gatotkacha and piercing right through his breast. That resplendent dart soared aloft in the night and entered a starry constellation in the firmament. Having fought, using diverse beautiful weapons, with many heroic Rakshasa and human warriors, Gatotkacha, then uttering diverse terrible roars, fell, deprived of life with that dart of Sakra. This also is another exceedingly wonderful feat that the Rakshasa accomplished for the destruction of his foes, that at a time when his heart was pierced by that dart, he shone resplendent, O king, like a mighty mountain or a mass of clouds. Indeed, having assumed that terrible and awful form, Bhimasena's son of frightful deeds fell down. When dying, O king, he fell upon a portion of thy army and pressed those troops down by the weight of his own body. Quickly falling down, the Rakshasa with his gigantic and still increasing body, desirous of benefiting the Pandavas, slew a full Akshahini of thy troops while he himself breathed his last. Then a loud uproar arose there made up of leonine shouts and blare of conchs and the beat of drums and cymbals. The Kauravas indeed, beholding the illusion of the Rakshasa destroyed and the Rakshasa himself slain, uttered loud shouts of joy. Then Karna, worshipped by the Kurus as Sakra had been by the Maruts upon the slaughter of Vritra, ascended behind the car of thy son, and becoming the observed of all, entered the Kuru host. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 180. Sanjaya said, beholding Hidimva's son slain and lying like a riven mountain, all the Pandavas became filled with grief and began to shed copious tears. Only Vasudeva, filled with transports of delight, began to utter leonine shouts, grieving the Pandavas. Indeed, uttering loud shouts, he embraced Arjuna. Tying the steeds and uttering loud roars, he began to dance in a transport of joy, like a tree shaken by a tempest. Then embracing Arjuna once more, and repeatedly slapping his own armpits, Achyuta, endued with great intelligence, once more began to shout, standing on the terrace of the car. Beholding those tokens of delight that Kesva manifested, Dhananjaya, O king, with heart in grief, addressed him, saying, O slayer of Madhu, thou showest great joy at a time scarcely fit for it, indeed on an occasion for sorrow caused by the death of Hidimva's son. Our troops are flying away, beholding Gatotkacha slain. We also are filled with anxiety in consequence of the fall of Hidimva's son. O Janardana, the cause must be very grave when at such a time thou feelest such joy. Therefore, O foremost of truthful men, asked by me, tell me truly what that cause is. Indeed, if it be not a secret, it behoveth thee, O chastiser of foes, to say it unto me. O slayer of Madhu, tell me what has removed thy gravity today. This act of thine, O Janardana, this lightness of heart, seems to me like the drying up of the ocean or the locomotion of Meru. Vasudeva said, Great is the joy I feel. Listen to me, Dhananjaya. This that I will tell thee will immediately dispel thy sorrow and infuse delight into thy heart. O thou of great splendor, know, O Dhananjaya, that Karna, his dart being baffled through Gatotkacha, is already slain in battle. The man does not exist in this world that could not stay before Karna armed with that dart and looking like Kartikeya in battle. By good luck, his natural armor had been taken away. By good luck, his earrings also had been taken away. By good luck, his infallible dart also is now baffled through Gatotkacha. Clad in natural coat of mail and decked with his natural earrings, Karna, who had his senses under control, could singly vanquish the three worlds with the very gods. Neither Vasva, nor Varuna the Lord of the Waters, nor Yama, could venture to approach him. Indeed, if that bull among men had his armor and earrings, neither thyself, bending the Gandiva, nor myself, uplifting my discus, called Sudarsana, could vanquish him in battle. For thy good, Karna was divested of his earrings by Sakra with the help of an illusion. Similarly was that subjugator of hostile towns deprived of his natural armor. Indeed, because Karna, cutting off his natural armor and his brilliant car rings, gave them unto Sakra, it is for that he came to be called Vaikartana. Karna now seems to me to be like an angry snake of virulent poison stupefied by power of incantation, or like a fire of mild flames. From that time, O mighty armed one, when the high-souled Sakra gave that dart unto Karna in exchange for the latter's earrings and celestial armor, that dart, viz., which has slain Gatotkacha, from that time, Vrisha, having obtained it, had always regarded thee as slain in battle. But though deprived of that dart, O sinless one, I swear to thee that hero is still incapable of being slain by anybody else save thee. Devoted to Brahmanas, truthful in speech, engaged in penances, observant of vows, kind even unto foes, for these reasons Karna is called Vrisha. Heroic in battle, possessed of mighty arms, and with bow always uplifted, like the lion in the forest depriving leaders of elephantine herds of their pride, Karna always deprives the greatest car warriors of their pride on the field of battle, and resembles the midday sun at whom none can gaze. Contending with all the illustrious and foremost of warriors of thy army, O tiger among men, Karna, while shooting his arrowy showers, looked like the autumnal sun with his 1,000 rays. Indeed, incessantly shooting showers of shafts like the clouds pouring torrents of rain at the end of summer, Karna is like a pouring cloud charged with celestial weapons. He is incapable of being vanquished in battle by the gods. He would mangle them in such a way that their flesh and blood would fall copiously on the field. Deprived, however, of his armor as also of his car rings, O son of Pandu, and divested also of the dart given him by Vasva, Karna is now like a man, and no longer like a god. There will occur one opportunity for his slaughter. When his car wheels will sink in the earth, availing thyself of that opportunity, thou shouldst slay him in that distressful situation. I will make thee a sign beforehand. Warned by it, thou shouldst act. The vanquisher of Vala himself, that foremost of heroes, wielding his thunder, is incapable of slaying the invincible Karna while the latter stands weapon in hand. Indeed, O Arjuna, for thy good, with the aid of diverse contrivances I have slain, one after another, Jarasandha and the illustrious ruler of the Chadyas and the mighty armed Nishada of the name of Eklavya. Other great Rakshasas having Hidimva and Karmara and Vaka for their foremost, as also Alayuda, that grinder of hostile troops, and Gatotkacha, that crusher of foes and warrior of fierce deeds, have all been slain. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 181. Arjuna said, "How, O Janardana, for our good, and by what means, were those lords of the earth, viz., Jarasandha and the others, slain?" Vasudeva said, "If Jarasandha, and the ruler of the Chedis, and the mighty son of the Nishada king, had not been slain, they would have become terrible. Without doubt, Duryodhana would have chosen those foremost of Kar warriors for embracing his side. They had always been hostile to us, and, accordingly, they would all have adopted the side of the Kauravas. All of them were heroes and mighty bowmen, accomplished in weapons and firm in battle. Like the Celestials, in prowess, they would have protected Dhritarashtra's sons. Indeed, the Suta's son, and Jarasandha, and the ruler of the Chedis, and the son of the Nishada adopting the son of Suyodhana, would have succeeded in conquering the whole earth. Listen, O Dhananjaya, by what means they were slain. Indeed, without the employment of means, the very gods could not have conquered them in battle. Each of them, O Partha, could fight in battle with the whole celestial host protected by the regents of the world. On one occasion, assailed by Valadeva, Jarasandha, excited with wrath, hurled for our destruction a mace capable of slaying all creatures. Endued with the splendor of fire, that mace coursed towards us, dividing the welkin like the line on the head that parts the tresses of a woman, and with the impetuosity of the thunder hurled by Sakra. Beholding that mace thus coursing towards us, the son of Rohini hurled the weapon called Stunakarna for baffling it. Its force destroyed by the energy of Valadeva's weapon, that mace fell down on the earth, splitting her with its might, and making the very mountains tremble. There was a terrible Rakshasa of the name Jara, endued with great prowess. She, O Prince, had united that slayer of foes, and, therefore, was the latter called Jarasandha. Jarasandha had been made up of two halves of one child. And because it was Jara that had united those two halves, it was for this that he came to be called Jarasandha. That Rakshasa woman, O Partha, who was there within the earth, was slain with her son and kinsman by means of that mace and the weapon of Stunakarna. Deprived of his mace in that great battle, Jarasandha was afterwards slain by Bhimasena in thy presence, O Dhananjaya. If the valiant Jarasandha had stood armed with his mace, the very gods with Indra at their head could not have slain him in battle. O best of men! For thy good, the Nishada's son also, of prowess incapable of being baffled, was, by an act of guile, deprived of his thumb by Drona, assuming the position of his preceptor. Proud and endued with steady prowess, the Nishada's son, with fingers cased in leathern gloves, looked resplendent like a second Rama. Undeprived of thumb, Eklavya, O Partha, was incapable of being vanquished in battle by the gods, the Danavas, the Rakshasas, and the Uragas, together. Of firm grasp, accomplished in weapons, and capable of shooting incessantly day and night, he was incapable of being looked at by mere men. For thy good, he was slain by me on the field of battle. Endued with great prowess, the ruler of the Chedis was slain by me before thy eyes. He also was incapable of being vanquished in battle by the gods and the Asuras together. I was born to slay him as also the other enemies of the gods, with thy assistance, O tiger among men, from desire of benefiting the world. Hidimva and Vaka and Kurmara have all been slain by Bhimasena. All those Rakshasas were endued with might equal to that Ravana, and all of them were destroyers of Brahmanas and sacrifices. Similarly, Alayuddha, possessed of large powers of illusion, had been slain by Hidimva's son. Hidimva's son also I have slain by the employment of means, viz., through Karna with his dart. If Karna had not slain him with his dart in great battle, I myself would have had to slay Bhima's son Gatotkacha. From desire of benefiting you, I did not slay him before. That Rakshasa was inimical to Brahmanas and sacrifices. Because he was a destroyer of sacrifices and of a sinful soul, therefore hath he been thus slain. O sinless one, by that act as a means, the dart given by Sakra hath also been rendered futile. O son of Pandu, they that are destroyers of righteousness are all slayable by me. Even that is the vow made by me, for establishing righteousness. Whither the Vedas and truth and self-restraint and purity and righteousness and modesty and prosperity and wisdom and forgiveness are always to be met with, thither I myself always remain. Thou needst not be at all anxious about Karna's slaughter. I will tell you the means by which you will slay him. Vrikodara also will succeed in slaying Suddhodana. I will tell thee, O son of Pandu, the means by which that will have to be compassed. Meanwhile, the uproar made by the hostile army is increasing. Thy troops also are flying away on all sides. Having achieved their objects, the Kauravas are destroying thy host. Indeed, Drona, that foremost of all smiters, is scorching us in battle. Footnotes. For 20:1 literally means, united by Jara. For 21:1 Nilkantha thinks that Sagadaya in one word, meaning deprived of the both Rakshasas and the mace. This is far-fetched. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 182. Dhritarashtra said, when the Suta's son had such a dart as was sure to slay one person, why did he not hurt it at Partha, to the exclusion of all others? Upon Partha's slaughter by means of that dart, all the Srinjayas and the Pandavas would have been slain. Indeed, upon Phalguna's death, why should not the victory have been ours? Arjuna has made a vow to the effect that summoned to battle he would never refuse to accept the challenge. The Suta's son should have, therefore, summoned Phalguna to battle. Tell me, O Sanjaya, why did not Vrisha then engaging Phalguna in single combat, slay the latter with that dart given him by Sakra? Without doubt, my son is destitute of both intelligence and counselors. That sinful wretch is constantly baffled by the foe. How should he then succeed in vanquishing his enemies? Indeed, that dart which was such a mighty weapon and upon which rested his victory, alas, that dart hath, by Vasudeva, been made fruitless through Gatotkacha. Indeed, it hath been snatched from Karna, like a fruit from the hand of a cripple, with a withered arm, by a strong person. Even so hath that fatal dart been rendered fruitless through Gatotkacha. As in a fight between a boar and a dog, upon the death of either, the hunter is the party profited, I think, O learned one, that even so was Vasudeva the party to profit by the battle between Karna and Hidimva's son. If Gatotkacha had slain Karna in battle, that would have been a great gain for the Pandavas. If, on the other hand, Karna had slain Gatotkacha, that too would have been a great gain to them in consequence of the loss of Karna's dart. Endued with great wisdom, that lion among men, viz., Vasudeva, reflecting in this way, and for doing what was agreeable to and good for the Pandavas, caused Gatotkacha to be slain by Karna in battle. Sanjaya said, knowing the feat that Karna desired to achieve, the slayer of Madhu, the mighty-armed Janardana, O king, commanded the prince of the Rakshasas, Gatotkacha of mighty energy, to engage in single combat with Karna for rendering, O monarch, the latter's fatal dart fruitless. All this, O king, is the result of thy evil policy. We would certainly have achieved success, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, if Krishna had not, thus, rescued the mighty car warrior Partha from Karna's hands. Indeed, Partha would have been destroyed with his steeds, standard, and car, in battle, O Dhritarashtra, if that master, that lord of Yogans, viz., Janardana had not saved him. Protected by diverse means, O king, and well aided by Krishna, Partha approaching his foes, vanquished that fatal dart, otherwise that weapon would have quickly destroyed the son of Kunti like the lightning destroying a tree. Dhritarashtra said, "My son is fond of quarrel. His advisers are foolish. He is vain of his wisdom. It is for that this certain means of Arjuna's death hath been baffled. Why, O Sutta, did not Duryodhana, or that foremost of all wielders, viz., Karna, possessed of great intelligence, hurl that fatal dart at Dhananjaya? Why, O son of Gavalgana, didst thou too forget this great object, possessed as thou art of great wisdom, or why didst not thou remind Karna of it?" Sanjaya said, "Indeed, O king, every night this formed the subject of deliberation with Duryodhana and Sakuni and myself and Dusasana. And we said unto Karna, excluding all other warriors, O Karna, slay Dhananjaya. We would then lord it over the Pandus and the Panchalas as if these were our slaves. Or, if upon Partha's fall, he of Vrishni's race appoints another amongst the sons of Pandu, in this place for carrying on the fight, let Krishna himself be slain. Krishna is the root of the Pandavas, and Partha is like their risen trunk. The other sons of Pritha are like their branches, while the Panchalas may be called their leaves. The Pandavas have Krishna for their refuge, Krishna for their might, Krishna for their leader. Indeed, Krishna is their central support even as the moon is of the constellations. Therefore, O Sutta's son, avoiding the leaves and branches and trunk, slay that Krishna who is everywhere and always the root of the Pandavas. Indeed, if Karna had slain him of Dasara's race, viz., that delighter of the Yadavas, the whole earth, O king, would, without doubt, have come under thy control. Truly, O monarch, if that illustrious one, that delighter of both the Yadavas and the Pandavas, could be made to lie down on the earth, deprived of life, then certainly, O monarch, the entire earth with the mountains and forests would have owned thy supremacy. We rose every morning, having formed such a resolution in respect of that Lord of the very gods, viz., Hrishikesa of immeasurable energy. At the time of battle, however, we forget our resolution. Kesava always protected Arjuna, the son of Kunti. He never placed Arjuna before the Sutta's son in battle. Indeed, Achyuta always placed other foremost of Kar warriors before Karna, thinking how that fatal dart of ours might be made fruitless by ourselves. O Lord! When, again, the high-souled Krishna protected Partha in this manner from Karna, why, O monarch, would not that foremost of beings protect his own self? Reflecting well, I see that there is no person in the three worlds who is able to vanquish that chastiser of foes, viz., Janardana, that hero bearing the discus in hand. Sanjaya continued, that tiger among Kar warriors, viz., Satyaki of prowess incapable of being baffled, asked the mighty-armed Krishna about the great Kar warrior, Karna, saving, O Janardana. Even this had been Karna's firm resolution, viz., that he would hurl that dart of immeasurable energy at Falguna. Why, however, did not the Sutta's son actually hurt it then at him? Vasudeva said, Dusasana and Karna and Sakuni and the ruler of the Sindhus, with Duryodhana at their head, had frequently debated on this subject. Addressing Karna, they used to say, O Karna! O great bowman, O thou of immeasurable prowess in battle, O foremost of all victors, this dart should not be hurled at any one else than that great Kar warrior, viz., Kunti's son, Partha or Dhananjaya. He is the most celebrated amongst them, like Vasva amongst the gods. He being slain, all the other Pandavas with the Srinjayas will be heartless like fireless celestials. Karna having assented to this, saying so be it, the desire of slaughtering the wielder of Gandiva, O bull amongst the Senis, was ever present in Karna's heart. I, however, O foremost of warriors, always used to stupefy the son of Radha. It was for this that he did not hurl the dart at Pandu's son, owning white steeds. As long as I could not baffle that means of Fulgana's death, I had neither sleep nor joy in my heart, O foremost of warriors. Beholding that dart, therefore, rendered futile through Gatotkacha, O bull amongst the Senis, I regarded Dhananjaya today to have been rescued from within the jaws of death. I do not regard my sire, my mother, yourselves, my brothers, my very life, so worthy of protection as Vibhatsu in battle. If there be anything more precious than the sovereignty of the three worlds, I do not, O Satwata, desire to enjoy it without Pritha's son, Dhananjaya, to share it with me. Beholding Dhananjaya, therefore, like one returned from the dead, these transports of delight, O Yuyudana, have been mine. It was for this that I had dispatched the Rakshasa unto Karna for battle. None else was capable of withstanding, in the night, Karna in battle. Sanjaya continued, even thus did Devki's son, who is ever devoted to Dhananjaya's good and to what is agreeable to him, speak unto Satyaki on that occasion. Footnotes 424:1 Fire being the mouth of the celestials, without fire, the celestials become mouthless. Thus Nilkantha. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 183. Dhritarashtra said, I see, O sire, that this act of Karna and Duryodhana and Suvala's son, Sakuni, and of thyself, in especial, hath been very much against the dictates of policy. Indeed, when you knew that dart could always slay one person in battle, and that it was incapable of being either borne or baffled by the very gods with Vasva at their head, why then, O Sanjaya, was it not hurled by Karna at Devki's son, or Fulgana, while he was engaged with this in battle before? Sanjaya said, returning from battle every day, O monarch, all of us, O foremost one of Kuru's race, used to debate in the night and say unto Karna, tomorrow morning, O Karna, this dart should be hurled at either Kesva or Arjuna. When, however, the morning came, O king, through destiny, both Karna and the other warriors forgot that resolution. I think destiny to be supreme, since Karna, with that dart in his hands, did not slay in battle either Partha or Devki's son, Krishna. Indeed, because his understanding was afflicted by destiny itself, it is for this that he did not, stupefied by the illusion of the gods, hurl that fatal dart of Vasva, though he had it in his hand, at Devki's son, Krishna for his destruction, or at Partha endued with prowess like Indra's, O Lord. Dhritarashtra said, ye are destroyed by destiny, by your own understanding, and by Kesva. Vasva's dart is lost, having effected the slaughter of Gatotkacha, who was as insignificant as straw. Karna, and my sons, as all the other kings, through his highly impolitic act, have already entered the abode of Yama. Tell me now how the battle once more raged between the Kurus and the Pandavas after the fall of Hidimva's son. How did they that rushed against Drona, arrayed in order of battle and well-skilled in smiting, viz., the Srinjaya and the Panchalas, fight? How, indeed, did the Pandus and Srinjaya withstand the smiting Drona, when the latter proceeding against them, penetrated into their host, excited with wrath at the slaughter of Purusharthas and Jayadratha, reckless of his very life, and resembling a yawning tiger or the destroyer himself with wide open mouth? What also did they do in battle, O sire, viz., Drona's son and Karna and Kripa and others headed by Duryodhana that protected the preceptor? Tell me, O Sanjaya, how my warriors in that battle covered with their shafts Dhananjaya and Vrkodara, who were solicitous of slaying Bharadvaja's son. How, indeed, did these excited with wrath at the death of the ruler of the Sindhus, and those at the death of Gatotkacha, each side unable to brook their loss, fight that nocturnal battle? Sanjaya said, upon the slaughter, that night, O king, of the Rakshasa, Gatotkacha, by Karna, thy troops, filled with joy, uttered loud shouts. In that dark hour of the night, they fell impetuously upon the Pandava troops and began to slay them. Seeing all this, King Yudhishthira became exceedingly cheerless, O chastiser of foes. The mighty armed son of Pandu then addressed Bhimasena and said, O thou of mighty arms, resist Dhritarashtra host. In consequence of the slaughter of Hidimva's son, a great stupefaction overwhelms me. Having ordered Bhimasena thus, he sat down on his car. With tearful face and sighing repeatedly, the king became exceedingly cheerless at the sight of Karna's prowess. Beholding him so afflicted, Krishna said these words, O son of Kunti, let not such grief be thine. Such cheerlessness does not become thee, O chief of the Bharatas, as it does an ordinary person. Rise, O king, and fight. Bear the heavy burden, O Lord. If cheerlessness overtakes thee, our victory becomes uncertain. Hearing these words of Krishna, Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, wiping his eyes with his hands, replied unto Krishna, saying, O thou of mighty arms, the excellent path of duty is not unknown to me. The dire consequences of a Brahmana's slaughter are his that forgets the services he receives at others' hands. Whilst we were living in the woods, the high-souled son of Hidimva, although then a mere child, did us many services, O Janardana. Learning that Partha, having white steeds, had departed for the acquisition of weapons, that great bowman, viz., Ghatotkacha, O Krishna, came to me at Kamayaka. He dwelt with us till Dhananjaya's reappearance. Whilst proceeding over many inaccessible fastnesses, he himself carried on his back the tired princess of Panchala. The feats he achieved, O Lord, show that he was skilled in all modes of warfare. Indeed, that high-souled one accomplished many difficult feats for my benefit. My affection for Ghatotkacha, that prince of the Rakshasas, is twice that, O Janardana, which I naturally bear towards Sadeva. That mighty armed one was devoted to me. I was dear to him, and he was dear to me. It is for this that, scorched by grief, O thou of Vrishni's race, I have become so cheerless. Behold, O thou of Vrishni's race, our troops afflicted and routed by the Kauravas. Behold, those mighty car warriors, viz., Drona and Karna, are contending earnestly in battle. Behold, the Pandava host crushed at dead of night, like an extensive forest of heath, by a couple of infuriated elephants. Disregarding the might of Bhimasena's son, as also the variety of weapon that Partha bears, the Kauravas are putting forth their prowess. Yonder, Drona and Karna and King Suyodhana, having slain the Rakshasa in battle, are uttering loud roars. How, O Janardana, when we are alive and thyself too, could Hidimva's son be slain while engaged with the Suta's son? Having caused a great slaughter amongst us, and in the very sight of Savyasakan, Karna, O Krishna, hath slain Bhimasena's son of great strength, the Rakshasa, Ghatotkacha. When Abhimanyu was slain by the wicked Dhritarashtra's, the mighty car warrior Savyasakan, O Krishna, was not present in that battle. We also were all held in check by the illustrious ruler of the Sindhus. Drona, with his son, Aswathaman, became the cause of that act. The preceptor himself told Karna the means of Abhimanyu's slaughter. While Abhimanyu was battling with the sword, it was the preceptor himself that cut off that weapon. And while fallen into such distress, Kritavarman most cruelly slew the steeds and the 2 Parshni drivers of the boy. Other great bowmen then dispatched the son of Subhadra. For a little offense, O Krishna, was the ruler of the Sindhus slain by the wielder of Gandiva. O foremost one among the Yadavas, that act did not give me great joy. If the slaughter of foes is just and should be achieved by the Pandavas, then Drona and Karna should have been slain before this. This is what I think. O bull among men, those 2 are the root of our woes. Obtaining those 2, as his allies, in battle, Suyoddhana has become confident. Indeed, when it was Drona that should have been slain, or the Suta's son with his followers, the mighty-armed Dhananjaya slew the Sindhu king whose connection with the affair was very remote. The punishment of the Suta's son should certainly be undertaken by me. I shall, therefore, O hero, now fight for slaying the Suta's son. The mighty-armed Bhimasena is now engaged with Drona's division. Having said these words, Yudhishthira quickly proceeded against Karna, holding his formidable bow and blowing his conch fiercely. Then, surrounded by a Panchala and Prabhadraka force of 1,000 cars, 300 elephants, and 5,000 horses, Sikandin speedily followed in the wake of the king. Then the mail-clad Panchalas and the Pandavas, headed by Yudhishthira, beat their drums and blew their conchs. At this time Vasudeva of mighty arms, addressing Dhananjaya, said, filled with wrath, Yonder proceedeth Yudhishthira with great speed from desire of slaying the Suta's son. It is not proper that thou shouldst rely upon him in this. Having said these words, Hrishikesa quickly urged the steeds. Indeed, Janardana followed in the wake of the king, who was now at a distance. At that time, seeing Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, whose mind was afflicted by grief and who seemed to be scorched as if by fire, rushed with speed from desire of slaying the Suta's son, Vyasa approached him and said these words. Vyasa said, By good luck, Fulgana liveth still, although he had encountered Karna in battle. Indeed, Karna had kept his dart, desirous of slaying Savyasakan, O bull of Bharata's race. By good luck Jishnu did not engage in single combat with Karna. Each of them, in that case challenging the other, would have shot his celestial weapons on all sides. The weapons of the Suta's son would have been destroyed by Arjuna. The former, then afflicted by the latter, would certainly have hurled Indra's dart in that battle. O Yudhishthira! O foremost one of Bharata's race, if this had come to pass, then great would have been thy grief. O giver of honors, by good luck the Rakshasa hath been slain in battle by the Suta's son. Indeed, Gatotkacha hath been slain by death himself, making the dart of Vasva an instrument only. For thy good it is, O sire, that the Rakshasa hath been slain in battle. Do not yield to anger, O foremost one of Bharata's race, and do not set thy heart on grief. O Yudhishthira, this is the end of all creatures in this world. Uniting with thy brothers and all the illustrious kings of the host, fight with the Kauravas in battle, O Bharata. On the 5th day from this, the earth will be thine. O tiger among men, always think of virtue. With a cheerful heart, O son of Pandu, practice kindness to all creatures, penances, charity, forgiveness, and truth. Victory is there where righteousness is. Having said these words unto the son of Pandu, Vyasa made himself invisible there and then. Footnotes. 427:1 This is a triplet in the Bengal texts. 427:266 is a triplet in the Bengal texts. Dronavada Parva. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 184. Sanjaya said, thus addressed by Vyasa, the heroic king Yudhishthira the just refrained, O bull of Bharata's race, from himself seeking to slay Karna. In consequence, however, of the slaughter of Gatotkacha by the Suta's son that night, the king became filled with grief and anger. Beholding thy vast host held in check by Bhima, Yudhishthira, addressing Drishtadyumna, said, Resist the pot-born. O scorcher of foes, thou hadst, clad in mail, and armed with bow and arrows and scimitar, sprung from fire, for the destruction of Drona. Cheerfully rush thou to battle, thou needst have no fear. Let also Janamejaya and Sikandin and Dharmaka's son and Yasodhara rush in wrath against the pot-born on every side. Let Nakula and Sadeva and the sons of Draupadi and the Prapadrakas, and Drupada and Virata with their sons and brothers, and Satyaki and the Kaikyas and the Pandavas and the Nanjaya, rush with speed against Bharadvaja's son, from desire of slaying him. Let also all our car warriors, and all the elephants and horses we have, and all our foot soldiers, overthrow the mighty car warrior Drona in battle. Thus ordered by the illustrious son of Pandu, all of them rushed impetuously against the potborn from desire of slaughtering him. Drona, however, that foremost of all wielders of arms, received in battle all those Pandava warriors thus rushing towards him suddenly with great force and perseverance. The king Duryodhana, desiring to protect Drona's life, rushed, filled with wrath, against the Pandavas, with great force and perseverance. Then commenced the battle between the Kurus and the Pandavas, who roared at each other. The animals of both hosts as also the warriors were all tired. The great car warriors also, O king, with eyes closing in sleep and worn out with exertion in battle, knew not what to do. That night of 9 hours, so terrible and awful and so destructive of creatures, appeared to them to be everything. While they were being thus slain and mangled by one another, and while sleep sat heavy on their eyes, it became midnight. All the Kshatriyas became cheerless. Thy troops, as also those of the toe, had no more weapons and arrows. Passing the time thus, most of the warriors of both armies, endued with modesty and energy and observant of the duties of their order, did not abandon their divisions. Others, blind with sleep, abandoning their weapons, laid themselves down. Some laid themselves down on the backs of elephants, some on cars, and some on horseback, O Bharata. Blind with sleep, they became perfectly motionless, O king. Other warriors, that were yet awake, in that battle, dispatched these to Yama's abode. Others, deprived of their senses, and dreaming in sleep, slew themselves, that is, their own comrades, as also foes. Indeed, these fought in that dreadful battle, uttering various exclamations. Many warriors, O monarch, of our army, desirous of continuing the fight with the foe, stood with eyes drowsy with sleep. Some brave warriors, during that terrible hour of darkness, though blind with sleep, yet gliding along the field, slew one another in that battle. Many amongst the foe, entirely stupefied by slumber, were slain without their being conscious of the strokes that launched them into eternity. Beholding this condition of the soldiers, O bull among men, Vibhatsu in a very loud voice said these words, all of you, with your animals, are worn out with exertion and blind with sleep. Ye warriors, ye are enveloped in darkness and with dust. Therefore, if ye like, ye may rest. Indeed, here, on the field of battle close your eyes for a while. Then when the moon will rise, ye Kurus and Pandavas, ye may again, having slept and taken rest, encounter each other for the sake of heaven. Hearing these words of the virtuous Arjuna, the virtuous warriors of the Kuru army assented to the suggestion, and addressing one another, loudly said, O Karna, O King Duryodhana, abstain from the fight. The Pandava host hath ceased to strike us. Then at those words of Fulguna, uttered loudly by him, the Pandava army is also thine, O Bharata, abstained from battle. Indeed, these noble words of Partho were highly applauded by the gods, the high-souled rishis, and all the gladdened soldiers. Applauding those kind words, O Bharata, all the troops, O king, worn out with exertion, laid themselves down for sleep, O bull of Bharata's race. Then that army of thine, O Bharata, happy at the prospect of rest and sleep, sincerely blessed Arjuna, saying, in thee are the Vedas as also all weapons. In thee are intelligence and prowess. In thee, O mighty armed one, are righteousness and compassion for all creatures, O sinless one. And since we have been comforted by thee, We wish thy good, O Partha. Let prosperity be to thee. Soon do thou get, O hero, those objects that are dear to thy heart. Blessing him thus, O tiger among men, those great car warriors, overcome with sleep, became silent, O monarch. Some laid themselves down on horseback, some on the car boxes, some on the necks of elephants, and some on the bare ground. Many men, with their weapons and maces and swords and battle axes and lances, and with their armors on, laid themselves down for sleep, apart from one another. Elephants, heavy with sleep, made the earth cool with the breath of their nostrils, that passed through their snake-like trunks spotted with dust. Indeed, the elephants, as they breathed on the ground, looked beautiful like hills scattered on the field of battle, over whose breasts hissed gigantic snakes. Steeds, and trappings of gold, and with manes mingling with their yokes, stamping their hoofs, made even grounds uneven. Thus every one, O king, slept there with the animal he rode. Thus steeds and elephants and warriors, O bull of Bharata's race, very much worn out with exertion, slept, abstaining from battle. That slumbering host, deprived of sense and sunk in sleep, then looked like a wonderful picture drawn on canvas by skillful artists. Those Kshatriyas, decked in earrings and endued with youth, with limbs mangled by shafts, and immersed in sleep, having laid themselves down on the coronal globes of elephants, looked as if they were lying on the deep bosom of beautiful ladies. Then the Mohan, that delighter of eye and lord of lilies, of hue white as the checks of a beautiful lady, rose, adorning the direction presided over by Indra. Indeed, like a lion of the Udaya hills, with rays constituting his manes of brilliant yellow, he issued out of his cave in the east, tearing to pieces the thick gloom of night, resembling an extensive herd of elephants. That lover of all assemblage of lilies in the world, bright as the body of Mahadeva's excellent bull, full-arched and radiant as Karna's bow, and delightful and charming as the smile on the lips of a bashful bride, bloomed in the firmament. Soon, however, that divine lord having the hair for his mark showed himself shedding brighter rays around. Indeed, the Mohan, after this, seemed to gradually emit a bright halo of far-reaching light that resembled the splendor of gold. Then the rays of that luminary, dispelling the darkness by their splendor, slowly spread themselves over all the quarters, the welkin, and the earth. Soon, therefore, the world became illuminated. The unspeakable darkness that had hidden everything quickly fled away. When the world was thus illuminated into almost daylight by the moon, amongst the creatures that wander at night, some continued to roam about and some abstained. That host, O king, awakened by the rays of the sun. Indeed, that sea of troops was awakened by the rays of the moon, bloomed into life, like an assemblage of lotuses expanded by the rays of the sun. Indeed, that sea of troops was awakened by the risen moon, like the ocean swelling up in agitated surges at the rise of that luminary. Then, O king, the battle once more commenced on earth, for the destruction of the earth's population, between men that desired to attain to heaven. Footnotes 428:13 yama, literally, consisting of 3 yamas, a yama being a watch of 3 hours. The first hour and a half of the night and the last hour and a half, being regarded as twilight, the night, truly as such, with the ancient Hindus, consisted of only 9 hours. 428:2 literally, of 1,000 yamas. 430:1 the moon is called the Lord of Lilies because the water lily is seen to bloom at moonrise, just as the sun is called the Lord of the Lotuses because the lotus blooms at sunrise. The direction presided over by Indra means the east. 430:2 Dasadakashakupa means the kakup or direction presided by him of 1,000 eyes, hence the east. 430:3 instead of Vrishadara, the Bombay text reads Vrishadama, which I adopt. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 185. Sanjaya said, at this time Duryodhana, under the influence of wrath, approached Drona and addressing him said these words, for inspiring him with joy and provoking his anger. Duryodhana said, no mercy should have been shown to our foes while they were heartless and worn out with toil and taking rest, especially when they are all of sure aim. Desirous of doing what is agreeable to thee, we showed them kindness by then letting them alone. The tired Pandavas, however, having taken rest, have become stronger. As regards ourselves, we are, in every respect, losing in energy and strength. The Pandavas, protected by thee, are constantly gaining prosperity. All weapons that are celestial and all those that appertain to Brahma exist in thee. I tell thee truly, that neither the Pandavas, nor ourselves, nor any other bowman in the world, can be a match for thee while thou art engaged in battle. O foremost of regenerate ones, thou art acquainted with all weapons. Without doubt, by means of thy celestial weapons thou art capable of destroying the 3 worlds with the gods, the Asuras, and the Gandharvas. The Pandavas are all afraid of thee. Thou, however, forgivest them, remembering that they were thy pupils, or, perhaps, owing to my ill luck. Sanjaya continued, thus rebuked and angered by thy son, Drona, O king, wrathfully addressed Duryodhana and said these words, although I am so old, O Duryodhana, I am still exerting myself in battle to the utmost extent of might. All these men are unacquainted with weapons. I am, however, well versed in them. If, from desire of victory, I slay these men, there can be no more ignoble act for me to do. That, however, which is in thy mind, be it good or bad, I will accomplish, O Kaurava, at thy command. It will not be otherwise. Putting forth my prowess in battle and slaying all the Panchalas, I will doff my armor, O king. I swear this to thee truly. Thou thinkest that Arjuna, the son of Kunti, was worn out in battle. O mighty armed Kaurava! Listen to what I truly say regarding his prowess. If Savyasakan's wrath is excited, neither Gandharvas, nor Yakshas, nor Rakshasas can venture to bear him. At Pandavas, he encountered the divine chief of the celestials himself. The illustrious Arjuna, with his shafts baffled the pouring Indra. Yakshas, and Nagas, and Daityas, and all others proud of their might, were slain by that foremost of men. That also is known to thee. On the occasion of the tale of cattle, the Gandharvas headed by Chitrasena and others were vanquished by him. That firm bowman rescued you, while you were being carried away by those Gandharvas. Nivedakavachas also, those enemies of the celestials, that were unslayable in battle by the celestials themselves, were vanquished by that hero. Thousands of Danavas dwelling in Hiranyapura, that tiger among men vanquished. How can human beings then withstand him? O monarch, thou hast seen with thy own eyes how this host of thine, although exerting themselves so heroically, hath been destroyed by the son of Pandu. Sanjaya continued, unto Drona, who was thus applauding Arjuna, thy son, O king, angered thereat, once more said these words, myself and Dusasana, and Karna, and my maternal uncle, Sakuni, dividing this Bharata host into 2 divisions, and taking one with us, shall today slay Arjuna in battle. Hearing these words of his, Bharadvaja's son, laughing, sanctioned that speech of the king and said, blessings to thee. What Kshatriya is there that would slay that bull amongst Kshatriyas, that unslayable one, viz., the bearer of Gandiva, that hero blazing forth with energy? Neither the Lord of Treasures, nor Indra, nor Yama, nor the Asuras, the Uragas, and the Rakshasas can stay Arjuna armed with weapons. Only they that are fools say such words as those thou hast said, O Bharata. Who is there that would return home in safety, having encountered Arjuna in battle? As regards thyself, thou art sinful and cruel and suspicious of everybody. Even them that are employed in thy welfare, thou art ready to rebuke in this way. Go thou against the son of Kunti, for withstanding him for thy own sake. Thou art a well-born Kshatriya. Thou seekest battle. Why dost thou cause all these unoffending Kshatriyas to be slain? Thou art the root of this hostility. Therefore, go thou against Arjuna. This thy maternal uncle is possessed of wisdom and observant of Kshatriya duties. O son of Gandhari, let this one addicted to gambling proceed against Arjuna in battle. This one, skilled in dice, wedded to deception, addicted to gambling, versed in cunning and imposture, this gambler conversant with the ways of deceiving, will vanquish the Pandavas in battle. With Karna in thy company, thou hadst often joyfully boasted, from folly and emptiness of understanding, in the hearing of Dhritarashtra, saying, O sire, myself, and Karna, and my brother Dusasana, these three, uniting together, will slay the sons of Pandu in battle. This thy boast was heard in every meeting of the court. Accomplish thy vow, be truthful in speech, with them. Thy mortal foe, the son of Pandu, is staying before thee. Observe the duties of a Kshatriya. Thy slaughter at the hands of Jaya would be worthy of every praise. Thou hast practiced charity. Thou hast eaten everything ever desired by thee. Thou hast obtained wealth to the measure of thy wish. Thou hast no debts. Thou hast done all that one should do. Do not fear. Fight now with the son of Pandu. These words said, the battle commenced. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 186. Sanjaya said, when 3/4 of that night had worn away, the battle, O king, once more commenced between the Kurus and the Pandavas. Both sides were elated with joy. Soon after, Aruna, the charioteer of Surya, weakening the splendor of the moon, appeared, causing the welkin to assume a coppery hue. The east was soon reddened with the red rays of the sun that resembled a circular plate of gold. Then all the warriors of the Kuru and the Pandava hosts, alighting from cars and steeds and vehicles borne by men, stood, with joined hands, facing the sun, and uttered the prayers of the twilight of dawn. The Kuru army having been divided into two bodies, Drona, with Duryodhana before him, proceeded, with one of those divisions, against the Samakas, the Pandavas, and the Panchalas. Beholding the Kuru host divided into two bodies, Madhava addressed Arjuna and said, keeping thy foes to thy left, place this division, commanded by Drona, to thy right. Obedient to the counsels of Madhava in respect of the Kurus, Dhananjaya moved to the left of those two mighty bowmen, viz., Drona and Karna. Understanding the intentions of Krishna, that subjugator of hostile cities, viz., Bhimasena, addressing Partha, who was then staying at the van of battle, said these words. Bhimasena said, O Arjuna, O Vibhatsu, listen to these words of mine. The time for that object for which Kshatriya ladies bring forth sons has now come. If at such a time thou dost not strive to win prosperity, thou shalt then act meanly like a veritable wretch. Putting forth thy prowess, pay the debt thou owest to truth, prosperity, virtue, and fame. O foremost of warriors, pierce this division, and keep these to thy right. Sanjaya continued, thus urged by Bhima and Kesava, Savyasakan, prevailing over Drona and Karna, began to resist the foe all round. Many foremost of Kshatriyas, among the Kurus, putting forth all their prowess, failed to withstand Arjuna, who advanced at the very van of his troops, and who, like a raging conflagration, was consuming the foremost ones among his foes. Then Duryodhana and Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, covered Kunti's son, Dhananjaya, with showers of shafts. baffling the weapons of all those warriors, that foremost of all persons well skilled in weapons, O monarch, covered them, in return, with his shafts. Aiming at their weapons with his, and thus baffling them all, Arjuna, endued with great lightness of hand and possessing a complete control over his senses, pierced every one of those warriors with 10 keen-pointed shafts. The welkin was then covered with dust. Thick showers of arrows fell. Darkness set in, and a loud and terrible uproar arose. When such was the state of things, neither the welkin, nor the earth, nor the points of the compass, could any longer be seen. Stupefied by the dust, all the troops became blind. Neither the foe, O king, nor we, could distinguish each other. For this reason, the kings began to fight, guided by conjecture and the names they uttered. Deprived of their cars, car warriors, O king, encountering one another, lost all order and became a tangled mass. Their steeds killed and drivers slain, many of them, becoming inactive, preserved their lives and looked exceedingly affrighted. Slain steeds with riders deprived of lives were seen to lie on slain elephants as if stretched on mountain breasts. Then Drona, moving away from that battle towards the north, took up his station there, and seemed to resemble a smokeless fire. Beholding him move away from the battle towards the north, the Pandava troops, O king, began to tremble. Indeed, beholding Drona resplendent and handsome and blazing with energy, the enemy, inspired with fright, became pale and wavered on the field, O Bharata. While summoning the hostile army to battle, and looking like an elephant in rut, the enemy became perfectly hopeless of vanquishing him, like the Dandavas hopeless of vanquishing Vyasa. Some among them became perfectly cheerless, and some, endued with energy, became inspired with wrath. And some were filled with wonder, and some became incapable of brooking the challenge. And some of the kings squeezed their hands, and some, deprived of their senses by rage, bit their lips. And some whirled their weapons, and some rubbed their arms, and some, possessed of great energy and souls under complete control, rushed against Drona. The Panchalas particularly, afflicted with the shafts of Drona, O monarch, though suffering great pain, continued to contend in battle. Then Drupada and Virata proceeded, in that battle, against Drona, that invincible warrior, who was thus careering on the field. Then, O king, the 3 grandsons of Drupada, and those mighty bowmen, viz. the Chaitis, also proceeded against Drona in that encounter. Drona, with 3 sharp shafts, took the lives of the 3 grandsons of Drupada. Deprived of lives, the princes fell down on the earth. Drona next vanquished in that battle the Chaitis, the Kaikyas, and the Srinjayas. That mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Bharadvaja, then vanquished all Matsyas. Then Drupada, filled with wrath, and Virata, in that battle, shot showers of shafts, O king, at Drona. Baffling that arrowy shower, Drona, that grinder of Kshatriyas, covered both Drupada and Virata with his shafts. Shrouded by Drona, both those warriors, with rage, began to pierce him on the field of battle with their arrows. Then Drona, O monarch, filled with wrath and desire of revenge, cut off, with a couple of broad-headed shafts, the bows of both his antagonists. Then Virata, filled with wrath, sped in that encounter 10 lances and 10 shafts at Drona from desire of slaying him. And Drupada, in anger, hurled at Drona's car a terrible dart made of iron and decked with gold and resembling a large snake. Drona cut off, with a number of sharp and broad-headed arrows, those 10 lances of Virata, and with certain other shafts that dart, of Drupada, decked with gold and stones of lapis lazuli. Then that grinder of foes, viz., the son of Bharadvaja, with a couple of well-tempered and broad-headed shafts, dispatched both Drupada and Virata unto the abode of Yama. Upon the fall of Virata and Drupada, and the slaughter of the Kshatriyas, the Chedis, the Matsyas, and the Panchalas, and upon the fall of those three heroes, viz., the three grandsons of Drupada, the high-souled Drishtadyumna, beholding those feats of Drona, became filled with rage and grief, and swore in the midst of all the warriors, saying, "Let me lose merits of all my religious acts as also my Kshatriya and Brahma energy, if Drona escape me today with life, or if he succeed in vanquishing me." Having taken that oath in the midst of all the bowmen, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the prince of the Panchalas, supported by his own division, advanced against Drona. The Panchalas then began to strike Drona from one side, and Arjuna from another. Duryodhana, and Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and the uterine brothers of Duryodhana, stationed, according to their precedents, began to protect Drona in battle. Drona being thus protected in battle by those illustrious warriors, the Panchalas, though struggling vigorously, could not even gaze at him. Then Bhimasena, O sire, became highly angry with Drishtadyumna, and, O bull among men, that son of Pandu pierced Drishtadyumna with these fierce words. Bhimasena said, "What man is there who, being regarded as a Kshatriya, and who taking his birth in the race of Drupada, and who being the foremost of all persons possessing a knowledge of weapons, would only thus look at his foe stationed before him? What man, having seen his sire and son slain, and especially having sworn such an oath in the midst of the king, would thus be indifferent to his enemy? Yonder stands Drona like a fire swelling with its own energy. Indeed, with bow and arrows constituting his fuel, he is consuming with his energy all the Kshatriyas. Soon will he annihilate the Pandava army. Stand ye, as spectators, and behold my feat against Drona himself will I proceed." Having said these words, Vrkodara, filled with rage, penetrated into Drona's array, began to afflict and rout that host. Then the Panchala Prince Drishtadyumna, also, penetrating into that large host, engaged himself with Drona in battle. The battle became furious. Such a fierce encounter we had never seen or heard of before, O king, as that which now took place at sunrise of that day. The cars, O sire, were seen to be entangled with one another. The bodies of embodied creatures deprived of lives were scattered all over the field. Some, while proceeding towards another part of the field, were, on the way, assailed by others. Some, while flying away, were struck on their backs, and others on their sides. That general engagement continued to rage fiercely. Soon, however, the morning sun rose. Footnotes 434:1 in the first line of 31, the Bengal texts read Rajanam, probably referring to Drupada. The correct reading, however, is Rajendra in the vocative case as in the Bombay edition. 434:2, I rendered this a little too freely. The form of the oath is, "Let that man lose, etc., whom Drona escapes today with life or whom Drona vanquishes today." 435:1 This, in the Bengal texts, is a triplet. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 187. Sanjaya continued, "The warrior, O king, thus clad in mail on the field of battle, adored the thousand-rayed Aditya as he rose at morn. When the thousand-rayed luminary, of splendor bright, as burning gold, arose, and the world became illumined, the battle once more commenced. The same soldiers that were engaged with each other before the sunrise, once more fought with each other, O Bharata, after the rise of the sun. Horsemen engaged with car warriors, and elephants with horsemen, and foot soldiers with elephants and horsemen with horsemen, O bull of Bharata's race. Sometimes, unitedly and sometimes separately, the warriors fell upon one another in battle. Having fought vigorously in the night, many, tired with exertion, and weak with hunger and thirst, became deprived of their senses. The uproar made of the blare of conchs, the beat of drums, the roar of elephants, and the twang of outstretched bows drawn with force touched the very heavens, O king. The noise made also by rushing infantry and falling weapons, and neighing steeds and rolling cars, and shouting and roaring of warriors, became tremendous. That loud noise, increasing every minute, reached the heavens. The groans and wails of pain, on falling and fallen foot soldiers and car warriors and elephants, became exceedingly loud and pitiable as these were heard on the field. When the engagement became general, both sides slew each other's own men and animals. Hurled from the hands of heroes upon warriors and elephants, heaps of swords were seen on the field, resembling heaps of cloths on the washing ground. The sound, again, of uplifted and descending swords and heroic arms resembled that of cloths thrashed for wash. That general engagement, then, in which the warriors encountered one another with swords and scimitars and lances and battle-axes, became exceedingly dreadful. The heroic combatants caused a river there that ran its course towards the regions of the dead. The blood of elephants and steeds and human beings formed its current. Weapons formed its fish in profusion. It was miry with blood and flesh. Wails of grief and pain formed its roar. Banners and cloth formed its froth. Afflicted with shafts and darts, worn with exertion, spent with toil on the previous night, and exceedingly weakened, elephants and steeds, with limbs perfectly motionless, stood on the field. With their arms, in beautiful attitudes, and with their beautiful coats of mail, and heads decked with beautiful earrings, the warriors, adorned with implements of battle, looked exceedingly resplendent. At that time, in consequence of the carnivorous animals and the dead and the dying, there was no path for the cars all over the field. Afflicted with shaft steeds of the noblest breed and high mettle, resembling elephants, in size and strength, worn out with toil, were seen to tremble with great effort as they drew vehicles whose wheels had sunk in the earth. The whole of that host, O Bharata, resembling the ocean for vastness, then became agitated and afflicted, inspired with terror, with the exception only of Drona and Arjuna. Those two became the refuge, these two became the saviors, of the warriors of their respective sides. Others, encountering these two, proceeded to the abode of Yama. Then the vast host of the Kurus became greatly agitated, and the Panchalas, huddled together, became no longer distinguishable. During that great carnage of the Kshatriyas on earth, on that field of battle, enhancing the terrors of the timid and looking like a crematorium, neither Karna, nor Drona, nor Arjuna, nor Yudhishthira, nor Bhimasena, nor the twins, nor the Panchala prince, nor Satyaki, nor Dusasana, nor Drona's son, nor Duryodhana, nor Suvala's son, nor Kripa, nor the ruler of the Madras, nor Kritavarman, nor others, nor my own self, nor the earth, nor points of the compass, could be seen, O king, for all of them, mingled with the troops, were shrouded by clouds of dust. During the progress of that fierce and terrible battle, when that dusty cloud arose, all thought that night had once more come over the scene. Neither the Kauravas, nor the Panchalas, nor the Pandavas could be distinguished, nor the points of the compass, nor the welkin, nor the earth, nor even land, nor uneven land. The warriors, desirous of victory, slew foes and friends, in fact, all whom they could perceive by the touch of their hands. The earthly dust that had arisen was soon dispelled by the winds that blew, and drenched by the blood that was shed. Elephants and steeds and car warriors and foot soldiers, bathed in blood, looked beautiful like the celestial forest of Parihata. Then Duryodhana, Karna, Drona, and Dusasana, these four, Kauravas, warriors engaged in battle with four of the Pandava warriors, Duryodhana and his brothers, encountered the twins, Nakula and Sadeva. And Radha's son engaged himself with Vrikodara, and Arjuna with the son of Bharadvaja, all the troops, from every side, looked on that terrible encounter. The car warriors of both armies quietly beheld that beautiful, that superhuman engagement between those fierce and foremost of car warriors conversant with every mode of warfare, riding on their own beautiful cars that performed diverse delightful evolutions. Endued with great prowess, struggling vigorously, and each solicitous of vanquishing the other, they covered each other with showers of shafts, like the clouds at the close of summer, pouring torrents of rain. Those bulls among men, riding on their cars of solar effulgence, looked beautiful like congregated masses of clouds in the autumnal sky. Then those warriors, O monarch, filled with wrath and desire of revenge, mighty bowmen all, challenging, rushed at one another with great vigor like infuriated leaders of elephantine herds. Verily, O king, death does not take place till its hour comes, since all those warriors did not simultaneously perish in that battle. Strewn with lopped-off arms and legs, and heads decked with beautiful earrings, and bows and arrows and lances and scimitars and battle-axes, and other kinds of axes, and nalihas and razor-headed arrows and cloth-yard shafts and darts and divers kinds of beautiful armor, and beautiful cars broken into pieces, and slain elephants and standardless cars broken like cities, and vehicles dragged hither and thither with the speed of the wind by driverless steeds in great fright, and a large number of well-decked warriors of great courage, and fallen fans and coats of mail and standards, and ornaments and robes and fragrant garlands, and chains of gold and diadems and crowns and headgears and rows of bells, and jewels worn on breasts, and cuirasses and collars and gems that adorn headgears. The field of battle looked beautiful like the firmament bespangled with stars. Then there occurred an encounter between Duryodhana, filled with wrath and desire of revenge, and Nakula, filled with the same feelings. Madri's son, cheerfully shooting hundreds of shafts, placed thy son on his right. At this loud cheers were bestowed upon him. Placed on the right by his cousin brother in wrath, thy son King Duryodhana, filled with rage, began, in battle, to wonderfully counteract Nakula from that very side. Thereupon, Nakula, endued with great energy and acquainted with the diverse course in which a car may be conducted, began to resist thy son who was engaged in counteracting him from his right. Duryodhana, however, afflicting Nakula with showers of shafts and resisting him on every side, caused him to turn back. All the troops applauded that feat of thy son. Then Nakula, addressing thy son, said, Wait, wait, recollecting all his woes caused by thy evil counsels. Footnotes. For 36:1 I adopt the Bombay reading of the first line of this verse. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 188. Sanjaya said, Then Dusasana, filled with wrath, rushed against Sadeva, causing the earth to tremble with the fierce speed of his car. O Madri's son, however, that crusher of foes, with a broad-headed arrow, quickly cut of the head, decked with the headgear of his rushing antagonist's driver. From the celerity with which that act was accomplished by Sadeva, neither Dusasana nor any of the troops knew that the driver's head had been cut off. The reins being no longer held by anybody, the steeds ran at their will. It was then that Dusasana knew that his driver had been slain. Conversant with the management of steeds, that foremost of car warriors, himself restraining his steeds in that battle, fought beautifully and with great activity and skill. That feat of his was applauded by friends and foes, since riding on that driverless car, he careered fearlessly in that battle. Then Sadeva pierced those steeds with keen shafts. Afflicted with those shafts, they quickly ran away, careering hither and thither. For catching hold of the reins, he once laid aside his bow, and then he took up his bow for using it, lying aside the reins. During those opportunities the son of Madri covered him with arrows. Then Karna, desirous of rescuing thy son, rushed to that spot. Thereupon, Vrkodara, with great care, pierced Karna in the chest and arms with 3 broad-headed shafts sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. Struck with those shafts like a snake with a stick, Karna stopped and began to resist Bhimasena, shooting keen shafts. Thereupon, a fierce battle took place between Bhima and Radha's son. Both of them roared like bulls, and the eyes of both were expanded with rage. Excited with wrath, and rushing towards each other, with great speed, they roared at each other. Those 2 delighters in battle were then very close to each other. So near were they that they could not easily shoot their shafts at each other. Thereupon, an encounter with maces happened. Bhimasena speedily broke with his mace the kuvara of Karna's car. That feat of his, O king, seemed highly wonderful. Then the valiant son of Radha, taking up a mace, hurled it at Bhima's car. Bhima, however, broke it with the mace of his own. Then taking up a heavy mace, once more, Bhima hurled it at Adhiratha's son. Karna struck that mace with numerous shafts of beautiful wings, sped with great force, and once again with other shafts. Thus struck with Karna's shafts, the mace turned back towards Bhima, like a snake afflicted with incantations. With the rebound of that mace, the huge standard of Bhima broke and fell down. Struck with that same mace, Bhima's driver also became deprived of his senses. Then Bhima, mad with rage, sped 8 shafts at Karna, and his standard and bow, and leathern fence, O Bharata. The mighty Bhimasena, that slayer of hostile heroes, with the greatest care, O Bharata, cut off, with those keen shafts, the standards, the bow, and the leathern fence of Karna. The latter then, viz., the son of Radha, taking up another invincible and gold-decked bow, shot a number of shafts, and quickly slew Bhima's steeds of the hue of bears, and then his 2 drivers. When his car was thus injured, Bhima, that chastiser of foes, quickly jumped into the car of Nakula like a lion jumping down upon a mountain summit. Meanwhile, Drona and Arjuna, those 2 foremost of car warriors, preceptor and pupil, both skilled in weapon, O monarch, fought with each other in battle, stupefying the eyes and minds of men with their lightness in the use of weapons and the sureness of their aim, and with the motions of their cars. Beholding that battle, the like of which had never been witnessed before, between preceptor and pupil, the other warriors abstained from fighting with each other and trembled. Each of those heroes, displaying beautiful revolutions of his car, wished to place the other on his right. The warriors present there beheld their prowess and became filled with wonder. Indeed, that great battle between Drona and the son of Pandu resembled that, O monarch, between a couple of hawks in the welkin for the sake of a piece of meat. Whatever feats Drona performed for vanquishing the son of Kunti were all counteracted by Arjuna's performing similar feats. When Drona failed to gain any ascendancy over the son of Pandu, the son of Bharadvaja, that warrior acquainted with the course of all weapons, invoked into existence the Indra, the Pasapata, the Tvastra, the Vayavya, and the Yamya weapons. As soon as those weapons issued from Drona's bow, Dhananjaya destroyed them quickly. When his weapons were thus duly destroyed by Arjuna with his own weapons, Drona shrouded the son of Pandu with the mightiest of celestial weapons. Every weapon, however, that Drona shot at Partha from desire of vanquishing the latter, was shot by Partha in return for baffling it. Seeing all his weapons, even the celestial ones, duly baffled by Arjuna, Drona applauded the latter in his heart. That chastiser of foes, O Bharata, regarded himself superior to every person in the world acquainted with weapons, in consequence of Arjuna having been his pupil. Thus resisted by Partha in the midst of all those illustrious warriors, Drona, struggling with vigor, cheerfully resisted Arjuna, in return, wondering all the while. Then the celestials and Gandharvas in thousands, and rishis and bodies of siddhas were seen on all sides in the welkin. Filled with, those as also with, apsaras and yakshas and rakshasas, it once more seemed that the welkin was darkened by gathering clouds. An invisible voice, fraught with the praises of Drona and the high-souled Partha, was heard to repeatedly course through the firmament. When in consequence of the weapons shot by Drona and Partha all sides seemed ablaze with light, the siddhas and the rishis that were present said, "This is no human nor asura, nor rakshasa, nor celestial, nor Gandharv battle. Without doubt this is a high Brahma encounter. This battle is exceedingly beautiful and highly wonderful. We have never seen or heard of its like. Now, the preceptor prevails over the son of Pandu, and then the son of Pandu prevails over Drona. No one can find any difference between them. If Rudra, dividing his own self into two portions, fights himself with himself, then may an instance be had to match this. Nowhere else can an instance be found to match it. Science, gathered in one place, exists in the preceptor. Science and means are in the son of Pandu. Heroism, in one place, is in Drona. Heroism and might are in the son of Pandu. None of these warriors can be withstood by foes in battle. If they wish, both of them can destroy the universe with the gods. Beholding those two bulls among men, all invisible and visible creatures said these words. The high-souled Drona then, in that battle, invoked into existence the Brahma weapon, afflicting Partha and all invisible beings. Thereupon, the earth with the mountains and waters and trees trembled. Fierce winds began to blow. The seas swelled in agitation. The combatants of the Kurus and the Pandava armies, as also all other creatures, became inspired with fear when that illustrious warrior uplifted that weapon. The Partha, O monarch, fearlessly baffled that weapon by a Brahma weapon of his own, at which all that agitation in nature was speedily pacified. At last, when none of them could vanquish his antagonist in combat, a general engagement took place between the hosts, causing a great confusion on the field. During the progress of that dreadful battle between Drona and the son of Pandu, as also of that general engagement, once more, O king, nothing could be distinguished. The welkin became covered with dense showers of shafts, as if with masses of clouds, and creatures ranging in the air could no longer find a passage through their element. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 190. Sanjaya said, during that fearful carnage of men and steeds and elephants, Dusasana, O king, encountered Drishtadyumna. Mounted upon high, golden car and exceedingly afflicted with the shafts of Dusasana, the Panchala prince wrathfully showered his shafts upon thy son's steeds. Covered with the shafts of Prashada's son, O king, Dusasana's car, with standard and driver, soon became invisible. Afflicted with those showers of arrows, Dusasana, O monarch, became unable to stay before the illustrious prince of the Panchalas. Forcing, by means of his shafts, Dusasana to turn back Pritha's son, scattering his arrows, proceeded against Drona in that battle. At the time Hritika's son, Kritavarman, with 3 of his uterine brothers, appeared on the scene and attempted to oppose Drishtadyumna. Those bulls among men, however, viz., the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, following in the wake of Drishtadyumna, who was thus proceeding like a blazing fire towards Drona, began to protect him. Then, all those great car warriors, endued with might and excited with rage, began to strike one another, making death their goal. Of pure souls and pure conduct, O king, and keeping heaven in view, they fought according to righteous methods, desirous of vanquishing one another. Of stainless lineage and stainless acts, and endued with great intelligence, those rulers of men, keeping heaven in view, fought fair battles with another. There was nothing unfair in that fight, and no weapon was used that was regarded as unfair. No barbed arrows, nor those called nalikas, nor those that are poisoned, nor those with heads made of horns, nor those equipped with many pointed heads, nor those made of the bones of bulls and elephants, nor those having 2 heads, nor those having rusty heads, nor those that are not straight going, were used by any of them. All of them used simple and fair weapons, and desired to win both fame and region of great blessedness by fighting fairly. Between those 4 warriors of thy army and those 3 of the Pandava side, the battle that took place was exceedingly dreadful, but divested of everything unfair. Then Drishtadyumna, exceedingly quick in the use of weapons, beholding those brave and mighty Kar warriors of thy army checked by the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, proceeded towards Drona. Checked by those 2 lions among men, those 4 heroic warriors encountered the former like the wind assailing a couple of mountains, standing on their way. Each of the twins, those great Kar warriors, was engaged with a couple of arrows against Drona. Beholding the invincible prince of the Panchalas proceeding against Drona, and those 4 heroes of his own army engaged with the twins, Duryodhana, O monarch, rushed to that spot, scattering showers of blood-drinking arrows. Seeing this, Satyaki quickly approached the Kuru king. Those 2 tigers among men, viz. the 2 descendants of Kuru and Madhu, approaching each other, became desirous of striking each other in battle. Recalling to mind their behavior towards each other in childhood and reflecting with pleasure on the same, they gazed at each other and smiled repeatedly. Then King Duryodhana, mentally blaming his own conduct, addressed his ever-dear friend Satyaki and said, "Fie on wrath, O friend, and fie on vindictiveness. Fie on Kshatriya usage, and fie on might and prowess, since thou aimest thy weapons at me, and I too am aiming at thee, O bull of Seni's race. In those days thou wert dearer to me than life itself, and I also was such to thee. Alas, all those acts of childhood that I remember, of both thyself and mine, became quite insignificant in the field of battle. Alas, moved by wrath and covetousness, we are here today for fighting against each other, O thou of the Satwata race." Unto him who said those words, O king, Satyaki, conversant with high weapons, taking up some keen arrows, smilingly replied, "This is no assembly, O prince, nor the abode of our preceptor, where in former days we sported together." Duryodhana answered, "Where have those sports of our childhood gone, O bull of Seni's race, and, alas, how has this battle now come upon us? It seems that the influence of time is irresistible. Urged though we are, by desire of wealth, what use, however, have we of wealth that, assembled together, we are now engaged in battle, moved by the avarice of wealth?" Sanjaya said, unto King Duryodhana who said so, Satyaki replied, "This has always been the usage of the Kshatriyas, that they have to fight even against their preceptors. If I am dear to thee, O king, then slay me without any delay. Through thee, O bull of Bharata's race, I shall then enter the region of the righteous. Exhibit, without delay, all thy might and prowess. I do not desire to witness this great calamity of friends." Having replied and reasoned thus, Satyaki, O monarch, fearlessly and in utter disregard of life, quickly advanced against Duryodhana. Beholding him advance, thy son received him. Indeed, O king, thy son poured on him of Seni's race a perfect shower of arrows. Then commenced a terrible battle between those lions of Kuru's and Madhu's races, resembling an encounter between an elephant and a lion. Then Duryodhana, filled with wrath, pierced the invincible Satyaki with many keen arrows, shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. Satyaki quickly pierced the Kuru prince in return with 50 keen shafts in that battle, and once more with 20, and again with 10 shafts. Then, in that encounter, O king, thy son, smiling the while, pierced Satyaki in return with 30 arrows shot from his bowstring drawn to his ear. Shooting then a razor-headed arrow, he cut off in twain the bow, with arrow fixed thereon, of Satyaki. Endued with great lightness of hand, the latter then, taking up a tougher bow, shot showers of shafts at thy son. As those lines of arrows advanced for compassing the death of Duryodhana, the latter, O king, cut them in pieces, at which the troops shouted loudly. With great swiftness, the Kuru king afflicted Satyaki with 73 shafts, equipped with wings of gold and steeped in oil, and shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. All those arrows of Duryodhana, as also his bow, with arrow fixed thereon, Satyaki quickly cut off. The Satwata hero then poured showers of shafts on his antagonist. Deeply pierced by Satyaki and feeling great pain, Duryodhana, O king, in great distress, sought shelter in another car. Having rested a while and refreshed himself, thy son once more advanced against Satyaki, shooting showers of shafts at the latter's car. Smilingly, O king, Satyaki ceaselessly shot multitudes of shafts at Duryodhana's car. The shafts of both mingled with one another in the welkin. In consequence of those arrows thus shot by both, falling fast on every side, loud sounds, like those of a raging fire consuming a mighty forest, arose there. With thousands of arrows shot by both, the earth was densely covered. The welkin also became filled therewith. Beholding then that foremost of car warriors, viz., that hero of Madhu's race, to be mightier than Duryodhana, Karna rushed to that spot, desirous of rescuing thy son. Mighty Bhimasena, however, could not brook that attempt of Karna. He, therefore, quickly proceeded against Karna, shooting innumerable shafts. Cutting off all those shafts of Bhima with the greatest ease, Karna cut off Bhima's bow, arrows, and driver also, with his own shafts. Then, Pandu's son, Bhima, filled with rage, took up a mace and crushed the bow, standard, and driver of his antagonist in that encounter. The mighty Bhima also broke one of the wheels of Karna's car. Karna, however, stood on that car of his, which had one of his wheels broken, immovable as Meru, the king of mountains. That beautiful car of his, which had now only one wheel, was borne by his steeds, like the single-wheeled car of Surya, drawn by the 7 celestial steeds. Incapable of brooking the feats of Bhimasena, Karna continued to fight with the latter, using diverse kinds of shafts in profusion and diverse kinds of other weapons in that encounter. Bhimasena, also filled with wrath, continued to fight with the Suta's son. When the engagement became general and confused, Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, addressing all the foremost of warriors among the Panchalas and the Matsyas, said, "They that are our life, they that are our heads, they amongst us that are endued with great strength, those bulls among men are all engaged with the Dhritarashtra's. Why do ye then stand thus, as if stupefied and deprived of your senses? Proceed thither where those car warriors of my army are fighting. Driving away your fears, and keeping in view the duties of Kshatriyas, engage in fight, for then conquering or slaying you will gain desirable goals. If you prove victors, you may perform diverse sacrifices with profuse gifts to Brahmanas. If, on the other hand, you are slain, becoming then equals of the celestials, you will win many regions of blessedness." Thus urged by the king, those heroic and mighty car warriors engaged in battle, observant of Kshatriya duties, quickly proceeded against Drona. The Panchalas then, from one side, assailed Drona with innumerable arrows, while others headed by Bhimasena began to resist him from another side. The Pandavas had 3 crooked-minded mighty car warriors amongst them. They were Bhimasena and the twins, Nakula and Sadeva. These addressed Dhananjaya loudly and said, "Rush, O Arjuna, with speed and drive away the Kurus from Drona's vicinity." If the preceptor can be derived of his protectors, the Panchalas may then slay him easily. Thus addressed, Partha suddenly rushed against the Kauravas, while Drona rushed against the Panchalas headed by Drishtadyumna. Indeed, on that the 5th day of Drona's command, those heroic combatants, O Bharata, were grounded and crushed with great celerity by Bharadvaja's son. Footnotes. For 41:1 all these arrows inflicted head wounds and could not be easily extracted. Shafts of crooked courses were condemned because the combatants could not easily baffle them, not knowing at whom they would fall. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 191. Sanjaya said, "Then Drona caused a great carnage among the Panchalas, like the slaughter caused by Sakra himself in rage amongst the Dandavas in the days of yore. The great car warriors of the Pandava army, endued with might and energy, though slaughtered, O king, by Drona's weapons, were not yet afraid of Drona in that battle. Indeed, O monarch, those mighty car warriors, viz., the Panchalas and the Srinjayas, all rushed against Drona himself for fighting with him. Loud and fierce were the yells they uttered as they rushed towards Drona for encompassing him on all sides, and were slaughtered by him with shafts and darts. Beholding the slaughter of the Panchalas in that battle by the illustrious Drona, and seeing his weapons overwhelm all sides, fear entered the hearts of the Pandavas. Beholding that dreadful carnage of steeds and human beings in that battle, the Pandavas, O monarch, became hopeless of victory. They began to say unto each other, "Is it not evident that Drona, that warrior conversant with the mightiest of weapons, will consume us all like a raging conflagration consuming a heap of straw in the season of spring? There is none competent to even look at him in battle." Conversant with the ways of morality, Arjuna, who alone is a match for him, will not fight with him. Beholding the sons of Kunti afflicted with the shafts of Drona and inspired with fear, Kesava, endued with great intelligence and devoted to their welfare, addressed Arjuna and said, "This foremost of all bowmen is incapable of being ever vanquished by force in battle, by the very gods with Vyasa at their head. When, however, he lays aside his weapons, he becomes capable of being slain on the field even by human beings. Casting aside virtue, ye sons of Pandu, adopt now some contrivance for gaining the victory, so that Drona of the golden car may not slay us all in battle. Upon the full of his son, Aswathaman, he will cease to fight, I think. Let Sonic Man, therefore, tell him that Aswathaman hath been slain in battle." This advice, however, O kin, was not approved by Kunti's son, Dhananjaya. Others approved of it, but Yudhishthira accepted it with great difficulty. Then the mighty armed Bhima, O king, slew with a mace a foe-crushing, terrible and huge elephant named Aswathaman, of his own army, belonging to Indravarman, the chief of the Mallavas. Approaching Drona then in that battle with some bashfulness, Bhimasena began to exclaim aloud, "Aswathaman hath been slain." That elephant named Aswathaman having been thus slain, Bhima spoke of Aswathaman's slaughter. Keeping the true fact within his mind, he said what was untrue. Hearing those highly disagreeable words of Bhima and reflecting upon them, Drona's limbs seemed to dissolve like sands in water. Recollecting, however, the prowess of his son, he soon came to regard that intelligence as false. Hearing, therefore, of his slaughter, Drona did not become unmanned. Indeed, soon recovering his senses, he became comforted, remembering that his son was incapable of being resisted by foes. Rushing towards the son of Prashada and desirous of slaying that hero who had been ordained as his slayer, he covered him with 1,000 keen shafts, equipped with kanka feathers. Then 20,000 Panchalakar warriors of great energy covered him, while he was thus careering in battle, with their shafts. Completely shrouded with those shafts, we could not any longer see that great car warrior who then resembled, O monarch, the sun, covered with clouds in the season of rains. Filled with wrath and desirous of compassing the destruction of those brave Panchalas, that mighty car warrior, that scorcher of foes, viz., Drona, dispelling all those shafts of the Panchalas, then invoked into existence the Brahma weapon. At that time, Drona looked resplendent like a smokeless, blazing fire. Once more filled with rage, the valiant son of Bharadvaja, slaughtering all the Samakas, seemed to be invested with great splendor. In that dreadful battle, he felled the heads of the Panchalas and cut off their massive arms, looking like spiked maces and decked with golden ornaments. Indeed, those Kshatriyas, slaughtered in battle by Bharadvaja's son, fell down on the earth and lay scattered like trees uprooted by the tempest. In consequence of fallen elephants and steeds, O Bharata, the earth, miry with flesh and blood, became impassable. Having slain 20,000 Panchalakar warriors, Drona, in that battle, shone resplendent like a smokeless, blazing fire. Once more filled with rage, the valiant son of Bharadvaja cut off, with a broad-headed arrow, the head of Vasudana from his trunk. Once more slaying 500 Matsyas and 6,000 elephants, he slew 10,000 steeds. Beholding Drona stationed on the field for the extermination of the Kshatriya race, the rishis Viswamitra and Jamadagni and Bharadvaja and Gautama and Vasishtha and Kasyapa and Atri and the Shrikatas, the Prisnas, Garga, the Valkylias, the Marichis, the descendants of Bhrigu and Angiras, and diverse other sages of subtle forms quickly came thither, with the bearer of sacrificial libations at their head, and, desirous of taking Drona unto the region of Brahman, addressed Drona, that ornament of battle, and said, Thou art fighting unrighteously. The hour of thy death is come. Laying aside thy weapons in battle, O Drona, behold us stationed here. After this, it behoveth thee not to perpetrate such exceedingly cruel deeds. Thou art versed in the Vedas and their branches. Thou art devoted to the duties enjoined by truth, especially, thou art a Brahmana. Such acts do not become thee. Lay aside thy weapons. Drive away the film of error that shrouds thee. Adhere now to the eternal path. The period for which thou art to dwell in the world of men is now full. Thou hast, with the Brahma weapon, burnt men on earth that are unacquainted with weapons. This act that thou hast perpetrated, O regenerate one, is not righteous. Lay aside thy weapons in battle without delay, O Drona, do not wait longer on earth. Do not, O regenerate one, perpetrate such a sinful act. Hearing these words of theirs, also those spoken by Bhimasena, and beholding Drishtadyumna before him, Drona became exceedingly cheerless in battle. Burning with grief and exceedingly afflicted, he inquired of Kunti's son Yudhishthira as to whether his son, Aswathaman, had been slain or not. Drona firmly believed that Yudhishthira would never speak an untruth even for the sake of the sovereignty of the three worlds. For this reason, that bull among Brahmanas asked Yudhishthira and not anybody else. He had hoped for truth from Yudhishthira from the latter's infancy. Meanwhile, O monarch, Govinda, knowing that Drona, that foremost of warriors, was capable of sweeping all the Pandavas off the face of the earth, became much distressed. Addressing Yudhishthira, he said, If Drona fighteth, filled with rage, for even half a day, I tell thee truly, thy army will then be annihilated. Save us, then, from Drona. Under such circumstances, falsehood is better than truth. By telling an untruth for saving a life, one is not touched by sin. There is no sin in untruth spoken unto women, or in marriages, or for saving king, or for rescuing a Brahmana. While Govinda and Yudhishthira were thus talking with each other, Bhimasena, addressing the king, said, "As soon, O monarch, as I heard of the means by which the high-souled Drona might be slain, putting forth my prowess in battle, I immediately slew a mighty elephant, like unto the elephant of Sakra himself, belonging to Indravarman, the chief of the Mallavas, who was standing within thy army. I then went to Drona and told him, A Swathaman has been slain, O Brahmana. Cease, then, to fight. Verily, O bull among men, the preceptor did not believe in the truth of words. Desirous of victory as thou art, accept the advice of Govinda. Tell Drona, O king, that the son of Saradwat's daughter is no more. Told by thee, that bull among Brahmanas will never fight. Thou, O ruler of men, art reputed to be truthful in the three worlds." Hearing those words of Bhima, and induced by the counsels of Krishna, and owing also to the inevitability of destiny, O monarch, Yudhishthira made up his mind to say what he desired. Fearing to utter an untruth, but earnestly desirous of victory, Yudhishthira distinctly said that a Swathaman was dead, adding indistinctly the word elephant after the name. Before this, Yudhishthira's car had stayed at a height of 4 fingers' breadth from the surface of the earth. After, however, he had said that untruth, his vehicle and animals touched the earth. Hearing those words from Yudhishthira, the mighty car warrior Drona, afflicted with grief for the supposed death of his son, yielded to the influence of despair. By the words, again, of the rishis, he regarded himself a great offender against the high-souled Pandavas. Hearing now about the death of his son, he became perfectly cheerless and filled with anxiety upon beholding Drishtadhyumna, O king, that chastiser of foes could not fight as before. Footnotes. For 46:1 this verse is omitted in the Bombay text. There can be no doubt, however, about its genuineness. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 192. Sanjaya said, beholding Drona filled with great anxiety and almost deprived of his senses by grief, Drishtadhyumna, the son of the Panchala king, rushed at him. That hero had, for the destruction of Drona, been obtained by Drupada, that ruler of men, at a great sacrifice, from the bearer of sacrificial libations. Desirous of slaying Drona, he now took up a victory-giving and formidable bow whose twang resembled the roll of the clouds, whose string was possessed of great strength, and which was irrefragable and celestial. And he fixed on it a fierce arrow, resembling a snake of virulent poison and possessed of the splendor of fire. That arrow, resembling a fire of fierce flame, while within the circle of his bow, looked like the autumnal sun of great splendor within a radiant circle. Beholding that blazing bow bent with force by Prashada's son, the troops regarded that to be the last hour of the world. Seeing that arrow aimed at him, the valiant son of Bharadvaja thought that the last hour of his body had come. The preceptor prepared with care to baffle that shaft. The weapons, however, of that high-souled one, O monarch, no longer appeared at his bidding. His weapons had not been exhausted, although he had shot them ceaselessly for 4 days and 1 night. On the expiry, however, of the 3rd part of that of the 5th day, his arrows became exhausted. Seeing the exhaustion of his arrows, and afflicted with grief on account of his son's death, and in consequence also of the unwillingness of the celestial weapons to appear at his bidding, he desired to lay aside his weapons, as requested by the words of the rishis also. Though filled with great energy, he could not, however, fight as before. Then taking up another celestial bow that Angiras had given him, and certain arrows that resembled a Brahmana's curse, he continued to fight with Drishtadhyumna. He covered the Panchala prince with a thick shower of arrows, and filled with rage, mangled his angry antagonist. With his own keen shafts he cut off in 100 fragments those of the prince as also the latter's standard and bow. he then his antagonist's driver. Then Drishtadyumna, smiling, took up another bow, and pierced Drona with a keen shaft in the center of the chest. Deeply pierced therewith, and losing his self-possession in that encounter, that mighty bowman, then, with a sharp and broad-headed arrow, once more cut off Drishtadyumna's bow. Indeed, the invincible Drona then cut off all the weapons, O king, and all the bows that his antagonist had, with the exception only of his mace and sword. Filled with rage, he then pierced the angry Drishtadyumna, O chastiser of foes, 9 keen arrows, capable of taking the life of every foe. Then the mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna, of immeasurable soul, invoking into existence the Brahma weapon, caused the steeds of his own car to be mingled with those of his foes. Endued with the speed of the wind, those steeds that were red and of the hue of pigeons, O bull of Bharata's race, thus mingled together, looked exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, O king, those steeds thus mingled together on the field of battle looked beautiful like roaring clouds in the season of rains, charged with lightning. Then that twice-born one of immeasurable soul cut off the shaft joints, the wheel joints, and other car joints of Drishtadyumna. Deprived of his bow, and made carless and steedless and driverless, the heroic Drishtadyumna, fallen into great distress, grasped a mace. Filled with rage, the mighty car warrior, Drona, of unbaffled prowess, by means of a number of keen shafts, cut off that mace, while it was on the point of being hurled at him. Beholding his mace cut off by Drona with arrows, that tiger among men, viz., the Panchala prince, took up a spotless sword and a bright shield decked with 100 moons. Without doubt, under those circumstances, the Panchala prince determined to make an end of that foremost of preceptors, that high-souled warrior. Sometimes, sheltering himself in his car box and sometimes riding on his car shafts, the prince moved about, uplifting his swords and whirling his bright shield. The mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna, desirous of achieving, from folly, a difficult feat, hoped to pierce the chest of Bharadvaja's son in that battle. Sometimes he stayed upon the yoke, and sometimes under the haunches of Drona's red steeds. These movements of his were highly applauded by all the troops. Indeed, while he stayed amid the trappings of the yoke or behind those red steeds, Drona found no opportunity to strike him. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. The movements of both Drona and Prashada's son in that battle resembled the fight of hawk careering through the welkin for a piece of meat. Then Drona, by means of a dart, pierced the white steeds of his antagonist, one after another, not striking, however, the red ones amongst them that belonged to himself. Deprived of life, those steeds of Drishtadyumna fell down upon the earth. Thereupon, the red steeds of Drona himself, O king, were freed from the entanglements of Drishtadyumna's car. Beholding his steeds slain by that foremost of Brahmanas, Prashada's sons, that mighty car warrior, that foremost of fighters, could not brook it. Though deprived of his car, still that foremost of all swordsmen, armed with his sword, sprang towards Drona, O monarch, like Vinata's son, Garuda, making a swoop at a snake. The form, O king, of Drishtadyumna at that time, when he sought to slay the son of Bharadvaja, resembled the form of Vishnu himself in days of yore when at the point of slaying Hiranyakasipu. He performed diverse evolutions, in fact. O Kauravya, the son of Prashada, careering in that battle, exhibited the well-known 120 different kinds of motion. Armed with the sword, and shield in hand, Prashada's son wheeled about and whirled his sword on high, and made side thrusts, and rushed forward, and ran sideways, and leapt high, and assailed the flanks of his antagonists, and receded backwards, and closed with his foes, and pressed them hard. Having practiced them well, he also showed the evolutions called Bharata, Kausika Satwata, as he careened in that battle for compassing the destruction of Drona, beholding those beautiful evolutions of Drishtadyumna, as he careered on the field, sword and shield in hand, all the warriors, as also the celestials assembled there, were filled with wonder. The regenerate Drona then, shooting 1,000 arrows in the thick of fight, cut off the sword of Drishtadyumna, as also his shield, decked with 100 moons. Those arrows that Drona shot, while fighting from such a near point, were of the length of a span. Such arrows are used only in close fight. None else have arrows of that kind, except Kripa, and Partha, and Aswathaman and Karna, Pradyumna, and Yuyudana. Abhimanyu also had such arrows. Then the preceptor, desirous of slaying his disciple who was unto him even as his own son, fixed on his bowstring a shaft endued with great impetuosity. That shaft, however, Satyaki cut off by means of 10 arrows, and the very sight of thy son, as also of the high-souled Karna, as thus rescued Drishtadyumna, who was on the point of succumbing to Drona. Then Kesva and Dhananjaya beheld Satyaki of prowess incapable of being baffled, who, O Bharata, was thus careering in the car tracks of the Kuru warriors, and within the range of the shafts of Drona and Karna and Kripa, saying, "Excellent, excellent." Both of them loudly applauded Satyaki of unfading glory, who was thus destroying the celestial weapons of all those warriors. Then Kesva and Dhananjaya rushed towards the Kurus. Addressing Krishna, Dhananjaya said, "Behold, O Kesva, that perpetuator of Madhu's race, viz., Satyaki of true prowess, sporting before the preceptor and those mighty car warriors, and gladdening me and the twins and Bhima and King Yudhishthira. With skill acquired by practice and without insolence, behold that enhancer of the fame of the Vrishnis, viz., Satyaki, careering in battle, sporting the while with those mighty car warriors. All these troops, as also the Siddhas and the Welkin, beholding him invincible in battle, are filled with wonder and applauding him, saying, 'Excellent, excellent.' Indeed, O king, the warriors of both armies all applauded the Satwata hero for his feats." Footnotes. For 47:1 the celestial weapons were all living agents that appeared at the bidding of him who knew to invoke them. They abandoned, however, the person whose death was imminent, although invoked with the usual formulae. For 48:1 I adopt the Bombay reading. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 193. Sanjaya said, beholding those feats of the Satwata hero, Duryodhana and others, filled with rage, quickly encompassed the grandson of Seni on all sides. Kripa and Karna, of also thy sorts, O sire, in that battle, quickly approaching the grandson of Seni, began to strike him with keen arrows. Then King Yudhishthira, and the 2 other Pandavas, viz., the 2 sons of Madri and Bhimasena of great might, surrounded Satyaki for protecting him. Karna, and the mighty car warrior Kripa, and Duryodhana and others, all resisted Satyaki, pouring showers of arrows on him. The grandson of Seni, however, contending with all those car warriors, baffled, O monarch, that terrible downpour of arrows so suddenly created by his foes. Indeed, in that dreadful battle, Satyaki, by means of his own celestial weapons, duly resisted all those celestial weapons aimed at him by those illustrious warriors. The field of battle became full of many cruel sights upon that encounter of those royal combatants, resembling that scene of yore when Rudra, filled with rage, had destroyed all creatures. Human arms and heads and bows, O Bharata, and umbrellas displaced from cars and yak tails were seen lying in heaps on the field of battle. The earth became quickly strewn with broken wheels and cars, and massive arms lopped off from trunks, and brave horsemen deprived of life. And, O foremost one among the Kurus, large number of warriors, mangled with falling arrows, were seen in that great battle to roll and writhe on the ground in agony of the last spasms of death. During the progress of that terrible battle, resembling the encounter in days of old between the Celestials and the Asuras, King Yudhishthira the Just, addressing his warriors, said, "Putting forth all your vigor, rush, ye great car warriors, against the pot-born. Yonder the heroic son of Prashada is engaged with Drona. He is endeavoring to the utmost of his might to slay the son of Bharadvaja. Judging from the aspect he is presenting in this great battle, it is evident that filled with rage, he will today overthrow Drona. Uniting together, all of you fight with the pot-born." Thus ordered by Yudhishthira, the mighty car warriors of the Srinjayas all rushed with great vigor to slay the son of Bharadvaja. That mighty car warrior, viz., Bharadvaja's son, quickly rushed against those advancing warriors, knowing for certain that he would die. When Drona, of sure aim, thus proceeded, the earth trembled violently. Fierce winds began to blow, inspiring the hostile ranks with fear. Large meteors fell, seemingly issuing out of the sun, blazing fiercely as they fell and foreboding great terrors. The weapons of Drona, O sire, seemed to blaze forth. Cars seemed to produce loud rattles, and steeds to shed tears. The mighty car warrior, Drona, seemed to be divested of his energy, his left eye and left hand began to twitch. Beholding Prashada's son, again, before him, and bearing in mind the words of the rishis about his leaving the world for heaven, he became cheerless. He then desired to give up life by fighting fairly. Encompassed on all sides by the troops of Drupada's son, Drona began to career in battle, consuming large numbers of Kshatriyas. That grinder of foes, having slain 24,000 Kshatriyas, then dispatched to Yama's abode 10 times 10,000 by means of his shafts of keen points. Exerting himself with care, he seemed to stand in that battle like a smokeless fire. For the extermination of the Kshatriya race, he then had recourse to the Brahma weapon. Then the mighty Bhima, beholding the illustrious and irresistible prince of the Panchalas carless and weaponless, quickly proceeded towards him. Beholding him striking at Drona from a near point, that grinder of foes took up Drishtadyumna on his own car, and said unto him, "Save thee there is no other man that can venture to fight with the preceptor. Be quick to slay him. The burden of his slaughter rests upon thee." Thus addressed by Bhima, the mighty armed Drishtadyumna speedily took up a strong, a new and a superb bow capable of bearing a great strain. Filled with rage, and shooting his arrows in that battle at the irresistible Drona, Drishtadyumna covered the preceptor, desirous of withstanding him. Those two ornaments of battle then, both foremost of fighters and both filled with rage, invoked into existence the Brahma and diverse other celestial weapons. Indeed, O king, Drishtadyumna covered Drona with many mighty weapons in that encounter. Destroying all the weapons of Bharadvaja's son, the Panchala prince, that warrior of unfading glory, began to slay the Vasatas, the Sivas, the Valhikas, and the Kurus, that is, them, who protected Drona in that battle. Indeed, O king, shooting showers of arrows on all sides, Drishtadyumna at that time looked resplendent like the sun himself shedding his thousands of rays. Drona, however, once more cut off the prince's bow and pierced the vitals of the prince himself with many arrows. Thus pierced, the prince felt great pain. Then Bhima, of great wrath, holding the car of Drona, O monarch, slowly said these words unto him, "If wretches amongst Brahmanas, discontented with the avocations of their own order, but well versed in arms, did not fight, the Kshatriya order then would not have been thus exterminated. Abstention from injury to all creatures hath been said to be the highest of all virtues. The Brahmana is the root of that virtue. As regards thyself, again, thou art the foremost of all persons acquainted with Brahma, slaying all those Mlekas and other warriors, who, however, are all engaged in the proper avocations of their order, moved thereto by ignorance and folly, O Brahmana, and by the desire of wealth for benefiting sons and wives. Indeed, for the sake of an only son, why dost thou not feel ashamed? He for whom thou hast taken up weapons, and for whom thou livest, he, deprived of life, lieth today on the field of battle, unknown to thee and behind thy back. King Yudhishthira the just hath told thee this. It behoveth thee not to doubt this fact. Thus addressed by Bhima, Drona laid aside his bow. Desirous of laying aside all his weapons also, Bharadvaja, son of virtuous soul, said aloud, O Karna, Karna, O great bowman, O Kripa, O Duryodhana, I tell you repeatedly, exert yourselves carefully in battle. Let no injury happen to you from the Pandavas. As regards myself, I lay aside my weapons. Saying these words, he began loudly to take the name of Aswathaman. Laying aside his weapons then in that battle, and sitting down on the terrace of his car, he devoted himself to yoga and assured all creatures, dispelling their fears. Beholding that opportunity, Drishtadyumna mustered all his energy. Laying down on the car his formidable bow, with arrow fixed on the bowstring, he took up a sword, and jumping down from his vehicle, rushed quickly against Drona. All creatures, human beings and others, uttered exclamation of woe, beholding Drona thus brought under Drishtadyumna's power. Loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas" were uttered, as also those of "Oh" and "Fie." As regards Drona himself, abandoning his weapons, he was then in a supremely tranquil state. Having said those words, he had devoted himself to yoga. Endued with great effulgence and possessed of high ascetic merit, he had fixed his heart on that supreme and ancient being, viz., Vishnu. Bending his face slightly down, and heaving his breast forward, and closing his eyes, and resting o'er't the quality of goodness, and disposing his heart to contemplation, and thinking on the monosyllable Om, representing Brahma, and remembering the puissant, supreme, and indestructible God of gods, the radiant Drona or high ascetic merit, the preceptor of the Kurus and the Pandavas, repaired to heaven that is so difficult of being attained even by the pious. Indeed, when Drona thus proceeded to heaven, it seemed to us that there were then two suns in the firmament. The whole welkin was ablaze, and seemed to be one vast expanse of equal light when the sun, like Bharadvaja, of solar effulgence, disappeared. Confused sounds of joy were heard, uttered by the delighted celestials. When Drona thus repaired to the region of Brahman, Drishtadyumna stood, unconscious of it all, beside him. Only we five amongst men beheld the high-souled Drona wrapped in yoga proceed to the highest region of blessedness. These five were myself, Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, and Drona's son, Aswathaman, and Vasudeva of Vrishni's race, and King Yudhishthira the Just, the son of Pandu. Nobody else, O king, could see that glory of the wise Drona, devoted to yoga, while passing out of the world. In fact, all human beings were unconscious of the fact that the preceptor attained to the supreme region of Brahman, a region mysterious to the very gods, and one that is the highest of all. Indeed, none of them could see the preceptor, that chastiser of foes, proceed to the region of Brahman, devoted to yoga in the company of the foremost of rishis, his body mangled with arrows and bathed in blood, after he had laid aside his weapons. As regards Prashada's son, though everybody cried fie on him, yet casting his eyes on the lifeless Drona's head, he began to drag it. With his sword, then, he lopped off from his foe's trunk that head. His foe remained speechless the while. Having slain Bharadvaja's son, Drishtadyumna was filled with great joy, and uttered leonine shouts, whirling his sword. of a dark complexion, with white locks hanging down to his ears, that old man of 85 of age, used, for thy sake only, to career on the field of battle with the activity of a youth of 16. The mighty armed Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, before Drona's head was cut off, had said, O son of Drupada, bring the preceptor alive, do not slay him. He should not be slain. Even thus all the troops also had cried out. Arjuna, in particular, melted with pity, had cried out repeatedly. Disregarding, however, the cries of Arjuna as also these of all the kings, Drishtadyumna slew Drona, that bull among men, on the terrace of his car. Covered with Drona's blood, Drishtadyumna then jumped from the car down upon the ground. Looking red like the sun, he then seemed to be exceedingly fierce. Thy troops beheld Drona slain even thus in that battle. Then Drishtadyumna, that great bowman, O king, threw down that large head of Bharadvaja's son before the warriors of thy army. Thy soldiers, O monarch, beholding the head of Bharadvaja's son, set their hearts on flight and ran away in all directions. Meanwhile Drona, ascending the skies, entered the stellar path. Through the grace of the rishis Krishna, Dvaipayana, the son of Satyavati, I witnessed, O king, the true circumstances about the death of Drona. I beheld that illustrious one proceeding, after he had ascended the sky, like a smokeless brand of blazing splendor. Upon the fall of Drona, the Kurus, the Pandavas, and the Srinjayas all became cheerless and ran away with great speed. The army then broke up. Many had been slain, and many wounded by means of keen shafts. Thy warriors, in particular, upon the fall of Drona, seemed to be deprived of life. Having sustained a defeat, and being inspired with fear about the future, the Kurus regarded themselves deprived of both the worlds. Indeed, they lost all self-control. Searching for the body of Bharadvaja's son, O monarch, on the field covered with thousands of headless trunks, the kings could not find it. The Pandavas, having gained the victory and great prospects of renown in the future, began to make loud sounds with their arrows and conchs and uttered loud leonine roars. Then Bhimasena, O king, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, were seen in the midst of the Pandava host to embrace each other. Addressing the son of Prashada, that scorcher of foes, viz., Bhima said, I will again embrace thee, O son of Prashada, as one crowned with victory, when that wretch of Asuta's son shall be slain in battle, as also that other wretch, viz., Duryodhana. Having said these words, Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, filled with transports of joy, caused the earth to tremble with slaps on his armpits. Terrified by that sound, thy troops ran away from battle, forgetting the duties of the Kshatriyas and setting their hearts on flight. The Pandavas, having become victors, became very glad, O monarch, and they felt great happiness, derived from the destruction of their foes in battle. Footnotes. For 53:1 deprived of both the worlds, having sustained a defeat, they lost this world, and flying away from the field, they committed a sin and lost the next world. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 194. Sanjaya said, upon the fall of Drona, O king, the Kurus, afflicted with weapons, deprived of their leader, broken and routed, became filled with exertion, and deprived of energy through grief. Uttering loud wails, they grief, seeing their foes, the Pandavas, prevailing over them, they repeatedly trembled. Their eyes filled with tears, and hearts inspired with fear, they became, O king, melancholy and cheerless, and destitute of gathered round thy son. Covered with dust, trembling, with fear, casting vacant looks on all sides, and their voice choked with fear, they resembled the Daityas after the fall of Hiranyaksha in the days of yore. Surrounded by them all, as if by small animals struck with fear, thy son, unable to stay in their midst, moved away. Afflicted with hunger and thirst, and scorched by the sun, thy warriors, then, O Bharata, became exceedingly cheerless. Beholding the fall of Bharadvaja's son, which was like unto the dropping of the sun down upon the earth, or the drying up of the ocean, or the transplantation of Meru, or the defeat of Vasva, beholding that act, and capable of being quietly witnessed, the Kauravas, O king, fled away in fear, terror lending them greater speed. The ruler of the Gandharas Sakuni, beholding Drona of the golden car slain, fled with the car warriors of his division, with speed that was much greater. Even the Suta's son fled away in fear, taking with him his own vast division, that was retreating with great speed with all its standards. The ruler of the Madras, viz., Salya, also, casting vacant looks around, fled away in fear, taking with him his division, teeming with cars and elephants and steeds. Saradwat's son, Kripa, too, fled away, saying, Alas, alas, taking with him his division of elephants and foot soldiers, the greater part thereof having been slain. Kritavarman, O king, also fled away, borne by his swift steeds, and surrounded by the remnant of his Bhoja, Kalinga, Arata, and Valhika troops. Uluka, O king, beholding Drona slain, fled away with speed, afflicted with fear and accompanied by a large body of foot soldiers. Handsome and endued with youth, and reputed for his bravery, Dusasana, also, in great anxiety, fled away surrounded by his elephant division. Taking with him 10,000 cars and 3,000 elephants, Vrishasena also fled with speed at the sight of Drona's fall. Accompanied by his elephants and horses and cars, and surrounded also by foot soldiers, thy son, the mighty car warrior, Duryodhana, too, fled away, O king, taking with him the remnant of the Samsaptakas whom Arjuna had not yet slaughtered. Susarman, O king, fled away, beholding Drona slain. Riding on elephants and cars and steeds, all the warriors of the Kaurava army fled away from the field, seeing Drona, of golden car, slain. Some urging their sires on, some their brothers, some their maternal uncles, some their sons, some their friends, the Kauravas fled away. Others urging on their brethren in arms, or their sisters' sons, their kinsmen, fled away on all sides. With disheveled hair and accoutrements loosened, all fled away in such a manner that even two persons could not be seen running together. The Kuru army has been totally destroyed, even this was the belief of everybody. Others amongst thy troops fled away, O king, throwing off their coats of mail. The soldiers loudly called upon one another, O bull of Bharata's race, saying, Wait, wait, do not fly, but none of them that said so themselves stood on the field. Abandoning their vehicles and cars decked with ornaments, the warriors, riding on steeds or using their legs, fled away with great speed. While the troops, deprived of energy, were thus flying away with speed, only Drona's son, Aswathaman, like a huge alligator coming up against the current of a stream, rushed against his foes. A fierce battle took place between him and many warriors headed by Sikandin and the Prapadrakas, the Panchalas, the Chedis, and the Kaikyas, slaying many warriors of the Pandava army that were incapable of being defeated with ease, and escaping with difficulty from the press of battle. That hero, possessed of the tread of an infuriated elephant, saw the Kaurava host running away, resolved on flight. Proceeding towards Duryodhana, Drona's son, approaching the Kuru king, said, Why, O Bharata, are the troops flying away as if in fear? Although flying away, thus, O monarch, why dost thou not yet rally them in battle? Thyself, too, O king, dost not seem to be in thy usual frame of mind. Upon the slaughter of that lion among car warriors, O monarch, hath thy force fallen into this plight. O Kaurava, O king, all these that are headed, even, by Karna, wait not on the field. In no battle fought before did the army fly away thus. Hath any evil befallen thy troops, O Bharata? Hearing these words of Drona's son on that occasion, Duryodhana, that bull among kings, felt himself unable to impart the bitter intelligence. Indeed, thy son seemed to sink into an ocean of grief, like a foundered boat. Beholding Drona's son on his car, the king became bathed in tears. Suffused with shame, O monarch, the king then addressed Saradwat's son, saying, Blessed be thou, say thou, before others, why the army is thus flying away. Then Saradwat's son, O king, repeatedly feeling great anguish, told Drona's son how his sire had been slain. Kripa said, placing Drona, that foremost of car warriors, at our head, we commenced to fight with only the Panchalas. When the battle commenced, the Kurus and the Samakas mingled together, roared at one another, and began to strike down one another with their weapons. During the progress of that battle, the Dhritarashtra's began to be thinned. Seeing this, thy sire, filled with rage, invoked into existence a celestial weapon. Indeed, Drona, that bull among men, having invoked the Brahma weapon, slew his enemies with broad-headed arrows by hundreds and thousands. Urged by fate, the Pandavas, the Kaikyas, the Matsyas, and the Panchalas, O foremast of regenerate ones, approaching Drona's car, began to perish. With his Brahma weapon, Drona dispatched unto Yama's abode 1,000 brave warriors and 2,000 elephants. Of a dark complexion, with his gray locks hanging down to his ears, and full 85 years old, the aged Drona used to careen in battle like a youth of 16. When the enemy's troops were thus afflicted and the kings were being slain, the Panchalas, though filled with desire of revenge, turned back from the fight. When the enemy, turning back, partially lost their order, that vanquisher of foes, viz., Drona, invoking celestial weapons into the existence, shone resplendent like the risen sun. Indeed, thy valiant sire, getting into the midst of the Pandavas, and having arrows for the rays that emanated from him, resembled the midday sun at whom none could gaze. Scorched by Drona, as if by the blazing sun, they became cheerless and deprived of their energy and senses. Beholding them thus afflicted by Drona with his shafts, the slayer of Madhu, desirous of victory to the son of Pandu, said these words, Truly, this foremost of all wielders of arms, this leader of the leaders, is incapable of being vanquished in battle by the slayer of Vritra himself. Ye sons of Pandu, laying aside righteousness, take care of victory, so that Drona of the golden car may not slay all of you in battle. I think you will not fight after the fall of Aswathaman. Let some man falsely tell him that Aswathaman has been slain in battle. Hearing these words, Kunti's son, Dhananjaya, approved them not. The advice, however, met with the approval of all others, and even of Yudhishthira with some difficulty. Then Bhimasena, with a tinge of bashfulness, said unto thy sire, Aswathaman hath been slain. Thy sire, however, did not believe him. Suspecting the intelligence to be false, thy father, so affectionate towards thee, inquired of Yudhishthira as to whether thou wert really dead or not. Afflicted with the fear of a lie, solicitous at the same time of victory, Yudhishthira, beholding a mighty elephant, huge as a hill and called Aswathaman, belonging to the Malava chief, Indravarman, slain on the field by Bhima, approached Drona and answered him, saying, He for whom thou wieldest weapons, he, looking upon whom thou livest that ever dear son of thine, viz., Aswathaman, hath been slain. Deprived of life he leath on the bare ground like a young lion. Aware fully of the evil consequences of falsehood, the king spoke those words unto that best of Brahmins, indistinctly adding elephant after Aswathaman. Hearing of the fall of his son, he began to wail aloud, afflicted with grief, restraining the force of his celestial weapons, he fought not as before. Beholding him filled with anxiety, and almost deprived of his senses by grief, the son of the Panchala king, of cruel deeds, rushed towards him. Seeing the prince who had been ordained as his slayer, Drona, versed in all truths about men and things, abandoned all his celestial weapons and sat in Priya on the field of battle. Then Prashada's son, seizing Drona's head with his left hand and disregarding the loud admonitions of all the heroes, cut off that head. Drona should not be slain, even these were the words uttered from every side. Similarly, Arjuna also, jumping down from his car, quickly ran towards Prashada's son, with arms upraised and repeatedly saying, "O thou that art acquainted with the ways of morality, do not slay the preceptor, but bring him alive." Though thus forbidden by the Kauravas as also by Arjuna, Drishtadyumna killed thy father. For this, afflicted with fear, the troops are all flying away. Ourselves also, for the same reason, in great cheerlessness, O sinless one, are doing the same. Sanjaya continued, hearing of the slaughter of his sire in battle, Drona's son, like a snake struck with the foot, became filled with fierce wrath. And filled with rage, O sire, Aswathaman blazed up in that battle like a fire fed with a large quantity of fuel. As he squeezed his hands and ground his teeth, and breathed like a snake, his eyes became red as blood. Footnotes 455:1 celestial weapons were invoked with mantras, as explained in a previous note. They were forces which created all sorts of tangible weapons that the invoked desired. Here the Brahma weapon took the form of broad-headed arrows. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 195. Dhritarashtra said, hearing, O Sanjaya, of the slaughter, by unrighteous means, of his aged sire, by Drishtadyumna, what did the valiant Aswathaman say, he, that is, in whom human and Varuna and Agneya and Brahma and Indra and Narayana weapons are always present? Indeed, learning that the preceptor, that foremost of virtuous men, had been unrighteously slain by Drishtadyumna in battle, what did Aswathaman say? The high-souled Drona, having obtained the science of weapons from Rama, have imparted a knowledge of all the celestial weapons unto his son, desirous of seeing the latter adorned with all the accomplishments of a warrior. There is only one person in this world, viz., the sun, and none else, whom people desire to become superior to themselves. All high-souled preceptors have this characteristic, viz., that they impart all the mysteries of their science unto either sons or devoted disciples. Becoming his sire's pupil, O Sanjaya, and obtaining all those mysteries with every detail, the son of Saradwat's daughter has become a second Drona and a great hero. Aswathaman is equal to Karna in knowledge of weapons, to Purandara in battle, to Kartavirya in energy, and Vrihaspati in wisdom. In fortitude, that youth is equal to a mountain, and in energy to fire. In gravity, he is equal to an ocean, and in wrath, to the poison of the snake. He is the foremost of all car warriors in battle, a firm bowman, and above all fatigue. In speed he is equal to the wind itself, and he careens in the thick of fight like Yama in rage. While he is engaged in shooting arrows in battle, the very earth becomes afflicted. Of prowess incapable of being baffled, hero is never fatigued by exertions. Purified by the Vedas and by vows, he is a thorough master of the science of arms, like Rama, the son of Dashratha. He is like the ocean, incapable of being agitated. Hearing that the preceptor, that foremost of righteous persons, had been unrighteously slain in battle by Drishtadyumna, what, indeed, did Aswathaman say? Aswathaman hath been ordained to be the slayer of Drishtadyumna, even as Yajnasena's son, the prince of the Panchalas, was ordained to be the slayer of Drona. What, did Aswathaman say, hearing that his sire, the preceptor, had been slain by the cruel, sinful, and mean Drishtadyumna of little foresight. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 196. Sanjaya said, hearing of the slaughter of his sire by Drishtadyumna, of sinful deeds, Drona's son was filled with grief and rage, O bull among men. Filled with rage, O king, his body seems to blaze forth like that of the destroyer while engaged in slaughtering creatures at the end of Yuga. Repeatedly wiping his tearful eyes, and breathing hot sighs in rage, he said unto Duryodhana, I have now learned how my sire has been slain by those low wretches after he laid aside his weapons, and how also has a sinful act been perpetrated by Yudhishthira disguised in the garb of virtue. I have now heard of that unrighteous and exceedingly cruel act of Dharma's son. Indeed, to those engaged in battle, either of the two things must happen, viz., victory or defeat. Death in battle is always to be applauded. That death, in battle, of a person engaged in fight, which takes place under circumstances of righteousness, is not deserving of grief, as has been observed by the sages. Without doubt, my sire has gone to the region of heroes. He having met with such a death, I should not grieve for him. The humiliation, however, of a seizure of his locks, that he sustained in the very sight of all the troops, while he was righteously engaged in battle, is tearing the very core of my heart. Myself alive, my sire's locks were seized, why should sonless people then entertain a desire of offspring? People perpetrate unrighteous acts or humiliate others, moved by lust or wrath or folly or hatred or levity. The cruel and wicked-souled son of Prashada hath perpetrated this exceedingly sinful act in total disregard of me Drishtadyumna, therefore shall surely suffer the dreadful consequence of that act, as also the false-speeched son of Pandu that has acted so wrongly. Today, the earth shall certainly drink the blood of that King Yudhishthira the Just, who caused the preceptor, by an act of deceit, to lay aside his weapons. I swear by truth, O Kauravas, as also by my religious acts, that I shall never bear the burden of life if I fail to exterminate the Panchalas. By every means I contend with the Panchalas in dreadful strife. I shall certainly slay in battle Drishtadyumna, that perpetrator of unrighteous deeds. Mild or violent, let the means be what they will, I shall effect the destruction of all the Panchalas before peace becomes mine. O Kaurava! O tiger among men, persons desire children so that obtaining them they may be rescued from great fears both here and hereafter. My sire, however, fell into that plight, like a friendless creature, although myself am alive, his disciple and son, resembling a mountain, in might. Fie on my celestial weapons! Fie on my arms! Fie on my prowess! Since Drona, although he had a son in me, had his lock seized. I shall, therefore, O chief of the Bharatas, now achieve that by which I may be freed from the debt I owe to my sire, now gone to the other world. He that is good never indulges in self-praise. Unable, however, to brook the slaughter of my sire, I speak of my prowess. Let the Pandavas, with Janardana among them, behold my energy today, while I grind all their troops, achieving what is done, by the destroyer himself, at the end of the Yuga. Neither the gods, nor the Gandharvas, nor the Asuras, the Uragas, and the Rakshasas, nor all the foremost of men, shall today be able to vanquish me on my car in battle. There is none in the world equal to me or Arjuna in knowledge of weapons. Entering into the midst of the troops, like the sun himself in the midst of his blazing rays, I shall today use my celestial weapons. Today, applied by me, innumerable shafts, sped from my bow in dreadful battle, displaying their terrible energy, I shall grind the Pandavas. Today, all the points of the compass, O king, will be seen by the warriors of our army shrouded with my winged arrows of keen points, as if with torrents of rain. scattering showers of shafts on all sides with a loud noise. I shall overthrow my foes, like a tempest felling trees. Neither Vibhatsu, nor Janadana, nor Bhimasena, nor Nakula, nor Sadeva, nor King Yudhishthira, nor Prashada's wicked-souled son, Drishtadyumna, nor Sikandin, nor Satyaki, O Kauravya, knoweth that weapon which I have, along with the mantras, for hurting and withdrawing it. Formerly on one occasion, Narayana, assuming the form of a Brahmana, came to my father. Bowing unto him, my father presented his offerings unto him in due form. Taking them himself, the divine Lord offered to give him a boon. My father then solicited that supreme weapon called Narayana. The divine Lord, the foremost of all gods, addressing my sire, said, "No man shall ever become thy equal in battle." This weapon, however, O Brahmana, should never be used in haste. It never comes back without effecting the destruction of the foe. I know none whom it may not slay, O Lord. Indeed, it would slay even the unslayable. Therefore, it should not be used without the greatest deliberation. This mighty weapon, O scorcher of foes, should never be hurled upon persons that abandon their cars or weapons in battle, or upon those that seek for quarter or those that wield themselves up. He who seeketh to afflict in battle the unslayable with it, is himself exceedingly afflicted by it. My sire thus received that weapon. Then Lord Narayana, addressing myself also, said, "With the aid of this weapon, thou too shalt pour diverse showers of celestial weapons in battle and blaze with energy in consequence of it." Having said these words, the divine Lord ascended to heaven. Even this is the history of the Narayana weapon which has been obtained by my sire's son. With that I will rout and slay the Pandavas, the Panchalas, the Matsyas, and the Kaikyas in battle, like Sachi's lord routing and slaying the Asuras. My shafts, O Bharata, will fall upon the contending foes, in those particular forms which I shall wish them to assume. Staying in battle, I will pour showers of weapons as I desire. I will rout and slay all the foremost of car warriors with sky-ranging arrows of iron points. Without doubt, I will shower innumerable battle axes upon the foe. With the mighty Narayana weapon, a scorcher of foes that I am, I will destroy the Pandavas, causing an immense carnage amongst them. That wretch amongst the Panchalas, viz., Drishtadyumna, who is an injurer of friends and Brahmanas and of his own preceptor, who is a deceitful wretch of the most reprehensible conduct, shall never escape from me today with life. Hearing these words of Drona's son, the Kuru army rallied. Then many foremost of men blew their gigantic conchs. And filled with delight, they beat their drums and dindymus by thousands. The earth resounded with loud noises, afflicted with the hoofs of steeds and the wheels of cars. That loud uproar made the earth, and the firmament also echo with it. Hearing that uproar, deep as the roll of the clouds, the Pandavas, those foremost of car warriors, uniting together, took counsel of one another. Meanwhile, Drona's son, having said those words, O Bharata, touched water and invoked the celestial weapon called the Narayana. Footnotes. For 58:1 Dharmadwajan literally means a person bearing the standard of virtue, hence, hypocrite, sanctimoniously talking only virtue and morality but acting differently. For 58:2 I think the correct reading is aputrinas and not putrinas. If it is putrinas, literally rendered, the meaning is, why should persons having children feel any affection for the latter? It is worthy of remark that the author of Vinasamara has bodily adopted this verse, putting it in the mouth of a Swathaman when introduced in the third act. For 59:1 the last line of 37 is read differently in the Bombay edition. Nilkantha accepts that reading, and explains it in his gloss, remarking that the grammatical solecism occurring in it is a license. The Bengal reading, however, is more apposite. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 197. Sanjaya said, when the weapon called Narayana was invoked, violent winds began to blow with showers of rain, and peals of thunder were heard although the sky was cloudless. The earth trembled, and the seas swelled up in agitation. The rivers began to run in a contrary course. The summits of mountains, O Bharata, began to split. Diverse animals began to pass by the left side of the Pandavas. Darkness set in, the sun became obscure. Diverse kinds of carnivorous creatures began to alight on the field in joy. The gods, the Danavas, and the Gandharvas, O monarch, all became inspired with fear. Beholding that tremendous agitation in nature, all began to ask one another loudly about its cause. Indeed, seeing that fierce and terrible weapon invoked by Drona's son, all the kings, inspired with fear, felt great pain. Dhritarashtra said, "Tell me, O Sanjaya, what counsel was adopted by the Pandavas for the protection of Drishtadyumna when they saw the Kauravas once more advance to battle, rallied by Drona's son, who was scorched by grief and unable to brook the slaughter of his sire?" Sanjaya continued, having beheld before the Dhritarashtras fly away, Yudhishthira, seeing them once more prepared for furious battle, addressed Arjuna, saying, after the preceptor Drona had been slain in battle by Drishtadyumna, like the mighty Asura, Vritra, by the wielder of the thunderbolt, the Kurus, O Dhananjaya, becoming cheerless, gave up all hopes of victory. Desirous of saving themselves, all of them fled away from battle. Some kings fled, riding on cars borne along a regular course without parshney drivers, and divested of standards and banners and umbrellas, and with their kuvaras and boxes broken, and all their equipments displaced. Others, struck with panic and deprived of their senses, themselves striking the steeds of their cars with their feet, fled precipitately. Others, riding on cars with broken yokes and wheels and akshas, fled afflicted with fear. Others on horseback were carried away, their bodies half displaced from their saddles. Others, dislodged from their seats, and pinned by shafts to the necks of elephants, were quickly carried away by those animals. Others were trodden to death all around by elephants, afflicted and mangled with arrows. Others, deprived of weapons and divested of armor, fell from their vehicles and animal down upon the earth. Others were cut by car wheels, or crushed by steeds and elephants. Others, loudly calling after their sires and sons, fled away in fear, without recognizing one another, deprived of all energy by grief. Some, placing their sons and sires and friends and brothers on vehicles, and taking off their armor, were seen washing them with water. After the slaughter of Drona, the Kuru army, fallen into such a plight, fled away precipitously. By whom then hath it been rallied? Tell me, if thou knowest. The sound of neighing steeds and trumpeting elephants, mingled with the clatter of car wheels, is heard loud. These sounds, so fierce, occurring in the Kuru ocean, are repeatedly swelling up and causing my troops to tremble. This terrific uproar, making the hair stand on end, that is now heard, would, it seems, swallow the three worlds with Indra at their head. I think this terrible uproar is uttered by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. It is evident that upon the fall of Drona, Vyasa himself is approaching against us for the sake of the Kauravas. Our hairs have stood on their ends, our foremost of car warriors are all afflicted with anxiety. O Dhanaja, hearing this loud and terrible noise, I ask thee who is that mighty car warrior, like the Lord of the Celestials himself, that rallying this terrible and swelling host, is causing it to return? Arjuna said, he, relying upon whose energy the Kauravas, having addressed themselves to the accomplishment of fierce feats, are blowing their conchs and staying with patience, he about whom thou hast thy doubts. O king, as to who he may be that is roaring so loud, having rallied the Dhritarashtra's after the fall of the disarmed preceptor. He, who is endued with modesty, possessed of mighty arms, has the tread of an infuriated elephant, owns a face like that of a tiger, always achieves fierce feats, and dispels the fears of the Kurus, he upon whose birth Drona gave away 1,000 kine unto Brahmanas of high worth, he, O king, that is roaring so loud, is a Swathaman. As soon as he was born, that hero neighed like Indra's steed, and caused the 3 worlds to tremble at that sound. Hearing that sound, an invisible being, O Lord, speaking audibly, bestowed upon him the name of a Swathaman, the hoarse-voiced. That hero, O son of Pandu, is roaring today. Prashada's son, by an exceedingly cruel act, assailed Drona and took his life as if the latter was without a preceptor. Yonder stayeth the preceptor of that Drona. Since of the prince of the Panchalas seized my preceptor by the hair, a Swathaman, confident of his own prowess, will never forgive him. Thou, O monarch, hath told thy preceptor a falsehood for the sake of kingdom. Although thou art acquainted with the dictates of righteousness, thou hast yet perpetrated a very sinful act. Thy ill fame, in consequence of the slaughter of Drona, will be eternal in the 3 worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures, like Rama's in consequence of the slaughter of Bali. About thyself, Drona had thought, the son of Pandu is possessed of every virtue, he is, besides, my disciple. He will never speak an untruth to me. Thinking so, he gave credence to what thou hadst said. Although in speaking of a Swathaman's death thou hadst added the word elephant, yet thy answer to the preceptor was, after all, an untruth in the garb of truth. Thus told by thee, the puissant Drona laid aside his weapons, and, as thou sawest, became indifferent to everything, exceedingly agitated, and almost deprived of his senses. It was even a disciple who, abandoning all morality, thus slew his own preceptor, full of affection for his son, while, indeed, that preceptor was filled with grief and unwilling to fight. Having caused him, who had laid his weapons to be unrighteously slain, protect the son of Prashada if thou canst, with all thy counselors. All of us, uniting together, shall not be able to protect Prashada's son today, who will be assailed by the preceptor's son in wrath and grief. That superhuman being who is in that habit of displaying his friendship for all creatures, that hero, hearing of the seizure of his sire's locks, will certainly consume us all in battle today. Although I cried repeatedly at the top of my voice for saving the preceptor's life, yet, disregarding my cries and abandoning mortality, a disciple took the life of that preceptor. All of us have passed the greater part of our lives. The days that remain to us are limited. This exceedingly unrighteous act that we have perpetrated has stained that remnant. In consequence of the affection he bore to us, he was a sire unto us. According to the dictates of the Scriptures also, he was a sire unto us. Yet he, that preceptor of ours, has been slain by us for the sake of short-lived sovereignty. Dhritarashtra, O king, had given unto Bhishma and Drona the whole earth, and what was still more valuable, all his children. Though honored by our foe thus, and though he had obtained such wealth from him, the preceptor still loved us as his own children. Of unfading energy and prowess, the preceptor has been slain only because, induced by thy words, he had laid aside his weapons. While engaged in fight, he was incapable of being slain by Indra himself. The preceptor was venerable in years and always devoted to our welfare. Yet unrighteous that we are, and stained with a levity of behavior, we scrupled not to injure him. Alas, exceedingly cruel and very heinous has been the sin that we have committed, for, moved by the desire of enjoying the pleasures of sovereignty, we have slain that Drona. My preceptor had all along been under the impression that in consequence of my love for him, I could, for his sake, abandon all, sire, brother, children, wife, and life itself. And yet, moved by the desire of sovereignty, I interfered not when he was about to be slain. For this fault, O king, I have, O Lord, already sunk into hell, overcome with shame. Having, for the sake of kingdom, caused the slaughter of one who was a Brahmana, who was venerable in years, who was my preceptor, who had laid aside his weapons, and who was then devoted, like a great ascetic, to yoga, death has become preferable to me to life. Footnotes. For 60:1 literally, the animals kept the Pandavas to their right. For 62:1 Dasaratha's son Rama, during his exile, slew the monkey chief Bali, the brother of Sugriva, while Bali was engaged with Sugriva in battle. Bali had not done any injury to Rama. That act has always been regarded as a stain on Rama. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 198. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Arjuna, the mighty Kaur warriors present there said not a single word, O monarch, agreeable or disagreeable, unto the Nanjaya. Then the mighty armed Bhimasena, filled with wrath, O bull of Bharata's race, reproaching Kunti's son, Arjuna, said these words, Thou preachest truths of morality like an anchorite living in the woods, or a Brahmana of rigid vows and senses under complete control. A person is called a Kshatriya because he rescues others from wounds and injuries. Being such, he must save himself from wounds and injuries. Showing forgiveness towards the three that are good, viz., the gods, the Brahmanas, and preceptor, a Kshatriya, by doing his duties, soon wins the earth as also piety and fame and prosperity. Thou, O perpetuator of thy race, art endued with every attribute of a Kshatriya. It does not, therefore, look well for thee to speak like an ignorant wight. O son of Kunti, thy prowess is like that of Sakra himself, the lord of Sachi. Thou dost not transgress the bounds of morality like the ocean that never transgresses its continents. Who is there that would not worship thee, seeing that thou seekest virtue, having abandoned the wrath cherished by thee for 13 years? By good luck, O sire, thy heart today followeth in the wake of virtue. O thou of unfading glory, by good luck, thy understanding inclineth towards compassion. Though, however, thou art inclined to adopt the path of virtue, thy kingdom was snatched from thee most unrighteously. Dragging the wife Draupadi to the assembly, thy foes insulted her. Clad in barks of trees and skins of animals, all of us were exiled to the woods, and though we were undeserving of that plight, our foes nevertheless compelled us to endure it for 13 years. O sinless one, thou hast forgiven all these circumstances, every one of which demands the exhibition of wrath. Wedded as thou art to duties of a Kshatriya, thou hast quietly borne these. Remembering all those acts of unrighteousness, I came here with thee for avenging myself of them. When, however, I see that thou art so indifferent, why, I myself will slay those low wretches that despoiled us of our kingdom. Thou hadst formerly said these words, viz., addressing ourselves to battle, we will exert to the utmost extent of our abilities. Today, however, thou reproachest us. Thou now seekest virtue. Those words, therefore, that thou saidst formerly were untrue. We are already afflicted with fear. Thou cuttest, however, the very core of our hearts with these thy words, O crusher of foes, like one pouring acid upon the sores of wounded men. Afflicted with thy wordy darts, my heart is breaking. Thou art virtuous, but thou dost not know in what righteousness truly consists, since thou applaudest neither thyself nor us, though all of us are worthy of applause. When Kesava himself is here, praisest thou the son of Drona, a warrior that does not come up to even a 16th part of thyself, O Dhanajaya, confessing thy own faults, why dost thou not feel shame? I can rend asunder this earth in rage, or split the very mountains in whirling that terrible and heavy mace of mine, decked with gold. Like the tempest, I can break down gigantic trees looking like hills. I can, with my arrows, rout the united celestials with Indra at their head, together with all the Rakshasas, O Partha, and the Asuras, the Uragas and human beings. Knowing me, thy brother, to be such, O bull among men, it behoveth thee not, O thou of immeasurable prowess, to entertain any fear about Drona's son. Or, O Vibhatsu, stand thou here, with all these bulls amongst men. Alone and unsupported, I shall, armed with my mace, vanquish this one in great battle. After Bhima had ended, the son of the Panchala king, addressing Partha, said these words, like Hiranyakasipu, the leader of the Daityas, unto the enraged and roaring Vishnu, O Vibhatsu, the sages have ordained these to be the duties of Brahmanas, viz., assisting at sacrifices, teaching, giving away, performance of sacrifices, receiving of gifts, and study as the sixth. To which of these six was that Drona devoted who has been stained by me? Fallen off from the duties of his own order and practicing those of the Kshatriya order, that achiever of wicked deeds used to stay us by means of superhuman weapons. Professing himself to be a Brahmana, he was in the habit of using irresistible illusion. By an illusion itself hath he been slain today. O Partha, what is there that is improper in this? Drona having been thus punished by me, if his son, from rage, uttereth loud roars, what do you lose by that? I do not think it at all wonderful that Drona's son, urging the Kauravas to battle, will cause them to be slain, unable to protect them himself. Thou art acquainted with morality. Why then dost thou say that I am a slayer of my preceptor? It was for this that I was born as a son to the king of the Panchalas, having sprung from the sacrificial fire. How, O Dhananjaya, you call him a Brahmana or Kshatriya, with whom, while engaged in battle, all acts, proper and improper, were the same? O foremost of men, why should not he be slain, by any means in our power, who, deprived of his senses in wrath, used to slay with the Brahma weapons even those that were unacquainted with weapons? He that is unrighteous is said by those that are righteous to be equal to poison. Knowing this, O thou that art well versed with the truths of morality, why dost thou, O Arjuna, reproach me? That cruel car warrior was seized and slain by me. I have done nothing that is worthy of reproach. Why then, O Vibhatsu, dost thou not congratulate me? O Partha, I have cut off that terrible head, like unto the blazing sun or virulent poison or the all-destroying yuga fire of Drona. Why then dost thou not applaud an act that is worthy of applause? He had slain in battle only my kinsmen and not those of anyone else. I say that having only cut off his head, the fever of my heart hath not abated. The very core of my heart is being pierced for my not having thrown that head within the dominion of the Nishadas, like that of Jayadratha. It hath been heard, O Arjuna, that one incurreth sin by not slaying his foes. Even this is the duty of a Kshatriya, viz., to slay or be slain. Drona was my foe. He hath been righteously slain by me in battle, O son of Pandu, even as thou hast slain the brave Bhagadatta, thy friend. Having slain thy grandsire in battle, thou regardest that act to be righteous. Why then shouldst thou regard it unrighteous in me for my having slain my wretched foe? In consequence of our relationship, O Partha, I cannot raise my head in thy presence and am like a prostrate elephant with a ladder against his body, for helping puny creatures to get on his back. It, therefore, behoveth thee not to reproach me. I forgive all the faults of thy speech, O Arjuna, for the sake of Draupadi and Draupadi's children, and not for any other reason. It is well known that my hostility with the preceptor has descended from sire to son. All persons in this world know it. Ye sons of Pandu, are ye not acquainted with it? The eldest son of Pandu hath not been untruthful in speech. I myself, O Arjuna, am not sinful. The wretched Drona was a hater of his disciples. Fight now. Victory will be thine. Footnotes. For 63:1 I expand the original to make the sense clear. For 64:1 the first line of the 23rd verse in the Bengal editions is made the second line of that verse in the Bombay text. There seems to be a mistake, however, in both the texts. Vishnu slew Hiranyakasipu without allowing the latter to say anything unto him. Ved Vishnu Purana. If instead of Hiranyakasipu Haram, the rendering be Hiranyakasipu Haris, the line may then be connected with Bhima's speech, and the comparison would become more apposite. For 65:1 the Nishadas were, and to this day are, the lowest caste in India. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 199. Dhritarashtra said, that illustrious person who had duly studied the Vedas with all their branches, he, in whom the entire science of arms and modesty had dwelt, he through whose grace many foremost of men are still capable of achieving superhuman feats which the very gods cannot achieve with care, alas, when he, viz., that Drona, that son of a great rishi, was insulted in the sight of all by the low, wicked, mean-minded and sinful Drishtadyumna, that slayer of his own preceptor, was there no Kshatriya who felt called upon to display his wrath? Fie on the Kshatriya order, and fie on wrath itself. Tell me, O Sanjaya, what the sons of Pritha, as also all the other royal bowmen in the world, hearing of Drona's slaughter, said unto the prince of Panchala. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Drupada's son, of crooked deeds, all the persons present there, O monarch, remained perfectly silent. Arjuna, however, casting oblique glances upon Prashada's son, seemed, with tears and sighs, to reproach him, saying, Fie, fie. Yudhishthira and Bhima and the twins and Krishna and the others stood bashfully. Satyaki, however, O king, said these words, Is there no man here that would, without delay, slay this sinful wight, this lowest of men, who is uttering such evil speeches? The Pandavas are all condemning thee for this sinful act of thine, like Brahmanas condemning a person of the Chandala class. Having committed such a heinous act, having incurred the censures of all honest men, art thou not ashamed to open thy lips in the midst of such a respectable assembly? O despicable wretch, why did not thy tongue and head split into 100 fragments while thou wert about to slay thy own preceptor? Why wert thou not struck down by that act of sin? Since, having perpetrated such a sinful act, again applauding thyself in the midst of human beings, thou incurrest the censures of the Parthas and all the Andhakas and the Vrishnis. Having perpetrated such an atrocious act, thou art again displaying such hatred towards the preceptor. For this thou deservest death at our hands. There is no use in keeping thee alive for even a single moment. Who is there, save thee, O wretch, that would cause the death of the virtuous preceptor, seizing him by his locks? Having obtained thee, O wretch, thy ancestors, for 7 generations and thy descendants also for 7 generations, deprived of fame, have sunk into hell, thou hast charged Partha, that bull among men, with the slaughter of Bhishma. The latter, however, viz., that illustrious personage, himself accomplished his own death. Truly speaking, the uterine brother, viz., Sikandin, that foremost of all sinners, was the cause of Bhishma's death. There is none in the world that is more sinful than the sons of the Panchala king. Thy father had created Sikandin for the destruction of Bhishma. As regards Arjuna, he had only protected Sikandin while Sikandin became the cause of the illustrious Bhishma's death. Having got thee that is condemned by all righteous men, and thy brother, amongst them, the Panchalas have fallen off from righteousness, and stained with meanness, have become haters of friends and preceptors. If thou again speakest such words in my presence, I shall then break with this mace of mine that is as strong as the thunderbolt. Beholding thee that art the slayer of a Brahmana, since thou art guilty of nothing less than the slaughter of a Brahmana, people have to look at the sun for purifying themselves. Thou wretch of a Panchala, O thou of wicked conduct, speaking all of my preceptor first and then of my preceptor's preceptor, art thou not ashamed? Wait, wait. Bear thou but one stroke of this my mace. I myself will bear many strokes of thine. Thus rebuked by the Satwata hero, Prashada's son, filled with rage, smilingly addressed the angry Satyaki in these harsh words. Drishtadyumna said, I have heard thy words, O thou of Madhu's race, but I have forgiven thee. Being thyself unrighteous and sinful, desirest thou to rebuke them that are righteous and honest? Forgiveness is applauded in the world. Sin, however, does not deserve forgiveness. He that is of sinful soul regards the forgiving person powerless. Thou art a wretch in thy behavior. Thou art of sinful soul. Thou art wedded to unrighteousness. Thou art censurable in every respect, from the tip of thy toe to the end of their hair. Desirest thou still to speak ill of others? What can be more sinful than that act of thine, viz., thy slaughter of the armless Purusharthas while sitting in Priya, although thou wert with the aid of celestial weapons? He had laid aside his weapons, and I slew him. O thou of crooked heart, what is there in that act that is improper? How can he, O Satyaki, blame such an act who himself has in Priya like an ascetic, and whose arms had been cut off by another? That valiant enemy of thine had displayed his prowess, having struck thee with his foot and thrown thee down on the earth. Why didst thou not then slay him, showing thy manliness? When Partha, however, had already vanquished him, it was then that thou, acting most unrighteously, didst kill the brave and valiant Somadatta's son. When Drona had sought to rout the forces of the Pandavas, then I proceeded, shooting thousands of arrows. Having thyself acted in such a way, like a Chandala, and having thyself become worthy of reproach, desirest thou to reproach me in such harsh words? Thou art a perpetrator of evil deeds, and not I, O wretch the Vrishni race. Thou art the abode of all sinful deeds. Do not again blame me. Be silent. It behoveth thee. Don't say anything unto me after this. This is the reply I give thee with my lips. Don't say anything more. If, from folly, thou repeatest such harsh words, I shall then, in battle, dispatch thee, with my arrows, to Yama's abode. By righteousness alone, O fool, one cannot vanquish his enemies. Listen now to the unrighteous acts of the Kurus also. Pandu's son, Yudhishthira, was some time back unrighteously deceived by them. O Satyaki, Draupadi also was persecuted by them unrighteously. The Pandavas, with Krishna in their company, were also exiled, and they were robbed of their all, O fool, most unrighteously. By an act of unrighteousness, again, has the ruler of the Madras been withdrawn from us by the enemy. By an act of unrighteousness also was the son of Subhadra slain. On this side, it was by an act of unrighteousness that Bhishma, the Kuru grandsire, was slain. Purusharthas, too, was, by an act of unrighteousness, slain by thee that art so acquainted with righteousness. Even thus have the enemy, as also the Pandavas, acted in this battle. Possessed of courage and acquainted with morality, all of them, O Satwata, have acted thus, for gaining victory. High morality is difficult of ascertainment. Similarly, immorality also can with difficulty be comprehended. Fight now with the Kauravas, without returning to the home of thy fathers. Sanjaya continued, hearing these harsh and cruel words from Drishtadyumna's lips, the blessed Satyaki began to tremble from head to foot. With rage his eyes assumed the hue of copper. Keeping his bow then upon his car, he grasped his mace, sighing like a snake. Rushing, then, towards the prince of the Panchalas, he said unto him in great wrath, I will not speak harshly to thee, but I will slay thee, deserving as thou art of slaughter. Seeing the mighty Satyaki rushing, from wrath and desire of revenge, at the Panchala prince, like Yama against one like his own self, the mighty Bhima, urged by Vasudeva, quickly jumped down from his car and seized him with his arms. Endued with great strength, Satyaki, who was rushing in great wrath, proceeded for a few steps, forcibly dragging after him the mighty son of Pandu who was endeavoring to hold him back. Then Bhima, firmly planting his feet, stopped at the sixth step, that foremost of strong men, viz., that bull of Sini's race. Then Sadeva, O king, jumping down from his own car, addressed Satyaki, thus held fast by the strong arms of Bhima, in these words, O tiger among men, O thou of Madhu's race, we have no friends dearer to us than the Andhakas, the Vrishnis, and the Panchalas. So also the Andhakas and the Vrishnis, particularly Krishna, cannot have any friends dearer than ourselves. The Panchalas, also, O thou of Vrishni's race, even if they search the whole world to the confines of the sea, have no friends dearer to them than the Pandavas and the Vrishnis. Thou art even such a friend to this prince, and he also is a similar friend to thee. Ye all are to us even as we are to you. Acquainted as thou art with all duties, remembering now the duties thou owest to friends, restrain this wrath of thine, that has the prince of the Panchalas for its object. Be calm, O foremost one of Sini's race. Forgive the son of Prashada, and let Prashada's son also forgive thee. Ourselves also will practice forgiveness. What is there that is better than forgiveness? While the scion of Sini, O sire, was thus being pacified by Sadeva, the son of the Panchala king, smiling, said these words, Release Sini's grandson, O Bhima, who is so proud of his prowess in battle. Let him come at me like the wind assailing the mountains, till, with my keen arrows, O son of Kunti, I quell his rage and desire for battle and take his life. Yonder come the Kauravas. I shall, after staying Satyaki, achieve this great task of the Pandavas that has presented itself. Or let Fulgana resist all the enemies in battle. As regards myself, I will fell this one's head with my arrows. He taketh me for the armless Purusharthas in battle. Release him. Either I will slay him or he will slay me. Hearing these words of the Panchala prince, the mighty Satyaki held fast in Bhima's clasp, sighing like a snake, began to tremble. Both of them, endued with great might and possessed of powerful arms, began to roar like a couple of bulls. Then Vasudeva, O sire, and King Yudhishthira the Just, with great effort, succeeded in pacifying those heroes. Having pacified those two great bowmen, those two heroes, whose eyes had become blood-red with rage, all the Kshatriyas of the Pandava army proceeded against the warriors of the hostile army for battle. Footnotes. For 66:1 the Bengal reading is vicious. I adopt the Bombay reading, which is Surorgurancha Biopi, meaning, this preceptor again. The fact is, Arjuna was Satyaki's preceptor, Drona, therefore, was the latter's preceptor's preceptor. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 200. Sanjaya said, Then Drona's son began to cause a great carnage amongst his foes in that battle, like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. Slaying his enemies by means of his broad-headed arrows, Aswathaman soon piled a mountain there of the dead. The standards of cars formed its trees, and weapons its pointed summits. The lifeless elephants formed its large rocks, the steeds its Kempurushas, and bows, its creepers and plants. And it resounded with the cries of all carnivorous creatures that constituted its feathery population. And the spirits that walked there formed its yakshas. Then roaring aloud, O bull of Bharata's race, Aswathaman once more repeated his vow in the hearing of thy son, thus, since Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, assuming only the outward garb of virtue, had caused the preceptor who was, righteously, engaged in battle to lay aside his weapons, I shall, in his very sight, rout and destroy his army. Having mangled all his troops, I shall, then, slay the sinful prince of the Panchalas. Indeed, I shall slay all of them, if they contend with me in battle. I tell thee truly, therefore, rally thou thy troops. Hearing these words of Aswathaman, thy son rallied the troops, having dispelled their fears with a loud leonine roar. The encounter, then, O king, that once more took place between the Kuru and the Pandava armies, became as terrible as that of two oceans at full tide. The terrified Kauravas had their fears dispelled by Drona's son. The Pandus and the Panchalas had become fierce in consequence of Drona's slaughter. Great was the violence of that collision on the field of battle between those warriors, all of whom were cheerful and filled with rage and inspired with certain hopes of victory. Like a mountain striking against a mountain, or an ocean against an ocean, O monarch, was that collision between the Kurus and the Pandavas. Filled with joy, the Kuru and the Pandava warriors beat thousands of drums. The loud and stunning uproar that arose from among those troops resembled that of the ocean itself while churned of old by the gods and the Danavas. Then Drona's son, aiming at the host of the Pandavas and the Panchalas, invoked the weapon called Narayana. Then thousands of arrows with blazing mouths appeared in the welkin, resembling snakes of fiery mouths, that continued to agitate the Pandavas. In that dreadful battle, those shafts, O king, like the very rays of the sun in a moment shrouded all the points of the compass, the welkin, and the troops. Innumerable iron balls also, O king, then appeared, like resplendent luminaries in the clear firmament. Satagmis, some equipped with 4 and some with 2 wheels, and innumerable maces, and discs, with edges sharp as razor and resplendent like the sun, also appeared there. Beholding the welkin densely shrouded with those weapons, O bull of Bharata's race, the Pandavas, the Panchalas, and the Srinjayas became exceedingly agitated. In all those places, O ruler of men, where the great car warriors of the Pandavas contended in battle, that weapon became exceedingly powerful. Slaughtered by the Narayana weapon, as if consumed by a conflagration, the Pandava troops were exceedingly afflicted all over the field in that battle. Indeed, O Lord, as fire consumeth a heap of dry grass in summer, even so did that weapon consume the army of the Pandus. Beholding that weapon filling every side, seeing his own troops destroyed in large numbers, King Yudhishthira the Just, O Lord, became inspired with great fright. Seeing his army in course of flight and deprived of its senses, and beholding Parthas standing indifferent, Dharma's son said these words, O Drishtadyumna, fly away with your Panchala troops. O Satyaki, you also go away, surrounded by the Vrishnis and the Andhakas. A virtuous soul, Vasudeva will himself seek the means of his own safety. He is competent to offer advice to the whole world. What need is there of telling him what he should do? We should not any longer fight. I say so unto all the troops. As regards myself, I will, with all my brothers, ascend a funeral pile. Having crossed the Bhishma and the Drona oceans in this battle, that are incapable of being crossed by the timid, shall I sink with all my followers in the vestige, represented by Drona's son, of a cow's hoof? Let the wishes of King Duryodhana be crowned with success today, for I have today slain in battle the preceptor, that always cherished such friendly feelings towards us, that preceptor, who, without protecting, caused that child unacquainted with battle, viz., the son of Subhadra, to be slain by a multitude of wicked warriors, that preceptor, who with his son sat indifferently, without answering. When Krishna, in such distress, dragged into the assembly and sought to be made a slave, asked him to say the truth, that preceptor, who, while all the other warriors were fatigued, cased Duryodhana in invulnerable armor when the latter desired to slay Fulgana, and who, having cased him so, appointed him to protect Jayadratha, who, being acquainted with the Brahma weapon, scrupled not to exterminate the Panchalas, headed by Satyajit, that had exerted themselves for my victory, that preceptor, who, whilst we were being unrighteously exiled from our kingdom, freely told us to go into the woods, although he had been solicited by our friends to withhold his permission. Alas, that great friend of ours hath been slain. For his sake, I will, with my friends, lay down my life. After Kunti's son, Yudhishthira had said this, he of Dasara's race, viz., Kesva, quickly forbidding the troops, by motion of his arms, to fly away, said these words, speedily lay down your weapons, all of you, and alight from your vehicles. Even this is the means ordained by the illustrious one, viz., Narayana himself, for baffling this weapon. Come down on the earth, all of you, from your elephants and steeds and cars. If you stand weaponless on the earth, this weapon will not slay you. In those places where you will fight for quelling the force of this weapon, the Kauravas will become more powerful than you. Those men, however, that will throw down their weapons and alight from their vehicles, will not in this battle be slain by this weapon. They, however, that will, even in imagination, contend against this weapon, will all be slain even if they seek refuge deep beneath the earth. The warriors of the Pandava army, hearing, O Bharata, these words of Vasudeva, threw their weapons and drove away from their hearts all desire of battle. Then Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, beholding the warriors about to abandon their weapons, said these words, O king, gladdening them all, none should lay down his weapons here. I shall, with my shafts, oppose this weapon of Drona's son. With this heavy mace of mine, that is decked with gold, I shall career in this battle like the destroyer himself, quelling this weapon of Drona's son. There is no man here that is equal to me in prowess, even as there is no luminary in the firmament that is equal to the sun. Beholding these two strong arms of mine like unto the trunks of a couple of mighty elephants, capable of pulling down the mountain of Himavat. I am the one person here that possesses the might of the 1,000 elephants. I am without a peer, even as Sakra is known to be in heaven among the celestials. Let people witness today the prowess of these two arms of my broad-chested self, while engaged in baffling the bright and blazing weapon of Drona's son. If there be none else capable of contending against the Narayana weapon, even I shall contend against it today in the very sight of all the Kurus and the Pandavas. O Arjuna, O Vibhatsu, thou shouldst not lay Gandiva aside. A stain will then attach to thee like that of the moon. Thus addressed Bhima, Arjuna said, O Bhima, even this is my great vow, viz., that my Gandiva shall not be used against the Narayana weapon, Kain, and Brahmanas. Thus answered by Arjuna, Bhima, that chastiser of foes, riding on his car of solar effulgence, whose rattle, besides, resembled the roar of the clouds, rushed against the son of Drona. Endued with great energy and prowess, the son of Kunti, in consequence of his extreme lightness of hand, within the twinkling of an eye, covered Aswathaman with a shower of weapons. Then Drona's son, smiling at the rushing Bhima and addressing him in proper words, covered him with arrows, inspired with mantras and equipped with blazing points. Shrouded with those shafts that vomited fire and resembled snakes of blazing mouths, as if covered with sparks of gold. The form, O king, of Bhimasena in that battle looked like that of a mountain in the evening when covered with fire. That weapon of Drona's son, directed against Bhimasena, increased in energy and might, O king, like a conflagration assisted by the wind. Beholding that weapon of terrible energy thus increasing in might, a panic entered the hearts of all the combatants of the Pandava army with the exception of Bhima. Then all of them, throwing down their weapons on the earth, alighted from their cars and steeds. After they had thrown their weapons and alighted from their vehicles, that weapon of exceeding energy fell upon the head of Bhima. All creatures, especially the Pandavas, uttered cries of "Oh" and "Alas," beholding Bhimasena overwhelmed by the energy of that weapon. Footnotes. For 69:1 Kimpurushas were fabled creatures, half men and steeds. Not a mountain, but had its Kimpurushas, according to the Hindu belief. Yakshas were a sort of superhuman beings inhabiting inaccessible halls and mountains. For 70:1 I adopt the Bombay reading of the second line of 35 and think that Nilkantha explains it correctly. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 201. Sanjaya said, beholding Bhimasena overwhelmed by that weapon, Dhananjaya, for baffling its energy, covered him with the Varuna weapon. In consequence of the lightness of Arjuna's arms, and owing also to the fiery force that shrouded Bhima, none could see that the latter had been covered with the Varuna weapon. Shrouded with the weapon of Drona's son, Bhima, his steeds, driver, and car became incapable of being gazed at, like a fire of blazing flame in the midst of another fire. As at the close of the night, O king, all the luminaries run towards the Asta hill, even so the fiery shafts of Aswathaman all began to proceed towards Bhimasena's car. Indeed, Bhima himself, his car, steeds, and driver, O sire, thus shrouded by Drona's son, seemed to be in the midst of a conflagration. As the Yuga, fire consuming the entire universe with its mobile and immobile creatures when the hour of dissolution comes, at last enters the mouth of the Creator, even so at the weapon of Drona's son began to enter the body of Bhimasena. As one cannot perceive a fire if it penetrates into the sun or the sun if it enters into a fire, even so none could perceive that energy which penetrated into Bhima's body. Beholding that weapon thus investing Bhima all around, and seeing Drona's son swelling with energy and might, the latter being then without an antagonist, and observing also that all the warriors of the Pandava army had laid down their weapons, and that all the mighty car warriors of that host headed by Yudhishthira had turned away their faces from the foe, those two heroes, viz., Arjuna and Vasudeva, both endued with great splendor, quickly alighting from their car, ran towards Bhima. Those two mighty men, diving into that energy born of the might of Aswathaman's weapon, had resorted to the power of illusion. The fire of that weapon consumed them not, in consequence of their having laid aside their weapons, as also in consequence of the force of the Varuna weapon, and owing also to the energy possessed by themselves. Then Nara and Narayana, for the pacification of Narayana weapon, began forcibly to drag Bhima and all his weapons. Thus dragged by them, Kunti's son, that mighty car warrior, began to roar aloud. Thereupon, that terrible and invincible weapon of Drona's son began to increase in might and energy. Then Vasudeva, addressing Bhima, said, "How is it, O son of Pandu, that though forbidden by us, thou, O son of Kunti, dost not yet abstain from battle? If the Kurus could now be vanquished in battle, then we, as also all these foremost of men, would certainly have continued to fight. Behold, all the warriors of thy host have alighted from their cars. For this reason, O son of Kunti, do thou also come down from thy car." Having said these words, Krishna brought Bhima down from his car. The latter, with eyes red as blood and rage, was sighing like a snake. When, however, he was dragged down from his car and made to lay aside his weapons, the Narayana weapon, that scorcher of foes, became pacified. Sanjaya continued, when, by this means, the unbearable energy of that weapon became stilled, all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, became clear. Sweet breezes began to blow, and birds and animals all became quiet. The steeds and elephants became cheerful, as also all the warriors, O ruler of men. Indeed, when the terrible energy of that weapon, O Bharata, became stilled, Bhima, of great intelligence, shone resplendent like the morning sun. The remnant of the Pandava host, beholding the pacification of the Narayana weapon, once more stood prepared on the field for compassing the destruction of thy sons. When, after that weapon had been baffled, the Pandava host stood arrayed, Duryodhana, O king, addressing Drona's son, said, O Aswathaman, once more use that weapon speedily, since the Panchalas are once more arrayed, desirous of victory. Then addressed by thy son, O sire, Aswathaman, sighing cheerlessly, replied unto the king in these words, that weapon, O king, cannot be brought back. It cannot be used twice. If brought back, it will without doubt slay the person calling it back. Vasudeva hath, by what means thou hast seen, caused it to be baffled. For this, O ruler men, the destruction of the foe hath not been compassed in battle. Defeat and death, however, are the same. Rather, defeat is worse than death. Lo, the enemy, vanquished and compelled to lay down his arms, looks as if deprived of life. Duryodhana then said, O preceptor's son, if it be so, if this weapon cannot be used twice, let those slayers of their preceptor be slain with other weapons then, O foremost one of all persons acquainted with weapons. And ye are all celestial as well as in the three-eyed, Shiva, of immeasurable energy. If thou wishest it not, even Purandara enraged cannot escape thee. Dhritarashtra said, after Drona had been slain with the aid of fraud, and the Narayana weapon baffled, what, indeed, did Drona's son, thus urged by Duryodhana then, do, beholding the Parthas once more arrived for battle freed from the Narayana weapon, and careering at the head of their divisions? Sanjaya said, remembering the slaughter of his sire, Drona's son, owning the device of the lion's tail on his banner, filled with rage and casting of all fears, rushed against the son of Prashada. Rushing at him, O bull among men, that foremost of warriors, with great impetuosity, pierced the Panchala prince with 25 small arrows. Then Drishtadyumna, O king, pierced Drona's son that resembled a blazing fire, with 64 shafts. And he pierced Aswathaman's driver also with 20 arrows whetted on stone and equipped with wings of gold, and then his 4 steeds with 4 sharp arrows, repeatedly piercing Drona's son, and causing the earth to tremble with his leonine roars. Drishtadyumna then seemed to be employed in taking the lives of creatures in the world in dreadful battle. Making death itself his goal, the mighty son of Prashada, O king, accomplished in weapons and endued with sureness of aim, then rushed against Drona's son alone. Of immeasurable soul, that foremost of car warriors, viz., the prince of Panchala, poured upon Aswathaman's head a shower of arrows. Then Drona's son, in that battle, covered the angry prince with winged shafts. And once more, he pierced the latter with 10 shafts, remembering the slaughter of his father. Then cutting off the standard and bow of the Panchala prince with a couple of well-shot shafts, equipped with heads like razors. Drona's son began to grind his foe with other arrows. In that dreadful battle, Aswathaman made his antagonist steedless and driverless and carless, and covered his followers also with thick showers of shafts. At this, the Panchala troops, O king, mingled by means of those arrowy showers, fled away in fear and great affliction. Beholding the troops turning away from battle and Drishtadyumna exceedingly afflicted, the grandson of Seni quickly urged his car against that of Drona's son. He then afflicted Aswathaman with 8 keen shafts. And once more striking that angry warrior with 20 shafts of diverse kinds, he pierced Aswathaman's driver, and then his 4 steeds with 4 shafts. With great deliberations and displaying a wonderful lightness of hand, he cut off Aswathaman's bow and standard. Satyaki then cut into fragments the gold-decked car of this foe together with its steeds. And then he deeply pierced Aswathaman in the chest with 30 arrows in that battle. Thus afflicted, O king, by Satyaki, and shrouded with arrows, the mighty Aswathaman knew not what to do. When the preceptor's son had fallen into that plight, thy son, that car warrior, accompanied by Kripa and Karna and others, began to cover the Satwata hero with arrows. All of them began quickly to pierce Satyaki from every side with keen shafts. Duryodhana pierced him with 20, Saradwat's son, Kripa, with 3. And Kritavarman pierced him with 10, and Karna with 50. And Dusasana pierced him with 100 arrows, and Vrishasena with 7. Satyaki, however, O king, soon made all those great car warriors fly away from the field, deprived of their cars. Meanwhile, Aswathaman, O bull of Bharata's race, recovering consciousness, and sighing repeatedly in sorrow, began to think of what he should do. Riding then upon another car, that scorcher of foes, viz., the son of Drona, began to resist Satyaki, shooting hundreds of arrows. Beholding Aswathaman once more approaching him in battle, the mighty car warrior, Satyaki, once more made him careless and caused him to turn back. Then the Pandavas, O king, beholding the prowess of Satyaki, blew their conchs with great force and uttered loud leonine roars. Having deprived Aswathaman of his car thus, Satyaki, of unbaffled prowess, then slew 3,000 mighty car warriors of Vrishasena's division. And then he slew 15,000 elephants of Kripa's force and 50,000 horses of Sakuni. Then the valiant son of Drona, O monarch, riding upon another car, and highly enraged with Satyaki, proceeded against the latter, desirous of slaying him. Beholding him approach again, the grandson of Seni, that chastiser of foes, once more pierced and mangled him with keen shafts, fiercer than those he had used before. Deeply pierced with those arrows of diverse forms by Yuyudana, that great bowman, viz., the angry son of Drona, smilingly addressed his foe and said, O grandson of Seni, I know thy partiality for Drishtadyumna, that slayer of his preceptor, but thou shalt not be able to rescue him or your own self when attacked by me. I swear to thee, O grandson of Seni, by truth and by my ascetic austerities, that I shall know no peace till I slay all the Panchalas. You may unite the forces of the Pandavas and those of the Vrishnis together, but I shall still slay the Samakas. Saying this, the son of Drona shot at Satyaki an excellent and straight arrow possessed of the effulgence of the sun, even as Sakra had hurled in days of yore his thunder at the azure of Vritra. Thus shot by Aswathaman, that arrow, piercing through the armor of Satyaki, and passing through his body, entered the earth like a hissing snake entering its hole. His armor pierced through, the heroic Satyaki, like an elephant deeply struck with the hook, became bathed in blood that flowed from his wound. His bow, with arrow fixed thereon, being then loosened from his grasp, he sat down on the terrace of his car strengthless and covered all over with blood. Seeing this, his driver speedily bore him away from Drona's son. With another shaft, perfectly straight and equipped with goodly wings, that scorcher of foes, viz., Aswathaman, struck Drishtadyumna between his eyebrows. The Panchala prince had before this been much pierced, therefore, deeply wounded by that arrow, he became exceedingly weak and supported himself by seizing his flagstaff. Beholding Drishtadyumna thus afflicted by Aswathaman, like an infuriated elephant by a lion, 5 heroic car warriors of the Pandava army, viz., Kiritan, Bhimasena, Vrihakatra of Puru's race, the youthful prince of the Chaitis, and Sudarsana, the chief of the Mallavas, quickly rushed against the Swathaman. Armed with bows, all these rushed with cries, "Oh!" and "Alas!" And those heroes quickly encompassed the son of Drona on all sides. Advancing 20 paces, all of them, with great care, simultaneously struck the angry son of the preceptor with 25 arrows. Drona's son, however, with 25 shafts, resembling snakes of virulent poison, cut off, almost at the same time, those 25 arrows shot at him. Then a Swathaman afflicted the Paurava prince with 7 sharp shafts. And he afflicted the chief of the Mallavas with 3, Partha with 1, and Vrkodara with 6 shafts. Then all those great car warriors, O king, pierced Drona's son unitedly and separately with many shafts, whetted on stone, equipped with wings of gold. The youthful prince of the Chaitis pierced Drona's son with 20, and Partha pierced him with 3. Then Drona's son struck Arjuna with 6 arrows, and Vasudeva with 6, and Bhima with 5, and each of the other 2, viz., the Malava and the Paurava, with 2 arrows. Piercing next the driver of Bhima's car with 6 arrows, a Swathaman cut off Bhimasena's bow and standard with a couple of arrows. Then piercing Partha once more with a shower of arrows, Drona's son uttered a leonine roar. With the sharp, well-tempered, and terrible arrows shot by Drona's son, the earth, the sky, the firmament, and the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, all became entirely shrouded both in his front and rear. Endued with fierce energy and equal to Indra himself in prowess, a Swathaman with 3 arrows almost simultaneously cut off the 2 arms, like unto Indra's poles, and the head of Sudarsana, as the latter was seated on his car. Then piercing Paurava with a dart and cutting off his car into minute fragments by means of his arrows, a Swathaman lopped off his antagonist's 2 arms smeared with sandal paste, and then his head from off his trunk with a broad-headed shaft. Possessed of great activity, he then pierced with many arrows resembling blazing flames of fire and energy the youthful and mighty prince of the Chaitis, who was of the hue of the dark lotus, and dispatched him to Yama's abode with his driver and steeds. Beholding the chief of the Mallavas, the descendant of Puru, and the youthful ruler of the Chaitis slain in this very sight by the son of Drona, Bhimasena, the mighty armed son of Pandu, became filled with rage. The scorcher of foes then covered Drona's son in that battle with hundreds of keen arrows resembling angry snakes of virulent poison. Endued with mighty energy, the angry son of Drona, then destroying that arrowy shower, pierced Bhimasena with sharp shafts. The mighty armed Bhima then, possessed of great strength, cut off with a broad-headed arrow the bow of Drona's son, and then pierced Drona's son himself with a powerful shaft. Throwing away that broken bow, the high-souled son of Drona took up another and pierced Bhima with his winged shafts. Then those 2, viz., Drona's son and Bhima, both possessed of great prowess and might, began to shower their arrowy downpours like 2 masses of rain-charged clouds. Gold-winged arrows, whetted on stone and engraved with Bhima's name, shrouded Drona's son, like gathering masses of clouds shrouding the sun. Similarly, Bhima was soon shrouded with hundreds and thousands of strong arrows shot by Drona's son. Though shrouded in that battle by Drona's son, that warrior of great skill, Bhima yet felt no pain, O monarch, which seemed exceedingly wonderful. Then the mighty armed Bhima sped 10 gold-decked arrows, of great keenness and resembling the darts of Yama himself, at his foe. Those shafts, O sire, failing upon the shoulders of Drona's son, quickly pierced his body, like snakes penetrating into an ant-hill. Deeply pierced by the high-souled son of Pandu, a Swathaman, closing his eyes, supported himself by seizing his flagstaff. Recovering his senses within a moment, O king, Drona's son, bathed in blood, mustered all his wrath. forcibly struck by the high-souled son of Pandu, a Swathaman, endued with mighty arms, rushed with great speed towards the car of Bhimasena. And then, O Bharata, he sped at Bhimasena, from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, 100 arrows of fierce energy, all looking like snakes of virulent poison. Pandu's son Bhima also, proud of his prowess in battle, disregarding a Swathaman's energy, speedily showered upon him dense arrowy downpour. Then Drona's son, O king, cutting off Bhima's bow by means of his arrows, and filled with rage, struck the Pandava in the chest with many keen shafts. Incapable of breaking that feat, Bhimasena took up another bow and pierced Drona's son in that battle with 5 keen shafts. Indeed, showering upon each other their arrowy downpours like 2 masses of clouds at the close of summer, 2 warriors, with eyes red as copper in rage, completely covered each other in that battle with their shafts. Frightening each other with the terrible sounds they made by their palms, they continued to fight with each other, each counteracting the feats of the other. Then, bending his formidable bow adorned with gold, Drona's son began to gaze steadfastly at Bhima, who was thus shooting his shafts at him. At that time, a Swathaman looked like the meridian sun of blazing rays in an autumnal day. So quickly then did he shoot his shafts that people could not see when he took them out of his quiver, when he fixed them on the bowstring, when he drew the string, and when he let them off. Indeed, when employed in shooting his arrows, his bow, O monarch, seemed to be incessantly drawn to fiery circle. Shafts in 100,000s, shot from his bow, seemed to course through the welkin like a flight of locusts. Indeed, those terrible shafts adorned with gold, shot from the bow of Drona's son, coursed incessantly towards Bhima's car. The prowess, O Bharata, that we then beheld of Bhimasena, and his might, energy, and spirit, were exceedingly wonderful, for, regarding that terrible shower of arrows thick as a gathering mass of clouds, failing around him to be nothing more than a downpour of rain at the close of summer. Bhima of terrible prowess, desirous of slaying the son of Drona, in return poured his arrows upon the latter like a cloud in the season of rains. Bhima's large and formidable bow of golden back, incessantly drawn in that battle, looked resplendent like a second bow of Indra. Shafts in hundreds and thousands, issuing from it, shrouded Drona's son, that ornament of battle in that encounter. The showers of shafts, shot by both of them, were so dense, O sire, that the very wind, O king, could not find room for coursing through them. Then Drona's son, O king, desirous of slaying Bhima, sped at him many gold-decked arrows of keen points steeped in oil. Showing his superiority to Drona's son, Bhimasena cut off each of those arrows into 3 fragments before they could come at him. The son of Pandu then said, "Wait, wait." And once more, the mighty son of Pandu, filled with rage, and desirous of slaying the son of Drona, shot at him a terrible shower of fierce arrows. Then Drona's son, that warrior acquainted with the highest weapons, quickly destroying that arrowy shower by the illusion of his own weapons, cut off Bhima's bow in that encounter. Filled with rage, he then pierced Bhima himself with innumerable shafts in that battle. Endued with great might, Bhima then, after his bow had been cut off, hurled a dart at a Swathaman's car, having whirled it previously with great impetuosity. The son of Drona, displaying the lightness of his hand in that encounter, quickly cut off, by means of sharp shafts, that dart as it coursed towards him with the splendor of a blazing brand. Meanwhile, terrible Vrikotara, taking up a very strong bow, and smiling the while, began to pierce the son of Drona with many arrows. Then Drona's son, O monarch, with a straight shaft, pierced the forehead of Bhima's driver. The latter, deeply pierced by the mighty son of Drona, fell into a swoon, O king, abandoning the reins of the steeds. The driver of the Bhima's car having fallen into a swoon, the steeds, O king, began to fly away with great speed, in the very sight of all the bowmen. Beholding Bhima carried away from the field of battle by those running steeds, the unvanquished Aswathaman joyfully blew his huge conch. Beholding Bhimasena borne away from the field, all the Panchalas, inspired with fear, abandoning the car of Drishtadyumna, fled away on every side. Then Drona's son, shooting his shafts fiercely, pursued those broken troops, causing a great carnage among them. Thus slaughtered in battle by the son of Drona, those Kshatriyas fled away in all directions from fear of that warrior. Sanjaya said, beholding that force broken, Kunti's son, Dhananjaya, of immeasurable soul, proceeded against Aswathaman from desire of slaying him. Those troops then, O king, rallied with effort by Govinda and Arjuna, stayed on the field of battle. Only Vibhatsu, supported by the Samakas and the Matsyas, shot his arrows at the Kauravas and checked their onset. Quickly approaching Aswathaman, that great bowman having the mark of the lion's tail on his banner, Arjuna addressed him, saying, "Show me now the might thou hast, the energy, the knowledge, and the manliness that are in thee, as also thy affection for the Dhritarashtra's and thy hatred for us, and the high mettle of which thou art capable. Even Prashada's son, that slayer of Drona, will quell thy pride today. Come now and encounter the Panchala prince, that hero resembling the Yuga fire and like the destroyer himself with Govinda. Thou hast displayed thy pride in battle, but I shall quell that pride of thine." Dhritarashtra said, "The preceptor's son, O Sanjaya, is possessed of might and worthy of respect. He beareth great love to Dhananjaya, and the high-souled Dhananjaya also loveth him in return." Vibhatsu had never addressed Drona's son before in this way. Why then did the son of Kunti address his friend in such words? Sanjaya said, "Upon the fall of the youthful prince of the Chedis, of Vrihakatra of Puru's race, and of Sudarsana, the chief of the Mallavas, who was well accomplished in the science of arms, and upon the defeat of Drishtadyumna and Satyaki and Bhima, and feeling great pain and touched to the quick by those words of Yudhishthira, and remembering his former woes, O Lord, Vibhatsu, in consequence of his grief, felt such wrath rise within him the like of which he had never experienced before. It was for this that, like a vulgar person, he addressed the preceptor's son, who was worthy of every respect, in such unworthy, indecent, bitter, and harsh language. Addressed, from wrath, and such harsh and cruel words by Partha, O king, Drona's son, that foremost of all mighty bowmen, became highly angry with Partha and especially with Krishna. The valiant Aswathaman, then, staying resolutely on his car, touched water and invoked the Agneya weapon incapable of being resisted by the very gods. Aiming at all his visible and invisible foes, the preceptor's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, inspired with mantras a blazing shaft possessed of the effulgence of a smokeless fire, and let it off on all sides, filled with rage. Dense showers of arrows then issued from it in the welkin. Endued with fiery flames, those arrows encompassed Partha on all sides. Meteors flashed down from the firmament. A thick gloom suddenly shrouded the Pandava host. All the points of the compass also were enveloped by that darkness. Rakshasas and Pisachas, crowding together, uttered fierce cries. Inauspicious winds began to blow. The sun himself no longer gave any heat. Ravens fiercely croaked on all sides. Clouds roared in the welkin, showering blood. Birds and beasts in kind, and munis of high vows and souls under complete control, became exceedingly uneasy. The very elements seemed to be perturbed. The sun seemed to turn. The universe, scorched with heat, seemed to be in a fever. The elephants and other creatures of the land, scorched by the energy of that weapon, ran in fright, breathing heavily and desirous of protection against that terrible force. The very waters heated, the creatures residing in that element, O Bharata, became exceedingly uneasy and seemed to burn. From all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, from the firmament and the very earth, showers of sharp and fierce arrows fell and issued with the impetuosity of Garuda or the wind. Struck and burnt by those shafts of Aswathaman that were all endued with the impetuosity of the thunder, the hostile warriors fell down like trees burnt down by a raging fire. Huge elephants, burnt by that weapon, fell down on the earth all around, uttering fierce cries loud as the rumblings of the clouds. Other huge elephants, scorched by that fire, ran hither and thither, and roared aloud in fear, as if in the midst of a forest conflagration. The steeds, O king, and the cars also, burnt by the energy of that weapon, looked, O sire, like the tops of trees burnt in a forest fire. Thousands of cars fell down on all sides. Indeed, O Bharata, it seemed that the divine Lord Agni burnt the Pandava host in that battle, like the Samvarta fire consuming everything at the end of the Yuga. Beholding the Pandava army thus burning in that dreadful battle, thy soldiers, O king, filled with joy, uttered leonine shouts. Indeed, the combatants, desirous of victory and filled with joy, speedily blew thousands of trumpets, O Bharata, of diverse kinds. Darkness having enveloped the world during that fierce battle, the entire Pandava army, with Savyasakan, the son of Panda, could not be seen. We had never before, O king, heard of or seen the like of that weapon which Drona's son created in wrath on that occasion. Then Arjuna, O king, invoked into existence the Brahma weapon, capable of baffling every other weapon, as ordained by the lotus-born Brahma himself. Within a moment that darkness was dispelled, cool winds began to blow, and all the points of the compass became clear and bright. We then beheld a wonderful sight, viz., a full Akshahini of the Pandava troops laid low. Burnt by the energy of Aswathaman's weapon, the forms of the slain could not be distinguished. Then those two heroic and mighty bowmen, viz., Kesava and Arjuna, freed from that darkness, were seen together, like the sun and the moon in the firmament. Indeed, the wielder of Gandiva and Kesava were both unwounded. Equipped with its banners and standards and steeds, with the anakarsa unjoined, and with all the mighty weapons stored on it remaining uninjured, that car, so terrible to thy warriors, freed from that darkness, shone resplendent on the field. And soon there arose diverse sounds of life mingled with the blare of conchs and the beat of drums, from among the Pandava troops filled with joy. Both hosts thought that Kesava and Arjuna had perished beholding Kesava and Arjuna, therefore, freed from darkness and the energy of that weapon, and seeing that reappear so quickly, the Pandavas were filled with joy, and the Kauravas with wonder. Unwounded and full of cheerfulness, those two heroes blew their excellent conchs. Indeed, seeing Partha filled with joy, thy soldiers became exceedingly melancholy. Seeing those two high-souled ones, viz., Kesava and Arjuna, freed from the energy of his weapon, the son of Drona became very cheerless. For a moment he reflected, O sire, on what had happened. And having reflected, O king, he became filled with anxiety and grief. Breathing long and hot sighs, he became exceedingly cheerless. Laying aside his bow, then, the son of Drona speedily alighted from his car, and saying, O fie, fie! Everything is untrue, he ran away from the fight. On his way he met Vyasa, the abode of Sarasvati, the compiler of the Vedas, the habitation of those scriptures, unstained by sin, and of the hue of rain-charged cloud. Beholding him, that perpetuator of Kara's race, standing on his way, the son of Drona with voice choked in grief, and like one exceedingly cheerless, saluted him and said, O sire, is this an illusion, or is it a caprice on the part of the weapon? I do not know what it is. Why, indeed, hath my weapon become fruitless? What breach has there been in the method of invocation? Or is it something abnormal, or is it a victory over nature achieved by the two Krishnas since they are yet alive? It seems that time is irresistible. Neither Asuras, nor Gandharvas, nor Pisachas, nor Rakshasas, nor Uragas, Yakshas, and birds, nor human beings can venture to baffle this weapon shot by me. This fiery weapon, however, having slain only one Akshahini of troops, hath been pacified. This exceedingly fierce weapon shot by me is capable of slaying all creatures. For what reason then could it not slay Kesava and Arjuna, both of whom are endued with the attributes of humanity? Asked by me, O Holy One, answer me truly. O great Muni, I desire to hear all this in detail. Vyasa said, O highly significant is this matter that thou inquirest of me from surprise. I will tell thee everything, listen attentively. He that is called Narayana is older than the oldest ones. For accomplishing some purpose, that creator of the universe took his birth as the son of Dharma. On the mountain of Himavad he underwent the severest ascetic austerities. Endued with mighty energy, and resembling fire or the sun, and splendor, he stood there with arms upraised. Possessed of eyes like lotus petals, he emaciated himself there for 66,000 years, subsisting all the while upon air alone. Once more undergoing severe austerities of another kind for twice that period, he filled the space between earth and heaven with his energy. When by those austerities, O sire, he became, like Brahma, he then beheld the master, origin, and guardian of the universe, the Lord of all the gods, the supreme deity, who is exceedingly difficult of being gazed at, who is minuter than the minutest and larger than the largest, who is called Rudra, who is the Lord of all the superior ones, who is called Hara and Sambhu, who has matted locks on his head, who is the infuser of life into every form, who is the first cause of all immobile and mobile things, who is irresistible and of frightful aspect, who is of fierce wrath and great soul, who is the all-destroyer and of large heart, who beareth the celestial bow and a couple of quivers, who is cased in golden armor, and whose energy is infinite, who holdeth Pinaka, who is armed with thunderbolt, a blazing trident, battle axe, mace, and a large sword, whose eyebrows are fair, whose locks are matted, who wieldeth the heavy short club, who hath the moon on his forehead, who is clad in tiger skin, and who is armed with the bludgeon, who is decked with beautiful angathas, who hath snakes for his sacred thread, and who is surrounded by diverse creatures of the universe and by numerous ghosts and spirits, who is the one, who is the abode of ascetic austerities, and who is highly adored by persons of venerable age, who is water, heaven, sky, earth, sun, moon, wind, and fire, and who is the measure of the duration of the universe. Persons of wicked behavior can never obtain a sight of that unborn one, that slayer of all haters of Brahmanas, that giver of emancipation. Only Brahmanas of righteous conduct, when cleansed of their sins and freed from the control of grief, behold him with their mind's eye. In consequence of his ascetic austerities, Narayana obtained a sight of that unfading one, that embodiment of righteousness, that adorable one, that being having the universe for his form. Beholding that supreme abode of all kinds of splendor, that God with a garland of akshas round his neck, Vasudeva, with gratified soul, became filled with delight which he sought to express by words, heart, understanding, and body. Then Narayana worshipped that divine Lord, that first cause of the universe, that giver of boons, that puissant one sporting with the fair-limbed Parvati, that high-souled being surrounded by large bands of ghosts, spirits, that unborn one, that supreme Lord, that embodiment of the unmanifest, that essence of all causes, that one of unfading power. Having saluted Rudra, that destroyer of the Asura and Haka, the lotus-eyed Narayana, with emotion filling his heart, began to praise the three-eyed one, in these words, O adorable one, O first of all the gods, the creator of everything, viz., the Prajapatis, who are the regents of the world, and who having entered the earth, thy first work, had, O Lord, protected it before, have all sprung from thee. Gods, Asuras, Nagas, Rakshasas, Pisachas, human beings, birds, Gandharvas, Yakshas, and other creatures, with the entire universe, we know, have all sprung from thee. Everything that is done for propitiating Indra, and Yama, and Varuna, and Kuvara, and Pitris, and Tvastri, and Soma, is really offered to thee. Form and light, sound and sky, wind and touch, taste and water, scent and earth, time, Brahma himself, the Vedas, the Brahmanas, and all these mobile objects have sprung from thee. Vapors rising from diverse receptacles of water, becoming raindrops, which failing upon the earth, are separated from one another. When the time of the universal dissolution comes, those individual drops, separated from one another, once more unite together and make the earth one vast expanse of water. He that is learned, thus observing the origin and the destruction of all things, understands thy oneness. Two birds, viz., Iswara and Jiva, for Aswathas with their wordy branches, viz., the Vedas, the seven guardians, viz., the five essences or elements in the heart and the understanding, and the 10 others that hold this city, viz., the 10 senses that constitute the body, have all been created by thee, but thou art separate from and independent of them. The past, the future, and the present, over each of which none can have any sway, are from thee, as also the 7 worlds and this universe. I am thy devoted adorer, be graceful unto me. Do not injure me, by causing evil thoughts to penetrate my heart. Thou art the soul of souls, incapable of being known. He that knows thee as the universal seed attaineth to Brahma. Desiring to pay thee respects, I am praising thee, endeavoring to ascertain thy real nature, O thou that art incapable of being understood by the very gods. Adored by me, grant me the boons I desire, but which are difficult of acquisition. Do not hide thyself in thy illusion. Vyasa continued, the blue-throated god, of inconceivable soul, that wielder of Pinaka, that divine lord ever praised by the rishis, then gave boons unto Vasudeva, who deserved them all. The great god said, O Narayana, through my grace, amongst men, gods, and Gandharvas, thou shalt be of immeasurable might and soul. Neither gods, nor Asuras, nor great Uragas, nor Pisachas, nor Gandharvas, nor men, nor Rakshasas, nor birds, nor Nagas, nor any creatures in the universe shall ever be able to bear thy prowess. No one amongst even the celestials shall be able to vanquish thee in battle. Through my grace, none shall ever be able to cause thee pain by the weapon of thunderbolt, or with any object that is wet or dry, or with any mobile or immobile thing. Thou shalt be superior to myself if thou ever goest to battle against me. Thus were these boons acquired by Sari in days of yore. Even that god now walketh the earth, as Vasudeva, beguiling the universe by his illusion. From Narayana's asceticism was born a great Muni of the name of Nara, equal to Narayana himself. Know that Arjuna is none else than that Nara. Those 2 rishis, said to be older than the oldest gods, take their births in every yuga for serving the purposes of the world. Thyself also, O thou of great heart, hast been born as a portion of Rudra, by virtue of all thy religious acts, and as a consequence of high ascetic austerities, endued with great energy and wrath. Thou wert, in a former life, endued with great wisdom and equal to a god. Regarding the universe to consist only of Mahadeva, thou hadst emaciated thyself by diverse vows from desire of gratifying that god. Assuming the form of a very superior person that blazes forth with splendor, thou hast, O giver of honors, worshipped the great god with mantras, with homa, and with offerings. Thus adored by thee in thy former life, the great god became gratified with thee, and granted thee numerous boons, O learned one, that thou hadst cherished in thy heart. Like Kesva's and Arjuna's thy birth acts, and ascetic austerities are also superior. Like them, in thy worship, thou hast, in every yuga, adored the great god in his phallic form. Kesva is that devoted worshipper of Rudra who has sprung from Rudra himself. Kesva always worshipped the Lord Shiva, regarding his phallic emblem to be the origin of the universe. And Kesva is always present that knowledge, in consequence of which he views the identity of Brahman with the universe and that other knowledge by which the past, the present and the future, the near and the remote, are all seen, as if the whole are before his eyes. The gods, the siddhas and the great rishis adore Kesva for obtaining that highest object in the universe, viz., Mahadeva. Kesva is the creator of everything. The eternal Krishna should be adored with sacrifices. The Lord Kesva always worships Shiva in the phallic emblem as the origin of all creatures. The god having the bull for his mark cherisheth greater regard for Kesva. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of Vyasa, Drona's son, that mighty car warrior, bowed unto Rudra and regarded Kesva as worthy of the highest regards. Having his soul under complete control, he became filled with delight, the marks whereof appeared on his body. Bowing unto the great Rishi, Aswathaman then, casting his eyes on the Kuru army, caused it to be withdrawn for nightly rest. Indeed, when, after the fall of Drona, the cheerless Kurus retired from the field, the Pandavas also, O monarch, caused their army to be withdrawn. Having fought for 5 days and caused an immense carnage, that Brahmin well versed in the Vedas, viz., Drona, repaired, O king, to the region of Brahma. Footnotes. For 78:1 I adopt the Bombay reading. For 81:1 Nilkantha explains this to mean that when he became unconnected with the world, rising superior to everything connected with the world. For 81:2 the terrible. For 81:3 Amrtasya Yanam, literally, the origin or cause of immortality, i.e., he from whom immortality springs. Hence, as explained by Nilkantha, the phrase means the source of salvation, for those only that are emancipate became immortal as the Supreme Soul itself. For 82:1 i.e., the 5 attributes perceivable by the 5 senses, with the 5 objects of nature with which they are directly connected or in which they manifest themselves. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 202. Dhritarashtra said, upon the slaughter of the Adaratha, viz., Drona, by Prashada's son, what did my sons and the Pandavas next do? Sanjaya said, after the rout of the Kuru army, upon the slaughter of that Adaratha, viz., Drona, by Prashada's son, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, beholding a wonderful phenomenon in connection with his own victory, asked Vyasa, O bull of Bharata's race, who came thither in course of his wanderings, saying, O great Rishi, while I was engaged in slaying the foe in battle with showers of bright shafts, I continually beheld before me, proceeding in advance of my car, a person of blazing hue, as if endued with the effulgence of fire. Whithersoever he proceeded with his uplifted lance, all the hostile warriors were seen to break before him. Broken in reality by him, people regarded the foe to have been broken by me. Following in his wake, I only destroyed those already destroyed by him. O Holy One, tell me who was that foremost of persons, armed with lance, resembling the sun himself in energy, that was thus seen by me. He did not touch the earth with his feet, nor did he hurl his lance even once. In consequence of his energy, thousands of lances issued out of that one lance held by him. Vyasa said, Thou hast, O Arjuna, seen Sankara, that first cause from which have sprung the Prajapatis, that puissant being endued with great energy, he that is the embodiment of heaven, earth, and sky, the divine Lord, the protector of the universe, the great master, the giver of boons, called also Isana. Oh, seek the protection of that boon-giving deity, that Lord of the universe. He is called Mahadeva, the supreme deity, of supreme soul, the one only Lord, with matted locks, on head, the abode of auspiciousness. Of 3 eyes and mighty arms, he is called Rudra, with his locks tied in the shape of a crown, and his body attired in skins. That boon-giving Lord of the universe, that supreme deity, is also called Hara and Stanu. He is the foremost of every being in the universe. He is incapable of being vanquished. He is the delighter of the universe and its supreme ruler. The first cause, the light and refuge of the universe, he is ever victorious. The soul and the creator of the universe, and having the universe for his form, he is possessed of great fame. The Lord of the universe, and its great ruler, that puissant one, is also the master of all actions. Called also Sambhu, he is self-born, he is the Lord of all creatures, and the origin of the past, the future, and the present. He is Yoga and the Lord of Yoga, he is called Sarva, and is the Lord of all the worlds. He is superior to everything. The foremost of everything in the universe, and the highest of all, he is called also Paramestan. The ordainer of the 3 worlds, he is the sole refuge of the 3 worlds. Incapable of being vanquished, he is the protector of the universe, and abode, the necessity of birth, decay, and death. The soul of knowledge, incapable of being compassed by knowledge, and the highest of all knowledge, he is unknowable. Through grace, he giveth unto his worshippers the boons they desire. That Lord hath for his companions celestial beings of diverse forms, some of whom are dwarfs, some having matted locks, some with bald heads, some with short necks, some with large stomachs, some with huge bodies, some possessed of great strength, and some of long ears. All of them, O Partha, have deformed faces and mouths and legs and strange attires. That supreme deity, called Mahadeva, is worshipped by followers that are even such. Even that Shiva, O Son, endued with such energy, proceedeth through kindness, in advance of thee. In that fierce battle, O Partha, making the very hair stand on end, who else, O Arjuna, than the divine Mahesvara, that foremost of all bowmen, that deity of divine form, could even in imagination venture to vanquish that force which was protected by those great smiters and bowmen, viz., Aswathaman and Karna and Kripa? None can venture to stay before the warrior that hath Mahesvara walking before him. There is no being in the 3 worlds that is equal to him. And the very scent of the enraged Mahadeva, foes in battle tremble and become senseless and fall in large numbers. For this, the gods in heaven adore and bow to him. Those men in this world and those other men of pious conduct that devoutly worship the boon-giving, divine, and auspicious Rudra obtain happiness here and attain to the highest state hereafter. O son of Kunti, bow down unto him that is peace, unto him, called Rudra of blue throat, exceedingly subtle, and of great effulgence, unto him called Kapardhan, him that is terrible, him that of tawny eyes, him that is boon-giving, unto that great ordainer, of red locks and righteous conduct, unto him that always does auspicious acts, unto him that is an object of desire, him that is of tawny eyes, him that is called Stanu, him that is called Purusha, unto him that is of tawny hair, him that is bold, him that is exceedingly subtle and of great effulgence, unto him that is the giver of light, him that is the embodiment of all sacred waters, him that is the God of gods, and him that is endued with great impetuosity, unto him that is of manifest form, him that is called Sarva, him that is of agreeable attire, unto him that has an excellent headgear, him that is of handsome face, him that has the mountains for his habitation, him that is peace, him that is the protector, him that has barks of trees for his attire, him whose arms are decked with ornaments of gold, him who is fierce, him that is the Lord of all the points of the compass, him that is the Lord of the clouds and of all created beings, him that is the Lord of all trees and of all kind, him that has his body shrouded with trees, him who is the celestial generalissimo, him who inspires all thought, him who has the sacrificial ladle in his hand, him who is blazing, him who wields the bow, him who is Rama's self, him who has diverse forms, him who is the Lord of the universe, him who had the munja grass for his attire, him who has 1,000 heads, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 arms, and 1,000 legs. O son of Kunti, seek the protection of that boon-giving Lord of the universe, the Lord of Uma, that God of 3 eyes, that destroyer of Daksha's sacrifice, that guardian of all created things, that being who is always cheerful, that protector of all beings, that God of unfading glory, that one with matted locks, that mover of all superior beings, that one whose navel is like that of a bull and who hath the bull for his symbol, that one who is proud like the bull, who is the Lord of bulls, who is represented by the horns of the bull, and who is the bull of bulls, that one who hath the image of the bull on his banner, who is liberal to all righteous persons, who can be approached by yoga only, and whose eyes are like those of a bull, who owneth very superior weapons, who hath Vishnu himself for his arrow, who is the embodiment of righteousness, and who is called Mahesvara, who is of vast stomach and vast body, who hath a leopard's skin for his seat, who is the Lord of the worlds, who is devoted to Brahma, and who loveth Brahmanas, who is armed with trident, who is boon-giving, who wieldeth the sword and the shield, and who is highly auspicious, who wieldeth the bow called Panaka, who is divested of the battle axe, and who is the protector and Lord of the universe. I place myself in the hands of that divine Lord, that granter of protection, that God attired in deerskins. Salutations to that Lord of the celestials who hath Vaisravana for his friend. Salutations ever to him of excellent vows, to him who hath excellent bowmen for his companions, to him who himself wieldeth the bow, to that God with whom the bow is a favorite weapon, who is himself the shaft impelled by the bow, who is the bowstring and the bow, and the preceptor teaching the use of the bow. Salutations to the God whose weapons are fierce, and who is the foremost of all the gods. Salutations to him of diverse forms, to him who hath many bowmen around him. Salutations ever to him who is called Stanu, and who has a large number of excellent bowmen for his companions. Salutations to him who destroyed the triple city. Salutations to him who slew the Asura, Bhaga. Salutations to him who is the Lord of trees and of men. Salutations to him who is the Lord of the celestial mothers and of those tribes of spirits known by the name of Ganas. Salutations ever to him who is the Lord of kind and of sacrifices. Salutations ever to him who is the Lord of the waters and the Lord of the gods, who is the destroyer of Surya's teeth, who is of 3 eyes, who is the granter of boons, who is called Hara, who is blue-throated, and who is of golden locks. I will now tell thee, according to my knowledge and as I have heard of them, all the divine deeds of Mahadeva of supreme wisdom. If Mahadeva becomes angry, neither gods, nor Asuras, Gandharvas, nor Rakshasas, even if they hide themselves in deep oceans, can have peace. in the days of your Deksha, for performing a sacrifice, had collected the necessary articles. Mahadeva destroyed that sacrifice in wrath. Indeed, he became very stern on that occasion. Shooting an arrow from his bow, he uttered terrible roars. The celestials then became filled with anxiety and fright. Indeed, when Mahadeva became angry and the sacrifice, in its embodied form, fled away, the gods became exceedingly frightened at the twang of Mahadeva's bow and the sound of his palms. The gods and asuras all fell down and submitted to Mahadeva. All the waters swelled up in agitations, and the earth trembled. The mountains split, and all the points of the compass and the nagas became stupefied. The universe, enveloped in a thick darkness, could no longer be seen. The splendor of all luminaries, with the sun, was destroyed. The rishis, filled with fear, became agitated, and desirous of their own good, as also of all creatures, performed propitiatory rites. Surya was then eating the principal oblation. Smilingly Sankara approached him and tore out his teeth. The gods then, humbling themselves to him, fled away, trembling. Once more, Mahadeva aimed at the gods a shower of blazing and keen arrows resembling flames of fire mixed with smoke, or clouds with lightning. Beholding that arrowy shower, all the gods bowing down unto Mahesvara, assigned to Rudra a substantial share in sacrifices. In fright, the gods, O prince, sought his protection. His wrath being dispelled, the great god then restored the sacrifice. The gods that had fled away came back. Indeed, they are to this day afraid of Mahesvara. Formerly, the valiant Asuras had, in heaven, 3 cities. Each of those cities was excellent and large. One was made of iron, another of silver, and the third of gold. The golden city belonged to Kamalaksha, the silver city to Tarakaksha, and the third, made of iron, had Vidyamalan for its lord. With all his weapons, Maghavat, Indra, was unable to make any impression on those cities. Afflicted by the Asuras, all the gods sought the protection of Rudra. Approaching him, all the gods with Vasva at their head said, "These terrible dwellers of the triple city have received boons from Brahma." Filled with pride in consequence of those boons, they are greatly afflicting the universe, O Lord of the gods. None, save thee, is competent to slay them. Therefore, O Mahadeva, slay these enemies of the gods, O Rudra. Creatures slain in every sacrifice shall then be thine. Thus addressed by the gods, Mahadeva thus accepted their request, moved by the desire of benefiting them, and said, "I will overthrow these Asuras." And Hara made the 2 mountains, viz., Gandhamadana and Vindhya, the 2 poles of his car. And Sankara made the earth with her oceans and forests his battle car. And the 3-eyed deity made that prince of snakes, viz., Sesha, the Aksha, of that car. And that god of gods, the wielder of Panaka, made the moon and the sun the 2 wheels of that vehicle. And the triple-eyed lord made Elapatra and Pushpadanta, the 2 pins of the yoke. And the valiant Mahadeva made the Malaya mountains the yoke, and the great Takshaka the string for tying the yoke to the poles, and the creatures about him the traces of the steed. And Mahesvara made the 4 Vedas his 4 steeds. And that lord of the 3 worlds made the supplementary Vedas the bridle bits. And Mahadeva made Gayatri and Savitri the reins, the syllable Om the whip, and Brahma the driver. And making the Mandara mountains the bow, Vasuki the bowstring, Vishnu his excellent shaft, Agni the arrowhead, and Vayu the 2 wings of that shafts, Yama the feathers in its tail, lightning the wedding stone, and Meru the standard, Shiva, riding on that excellent car which was composed of all the celestial forces, proceeded for the destruction of the triple city. Indeed, Stanu, that foremost of Smiter, that destroyer of asuras, that handsome warrior of immeasurable prowess, adored by the celestials, O Partha, and by rishis possessing wealth of asceticism, caused an excellent and unrivaled array called after his own name, and stood immovable for 1,000 years. When, however, the three cities came together in the firmament, the Lord Mahadeva pierced them with that terrible shaft of his, consisting of 3 knots. The Danavas were unable to gaze at that shaft inspired with yuga fire and composed of Vishnu and Soma. While the triple city commenced to burn, the goddess Parvati repaired thither to behold the sight. She had then on her lap a child having a bald head with 5 clumps of hair on it. The goddess asked the deities as to who that child was. Sakra, through ill feeling, endeavored to strike that child with his thunderbolt. The divine Lord Mahadeva, for the child was none other, smiling, quickly paralyzed the arm of the enraged Sakra. Then God Sakra, with his arm paralyzed, accompanied by all the celestials, speedily repaired to the Lord Brahma of unfading glory. Bowing unto him with their heads, they addressed Brahma with joined hands and said, "Some wonderful creature, O Brahma, lying on the lap of Parvati, in the form of a child, was beheld by us, but not saluted. We have all been vanquished by him. We, therefore, desire to ask thee as to who he may be. Indeed, that boy, without fighting, hath with the greatest ease vanquished us all with Purandara at our head." Hearing these words of theirs, Brahma, that foremost of all persons, acquainted with Brahma, reflected for a moment and understood that boy of immeasurable energy to be none else than the divine Sambhu. Addressing then those foremost of celestials with Sakra at their head, Brahma said, "That child is the divine Hara, the Lord of the entire mobile and immobile universe. There is nothing superior to Mahesvara, that being of immeasurable splendor, who was beheld by you all with Uma. That divine Lord had assumed the form of a child for Uma's sake. Let us all go unto him. That divine and illustrious one is the supreme Lord of the world. Ye gods, ye could not recognize that master of the universe." Then all the gods with the grandsire repaired to that child, endued with the effulgence of the morning sun. Beholding Mahesvara, and knowing that he was the supreme being, the grandsire Brahma thus adored him: "Thou art sacrifice, O Lord, thou art the stay and refuge of the universe. Thou art Bhava, thou art Mahadeva, thou art the abode of all things, and thou art the highest refuge. This whole universe with its mobile and immobile creatures is pervaded by thee. O Holy One, O Lord of the past and the future, O Lord of the world, O Protector of the universe, let Sakra, afflicted with thy wrath, have thy grace." Vyasa continued, hearing these words of the lotus-born Brahma, Mahesvara became gratified. Desirous of extending his grace, he laughed aloud. The celestials then gratified, with praise, both Uma and Rudra. The arm of the thunder-wielding Sakra regot its natural state. That foremost one of all the gods, that destroyer of Daksha's sacrifice, that divine lord having the bull for his sign, became gratified with the gods. He is Rudra, he is Shiva, he is Agni, he is everything, and he hath knowledge of everything. He is Indra, he is the wind, he is the twin Ashwins, and he is the lighting. He is Bhava, he is Prajanya, he is Mahadeva, he is sinless. He is the moon, he is Isana, he is Surya, he is Varuna. He is Kala, he is Antaka, he is Mrityu, he is Yama. He is the day, and he is the night. He is the fortnight, he is the month, he is the seasons. He is the morning and evening twilights, he is the year. He is Dhatri, he is Vidhatri, he is the soul of the universe, and he is the doer of all acts in the universe. Though himself without body, it is he who is the embodied celestial. Endued with great splendor, he is adored and praised by all the gods. He is one, he is many, he is 100 and 1,000. Brahmanas versed in the Vedas say that he hath two forms. These are the terrible and the auspicious. These two forms, again, are multifarious. His auspicious forms are water, light, and the moon. Whatever is highly mysterious in the several branches of the Vedas, in the Upanishads, in the Puranas, and in those sciences that deal with the soul, is that God, viz., Mahesvara, Mahadeva, is even such. That God is, again, without birth. All the attributes of that God are not capable of being enumerated by me, even if, O son of Pandu, I were to recite them continually for 1,000 years. Even unto those that are afflicted by all the evil planets, even unto those that are stained with every sin, that great protector, if they seek him, becomes gratified with them and granteth them salvation. He granteth and taketh away life and health and prosperity and wealth and diverse kinds of objects of desire. The prosperity is his that is seen in Indra and other gods. He is ever engaged in the good and evil of men in this world. In consequence of his supremacy, he can always obtain whatever objects he desires. He is called Mahesvara and is the Lord of even the supreme ones. In many forms of many kinds he pervadeth the universe. The mouth which that God has is in the ocean. It is well known that mouth, assuming the form of a mare's head, drinketh the sacrificial libation in the shape of water. This God always dwelleth in crematoriums. Men worship that supreme Lord in that place where none but the courageous can go. Many are the blazing and terrible forms of this God that men speak of and worship in the world. Many also are the names, of truthful import, of this deity in all the worlds. Those names are founded upon his supremacy, his omnipotence, and his acts. In the Vedas the excellent hymn called Satarudriya hath been sung in honor of that great God called the infinite Rudra. That God is the Lord of all wishes that are human and heavenly. He is omnipotent, and he is the supreme master. Indeed, that God pervadeth the vast universe. The Brahmanas and the Munis describe him as the firstborn of all creatures. He is the first of all the gods, from his mouth was born Vayu, the wind. And since he always protecteth the creatures of the universe, and sporteth with them, and since also he is the Lord of all creatures, therefore is he called Pasupati. And since his phallic emblem is always supposed to be in the observance of the vow of Brahmacharya, and since he always gladden the world, therefore he is called Mahesvara. The rishis, the gods, the Gandharvas, and Apsaras always worship his phallic emblem, which is supposed to stand upright. That worship maketh Mahesvara glad. Indeed, Sankara, at such worship, becomes happy, pleased, and highly glad. And since with respect to the past, the future, and the present, that God has many forms, he is, on that account, called Vahirupa, many-formed. Possessed of one eye he blazeth forth in effulgence, or he may be regarded to have many eyes on every side of his body. And since he possesseth the worlds, he is for that reason called Sarva. And since his form is like that of smoke, he is for that reason called Dujati. And since those deities, viz., the Viswadevas, are in him, he is for that reason called Visvarupa. And since three goddesses adore and have recourse to that Lord of the universe, viz., firmament, water, and earth, he is for that reason called Triamvaka. And since he always increaseth all kinds of wealth and wisheth the good of mankind in all their acts, he is for that reason called Shiva. He possesseth 1,000 eyes, or 10,000 eyes, and hath them on all sides. And since he protecteth this vast universe, he is for that reason called Mahadeva. And since he is great and ancient and is the source of life and of its continuance, and since his phallic emblem is everlasting, he is for that reason called Stanu. And since the solar and the lunar rays of light that appear in the world are spoken of as the hair on the three-eyed one, he is for that reason called Vyomakisa. And since, afflicting Brahma and Indra and Varuna and Yama and Kuvara, he destroyeth them ultimately, he is for that reason called Hara. And since he is the past, the future, and the present, and, in fact, everything in the universe, and since he is the origin of the past, the future, and the present, he is for that reason called Bhava. The word Kapi is said to mean supreme, and Vrisha is said to mean righteousness. The illustrious God of gods, therefore, is called Vrishakapi. And since Mahesvara, by means of his two eyes closed, and meditation, created through sheer force of will a third eye on his forehead, he is for that reason called the three-eyed. Whatever of unsoundness there is in the bodies of living creatures, and whatever of soundness there is in them, represent that God. He is the wind, the vital airs called prana, apana, and the others, and the bodies of all creatures, including even those that are diseased. He who adoreth any image of the phallic emblem of that high-souled God, always obtaineth great prosperity by that act. Downwards fiery, and half the body, that his auspiciousness is the moon. His auspiciousness is the moon. So also half his soul is fire and half the moon. His auspicious from, full of energy, is more blazing than the forms of the gods. Among men, his blazing and terrible form is called fire. With that auspicious form he practiseth Brahmacharya. With that other terrible form he as Supreme Lord devoureth everything. And since he burneth, since he is fierce, since he is endued with great prowess, and since he devoureth flesh and blood and marrow, he is for this called Rudra. Even such is the deity called Mahadeva, armed with Pinaka, who, O Partha, was seen by thee engaged in slaying thy foes in advance of thy car. After thou hadst vowed to slay the ruler of the Sindhus, O sinless one, Krishna showed thee this God, in thy dream, sitting on the top of that foremost of mountains. This illustrious God proceedeth in advance of thee in battle. It is he who gave thee those weapons with which thou didst slay the Danavas. The hymn approved of the Vedas, and called Satarudraya, in honor of that God of gods, that excellent, famous, life-enhancing, and sacred hymn, has now, O Partha, been explained to thee. This hymn of 4 divisions, capable of accomplishing every object, is sacred, destructive of all sins, and competent to drive away all stains and to kill all sorrows and all fears. The man that always listens to this succeeds in vanquishing all his foes and is highly respected in the region of Rudra. The person who always attentively reads or listens to the recitation of this excellent and auspicious account appertaining to battle of the illustrious deity, and he worships with devotion that illustrious Lord of the universe, obtaineth all the objects of desire, in consequence of the three-eyed God being gratified with him. Go and fight, O son of Kunti, defeat is not for thee, that hast Janardana on thy side for thy adviser and protector. Sanjaya said, having addressed Arjuna in these words, the son of Parashara, O chief of the Bharatas, went away to the place he had come from, O chastiser of foes. Footnotes. For 86:1 having given it away to Rama, his disciple. For 89:1 all these terms imply death or the destroyer. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 203. Sanjaya said, having battled fiercely for 5 days, O king, the Brahmana, Drona, endued with great strength, fell and repaired to the region of Brahma. The fruits that arise from a study of the Vedas arise from a study of this parva also. The great achievements of brave Kshatriyas have been described here. He who readeth or listeneth to the recitation of this parva every day is freed from heinous sins and the most atrocious acts of his life. Brahmanas may always obtain here from the fruits of sacrifices. From this, Kshatriyas may obtain victory in fierce battle. The other orders, Vaishyas and Sudras, may obtain desirable sons and grandsons and all objects of desire. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.